thought Sage would have been in total control.
At this point, I was expecting Sage to be running away with it with the start that he had, but then things went south after round 3. Hasn't been able to find that mojo since then. He picked deep in today's round. He's trying to be 95 to give himself a chance at this gold buckle.
Yeah, King Tut is not easy any way you slice it.
Not easy, but Sage Kinsey knows everything's at stake, and there's one ride that can take him to a gold buckle or in hopes of next year.
He's on the outside looking in, technically with Dalen's. Well, here we go. It's over in 2 seconds, and his chance to win a gold buckle this season looks over as well.
You know, in Sage Kinsey, he can hold his head high knowing that he went in there trying to pick a dragon to slay today because he knew he needed to be a bunch of points. An average ride wasn't going to get there.
This crowd instantly fell silent knowing the stakes for Sage. And that's only the first ride with huge ramifications today. As we show you Manuelito de Sousa Jr. trying for a 4th ride to solidify his spot in the championship round with his pick, which was great. He went with Beck's Red Eye.
That's exactly right. Unlike Sage Kinsey, this is a very favorable matchup for Manuelito de Sousa. This bull's going to spin to the left, have a lot of timing. The key to it is this bull is so huge in the buck and shoot, it's not really comfortable until that gate opens up.
Beck's Red Eye never needs to puff his chest out, but that's exactly what Manny's going to have to do.
Yeah, he's going to have to puff his chest out and shove his hips forward because this bull is big, strong, and the real deal.
Silvano Alves, 3-time world champ right there in the frame on the left side. Coach of the Nashville Stampede. You can see Blake Sharp in there as well, 4-time PBR Stock Contractor of the Year. This is one of his bulls, and recently engaged.
Yeah, I mean, if you can look at just how much this bull takes up that chute is big. The bull behind him probably weighs 1,500. Beck's Red Eye, 2,100 pounds, and he's a full-grown MAN.
I'm so glad you gave us that relationship shot, right, Coop? Because, yeah, the bull on the right looks like a baby.
Yeah, and he is he's a pretty good-sized farm animal.
Feed bill a little bit higher on that one.
Yeah, definitely. And it's always tricky. You see they got that post in there trying to just give Manuelito enough room to slide his knee in front of that bull rope.
And what's interesting for me, Coop, depending on who the judge is, our judges are a lot like an umpire in baseball. And none are bigger for the PBR. They have their own strike zone, don't they? So depending on who's working the shoots, the riders know how much just 2 days away
That's
from
exactly right. John
a
Ramirez is right
lifelong
here.
dream. But he's going to need
judges
all
as far
his
as
might.
knowing what to
He wants to
predict,
win
what
the
he's
fight
expecting of you as a rider in that bucket shoot.
Hey, Webb, we're kind of hearing you give advice. What are you saying?
I mean, I just really love this matchup, and I hate to see Manny sit here and
Look
take the
where we are.
opportunity to debate
Week
have
2
to
of the
take a lead back
PBR
because
World Finals.
This bull has so much time, and everything that Cooper touched in on, you know, this is almost to
And
me
hello,
a layup in a
AT&T
sensible way
Stadium,
for
the
Manny
biggest,
Manito.
baddest
Here we
stage
go.
in the sport.
We're about to bring you the best bull riders in the world.
You want cowboy? This is as cowboy as it gets.
Man, this world title race is fun to watch.
Last week, in the books.
Being able to stay centered in the middle of a barn. He's got his fork, and he's headed to the championship round.
Fired up, I got chill bumps right now. I mean, whatever you want to call it. Manuelito just stepped up right here. Well, this is a big, strong bull.
Now it's time for the main
definitely
event.
increased his chances. He's going to increase his
Dalton Castle
wallet
on the
after this
brink
day is
of
over.
greatness.
He is going to leave Cowtown Coliseum.
That's huge for him. And Manuelito de Sousa going into that championship round at a high mark. Also, that's going to determine which bull he slotted.
Don't get too comfortable.
Lots of money at number 3
This guy right
here.
here, he's got other
Silvano
plans.
Alves saying congratulations. He knows a thing or two about great rides. Guatemala Montaña Jr. This could be his
One
sport.
guy gets the buckle, the rest go home and have to wait till next
him
year.
off 2 other times.
It's time to settle this.
I don't see how because
Let
this bull
the
fits
battle
into a
begin.
key. Should go to the right. Claudio Montaña Jr. should get the job done.
Only the best of the best get to tie their hand in a rope inside AT&T Stadium. They are already considered great, but after tomorrow, only one will be considered this year's greatest. We've made it to the final weekend of the 2025 PBR World Final. Once again, hello everybody, and once again alongside 2016 PBR World Champion Cooper Davis and a guy who always recognizes greatness, Cord McCoy. I am Greg Hummer. Gents, before we get to the storytelling, let's just take in the environs, right, and the road that got us here. Last weekend you called him Chilbo, and I can see him on you over there.
Man, I've got him. I mean, what a cool place to be able to have the finals at. And hey, being a Cowboys fan, I know the Cowboys are going to win today.
I'm the same way. I grew up in Southeast Oklahoma, graduated with 13 kids. To be in buildings like this, a platform like this for the PBR World Finals, what an honor.
Well, Coop, right, we know the world title is not going to be decided until tomorrow. Dalton Castle last weekend had kind of a slow start, but he was able to make events. I want to know from you, do you think he's now able to make this moment his moment?
Smith, I think he's ready. You know, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. Last weekend, he left it on a good note.
Well, you know, the first two rounds just kind of getting it. I'm going to say the new Bull Rope Pro kid, and he's got it figured out. You see Eric top dog where he's tied in. In the last two rounds, he kept the roll moving.
Yeah, he did. You know, you see his frustration there leaving, but really made a great ride right before he left Cowtown Coliseum. 91 points on Hoobastank and right where he left off in the regular season.
Well, playing off of what both of you just said, leaving Cowtown, taking a look at those world standings, Castle was actually able to increase his lead over Fielder and Trimmer. Now keep in mind, everybody on this list, the top 10 in the world, still are alive for a world title. And how about Clay Guyton? His great weekend, so he's going to need a little help to stay within the top 15. Get to the closest challenge. Only the top 15 has that come back for our championship round at the end of various opportunities last weekend. Second night in a row, we see that we're able to capitalize. I think the most surprising to me was Brady Fielder.
Well, Brady Fielder, the first couple rounds, we talked about a 7.8, 7.9, hit the buzzer a couple times for replays, and I think he got the ball rolling. There's 10 Cowboys that have got to got this world title, but Brady is the closest, and I think the hottest man right behind him right now.
The guy in the middle of our on the hunt list, let's talk about John Trimmer, because that broken collarbone, boy oh boy, it's real, and he's really got to deal with it.
It's really going to make it tough on John Trimmer this weekend. You know, riding with a broken collarbone, it makes it difficult. He's trying to tough it out. You know, being a 19-year-old kid in a big situation like this, he's not really ready to give up that fight just yet.
Yeah, that last day, last weekend, with no time to hit him. Here he is arriving earlier. Somebody did it already before he got over there. None other than Hudson. This is the half of Clay Guyton, and all the way in the back of Marco Rizzo's life. Caden Loud. Well, for more on John's injury, let's send it to Kate Harrison.
Uma coisa importante, o poder de atacarejo na criação brasileira. Para nós brasileiros é afetivo.
You know, Mark Candy, he doesn't give up qualified rides very often.
A preocupação é estar no momento que ele torna obsoleto.
Rule number one. One of the Cowbros cheering for one of his besties.
Quais são as mudanças que está sendo fazer para continuar estando sempre.
And I want to see, does he have that rope as he's going to the ground? Nah, it's going to be too.
Olá pessoal, eu sou o Rodrigo Gastinha, analista de consumo e varejo aqui do Itaú BBA. Estamos começando mais um episódio do Itaú BBA Leader Talks, o videocast em que a gente se une aos maiores e melhores CEOs da economia brasileira para discutir não só modelo de negócios, mas também execução, estratégia e liderança. Hoje eu tenho a honra, o prazer de receber aqui Belmiro Gomes, CEO do Açaí Atacadista, das maiores plataformas de atacarejo do Brasil, um dos principais transformadores do modelo de negócios aqui no Brasil nas últimas décadas. Belmiro, seja muito bem-vindo.
Obrigado, Gastinho. Obrigado a todos que estão nos assistindo. Queria agradecer pelo convite, por estar participando. Obrigado por ter dito, entre os maiores CEOs, né? Obviamente, nós estamos sempre numa rotina, né? Numa jornada de aprendizado, de conhecimento, principalmente no mercado brasileiro, muda bastante. Mas espero hoje, no programa de hoje, que a gente consiga dividir, né, algumas experiências que passou, comentar e trazer uma visão que seja enriquecedora para quem estiver nos assistindo.
Muito bom, Belmiro. E eu acho que o primeiro ponto aqui para a gente discutir, já falando do modelo de negócios, que é uma discussão que a gente sempre tem, inclusive quando a gente fala com investidores sobre o setor, é sobre o formato de atacarejo, Belmiro. Então acho que se você pudesse começar explicando um pouco como foi a evolução do formato de atacarejo nos últimos anos. Hoje, o que você enxerga por formato de atacarejo, tanto do ponto de vista de tamanho de loja, como número de produtos, número de SKUs, regiões desses atacarejos e para onde você acha que esse modelo vai caminhar ao longo dos próximos anos?
Perfeito, né? O atacarejo, né, da forma que ele é operado, é uma realidade muito brasileira. Uma vez que o Brasil, né, e acho que isso a gente precisa ter em mente, até não só para essa pergunta que o Gastinho fez, mas algumas outras que devem vir, que nós somos um país de dimensões continentais e com uma das maiores desigualdades sociais do mundo e com uma logística que é extremamente custosa e difícil de ser realizada. Então isso faz com que o Brasil, a bem da verdade, a gente vê ele muito mais como um continente, com vários bolsões de consumo e perfis de renda muito distintos. Então o atacarejo, como que ele se insere dentro da economia brasileira, né? O modelo operado no Brasil, ele é um misto do que você olha para um atacarejo igual a Costco nos Estados Unidos, que é muito mais voltado ao consumo das famílias, junto com o modelo original da Metron, lá de 1962, em Düsseldorf, na Alemanha, ou que o Macro trouxe no Brasil, voltado para o B2B. No caso do Brasil, o que nós fizemos foi o quê? Tentar unificar num único formato, numa única loja, um atendimento para os dois públicos, para consumidores finais, mas também para o B2B, dado que logística no Brasil ela é extremamente complexa. Então, quando a gente faz um paralelo, por exemplo, o mercado americano, se você vai em Nova York, na 5ª Avenida, 6ª Avenida, você vai ver carreta de 5 eixos entregando. Imagina uma carreta de 5 eixos aqui na Faria Lima até as 10 horas da manhã. É impossível. Então, essa logística porta a porta no Brasil, ela é muito mais difícil de ser realizada do que em outros países de dimensões continentais. Então, no Brasil, o que acabou se prevalecendo é o quê? O modelo do atacarejo, ele é o ponto de abastecimento para esse B2B. Para ter uma ideia, nós atendemos hoje aproximadamente 40 milhões de pessoas passam nas nossas lojas mensalmente. Pelo menos tudo por um ano, é o que nós recebemos hoje. Desses 40 milhões, 1 milhão são muito pequenos empreendedores. Restaurantes,
Under pressure, steps up right here, keeps his world finals
para transformar o produto para uso do próprio negócio. Para não ficar uma fala muito longa para dar uma quebra, né? O modelo ele começa no Brasil para atender a classe então, ponto de SKU, uma loja muito bacana, localizada na periferia das grandes metrópoles brasileiras, e atendia principalmente no produto de baixo valor agregado, né, os comerciantes e as famílias. Aconteceu no modelo. Aquele modelo, muita gente até fala, o atacarejo está se desvirtuando, o atacarejo está se mudando. Era um modelo bacana, só que o mercado endereçável não era para mais de 800 lojas. Na medida em que o setor precisa atender diversas classes sociais diferentes, preferência por marca diferente e localização de lojas.
The rest have to go home and wait till next year.
It doesn't get any bigger than this right here.
This is where history is made.
That is how you become a legend.
It's the final day of the PBR World Finals from Dickies Arena. Today, we crown a champion.
Ou, no caso de outros estados, eles muito distantes dos centros produtores. Então nós acabamos de fazer
Here
esse papel.
inside Dickies Arena, Hudson Bolton has simplified the math. Just 8 more seconds. And he wins this year's World Finals event title. But bull riding is never as simple as it seems. Coop, he had a solid pick. He went with riding salty, and the word is
até onde você
he
acha
didn't make
que
the
a
pick
gente
himself.
consegue?
No, he was so confident in his buddy Clay Guyton. He said, "You go pick me a bull that's going to fit me. Whatever they run in that shoot tomorrow, I'm going to be ready for it."
Well, Clay Guyton is the president of the Cowbros. I guess that's the honor you get with the title.
Yeah, you get everybody's decision making whenever you are the president of the
fazer
Cowboy.
mais esses produtos, trazendo um nível de serviço melhor.
Coop Bolton's reaction once Clay made it, he said, riding salty looks like a lot of fun. I've always wanted to get on him, goes either way, but great timing, and that's what's working for me.
Yeah, he has been unstoppable. We've documented it.
Você tem muita gente em torno da mesma loja, população, Uganda, ou IDH, similar a Lisboa ou a Luanda em Angola, convivendo a 500 metros de distância. E fora isso, você ainda tem os comerciantes. Então, por exemplo, nós temos de ter margarina de 250 gramas para atender.
And I can't believe it either because for 6 seconds this was looking flawless.
Mas eu tenho que ter também a margarina de 500 gramas para o consumidor final, muitas vezes de 1 quilo. E é de 20 quilos para o transformador. Então, parte do número de
Yeah, I'm almost speechless at this because he couldn't have had a better start to this ride. Hudson Bolton was perfect.
Fora isso, vamos dar exemplo, talvez, nós estamos aqui em São Paulo, tem presença de
You can just feel the air lead on this arena.
Vamos pegar, por
The
exemplo,
family
Congonhas.
reacting,
Essa é uma loja na frente
they
do aeroporto.
certainly wanted a different result. But here's the great thing, look, we can already see it in his body language. He's forgotten about it.
Yeah, this kid, I mean, he is so dialed in.
8
He's on to the next one.
Luciano de Castro, though, right here,
Nessa
and he
loja
moves
aqui,
to within one.
Sabão que mais vende,
He's 2
sabão
goals
líquido.
behind at
Nessa
the
aqui,
moment.
vende em pó.
Striker.
E marca
Well, Luciano
o
can make
preço.
this really
Aqui de
interesting
coca,
with a big
zero,
ride here.
lá dentro, fixo. Então, ou seja, são realidades muito diferentes. Então, para o modelo conseguir atender todas as classes sociais, ele precisa ampliar o número de SKUs. E na medida que o hipermercado também está perdendo participação, principalmente no público de classe AB, é necessário você
You can do one of two things with pressure. You can back up, or you can run right through it like Luciano just did here. This was big time.
Percepção, né? Entendeu? Nossa, falar que existe na vida, o fato e a percepção.
He had to have that ride to have a shot at the World Finals title. Well, Luciano does a great job.
Nossa companhia de capital aberto, divulgação pública, que eu vou falar para disponível no nosso site da dê acesso à apresentação do valor do site. Cadê? Fazer a propaganda também. Se você olha, por exemplo, a nossa despesa, com exceção do aluguel,
Luciano did everything you had to right there. Talk about this moment.
Despesas
I'm so happy.
mais as despesas.
Yesterday I have a chance to pick a Red Bull, and I come today. I told my wife, we're out or nothing. And I play a lot, and God bless me a lot. Thank you for everybody, for my fans. I'm so happy now.
One more to go. Best of luck coming up.
Thank you.
Coop, that is huge, not just because he got the score. Well, let's talk Alan DeSosa first, facing Scrappy, but I want to make a point about Bolton and Luciano in a second that I know you've talked about already.
Yeah, Alan's got his hands full right here. That clock's ticking down. He better go.
O valor do aluguel da outra, que é importante, galera. Então, ou seja, isso faz uma diferença. Só que o cliente que está no pacote de Congonhas, ele não tem na
Every single person inside Dickies was sweating the clock, except the guy on the back of the bull.
Man, I was standing up here wanting to nod for him. I mean, that is as close as you can get. I think he's going to take the lead in the round right here because this was an outstanding bull ride. Alan DeSosa had answers for everything on this one.
Shades of riding man-hater last year. Coop, you're right. 90.3.
Louis Vuitton, relógio da
And
Apple.
that's big time right there
Se
for
você olhar
Alan
tem,
DeSosa.
ninguém chama ele de hipermercado. Aqui, se você coloca um refrigerador, olha lá, tá virando hipermercado. Televisão tá virando
So with him
hipermercado.
celebrating a great ride, Coop, let's talk about the point I want to make. The way the championship round bulls have already been set. Talk about the bull that Hudson's going to face versus the one Luciano will now face.
Hudson going in at number 1 is going to have wicked intentions. Kind of a difficult bull, got some tricks up his sleeve. But on the flip side, Luciano de Castro has nobody fully driven a couple of times before.
Alex Jr.
É bem verdade que o mercado endereçado como um todo de food retail no Brasil ele não cresce tanto. A gente tem uma população de 210 milhões de habitantes que tomam café, almoço e janta todo dia.
That little bull's got so much heart, so much try.
De preço, essa dinâmica da inflação acaba sendo relevante e tido um crescimento grande de volume do mercado. Mas dentro do mercado você tem essas diferenças entre modelos, né?
Next month, the PBR is teaming up with the United States Space Force to kick off the American 50th Freedom Celebration. Space Cowboys takes over Falcon Stadium at the Air Force Academy on Saturday, June 20th. The world's top bull riders head-to-head against the rankest bulls. Plus, live performances from Tim McGraw and Chris Hansen.
Mas quando for pra gente, Domiro, hoje, ainda de produção de lojas açaí no Brasil, formato, e nessa lógica de continuar ganhando chefe de formato, é um dos riders que
He's going to have to do something nobody's been able to do, and that's ride this bull for 8 seconds. Takes a big jump out there and goes left, and it's not really helpful as far as kicking up, helping the guy get there.
Hoje, por que a companhia está muito bem? 40 milhões de clientes, a marca mais conhecida, nós estamos presentes.
Now so happy he called that round-leading ride. He hasn't won any rounds this season, so great shot. I think we're going to see some big scores, though, by when it's all said and done.
These guys were in there and were able to drive their bulls last night. Some of them were swinging for the fences.
Well, we see another rider on the clock.
Limpeza, segurança, nós poderíamos também ter como enfrentar medicamento, mas não somente medicamento, mas também o próprio higiene pessoal e cosméticos, as farmácias tiraram muita gente do setor alimentar. E que se abre agora para novos hábitos.
And then he throws an uppercut in there as well. This one's over just under 3.
Moolah doesn't buck like any other bull that I can think of. That first jump is almost a run and start to really get wound up. And he goes way out there and then jumps and brings it. It's really difficult to find that timing as a rider.
You know, that's such a great visual, Coop, the way you described that, because you don't really think a bull could garner that much speed in his first move.
Yeah, and he does. I mean, he probably goes out there 20 feet. Then goes to buck.
De baixa renda ou público de então,
we've got 4 scores, each one of them forming a bit of history. Our top 2 in the world have one more day to tune out the world and focused on the task at hand. John Crimber, Brady Fielder, that task is becoming a world champion. And guess what? The Jerome Robinson Cup awaits.
Pessoal aqui, dentro que a gente tem organizado. Fora isso, a outra frente, que aí no meio do caminho, né, havia um aparelho chamado Pergunta, que série você está assistindo? Eu estou assistindo a série Terror, de Felix. Fiquei no 15º episódio, né? Longo esse 15º episódio.
Tinham só 2 episódios, agora tem 15, né?
Não, tem 15 episódios e o 15º demorou um monte, não terminava nunca, né? Então isso, obviamente, impacta também, né? Você tem um impacto grande, né? De juros, de uma série de mudanças na população de baixa renda, que é onde nós estamos mais expostos. Então, ou seja, né? Isso fez com que a gente segurasse o ciclo de expansão. Mas o que eu vejo, né? Vai chegar um momento, nós temos feito uma redução de alavancagem, talvez não na velocidade que a gente estimava, mas está muito ligado à taxa de juros. Na medida que essa cai a dívida, cai a desalavancagem, a gente começa a olhar de novo, seja para projeto de expansão, ao mesmo tempo que você vai ajustando o modelo, ou futuramente projetos até de aquisição, dado que o mercado ainda no Brasil, o nosso setor ele é bastante fragmentado ainda.
Perfeito. Belmiro, até ligando um pouco com essa dinâmica, ela é mais de curto prazo, mas acho que também é uma discussão bem atemporal, né? A gente estava falando aqui antes do começo do papo sobre como essa questão do endividamento da população anda dura, né? A gente vê uma redução no consumo em vários subsegmentos do varejo, né? E você tem falado muito sobre essa questão do efeito K. O efeito K, para quem está nos assistindo, é basicamente um movimento em que com juros muito altos, né, quem tem renda, quem tem muito patrimônio para investir em renda fixa acaba ganhando mais dinheiro, porque o juros está muito alto, e quem, infelizmente, está numa posição de maior endividamento acaba sofrendo mais com juros mais altos, uma renda disponível pós-serviço da dívida caindo bastante. Como você percebe isso, Belmiro, hoje na operação? E essa é uma pergunta mais de curto prazo, mas acho que ela também tem uma resposta temporal, porque o setor é cíclico e a gente vai passar por ciclos e ciclos disso, mas explica um pouco essa dinâmica do efeito K e como que você vê esse impacto hoje nas lojas de vocês.
Bem, o fato, assim, quando a gente olha, por exemplo, 40% da nossa venda é feita para o público B2B, que são os comerciantes, e os outros 60% para o consumidor final. Quando você olha por classe social, a nossa participação de compra é exatamente a mesma que a cada classe tem no PIB no Brasil. Então, com isso a gente consegue ter uma amostragem. E o que se olha, assim, obviamente, período de juros elevado, ele sempre afeta de forma assimétrica as classes sociais. Mas talvez agora a gente esteja num período, talvez de forma que isso se acentuou muito. E, como o Gastinho falou, né, quando você está no Brasil hoje, você tem milhões e bilhões de reais na renda fixa. Concentrado lá em 10% da população, que no primeiro momento, o juro alto ele inibe investimento e inibe gasto. Mas vai chegando um momento que esse mesmo juro alto, ele começa a vir.
Jose Vitor Leme, one of only three-time world championship champions, but many consider him to be the GOAT. He would love to add his name a fourth time to the best trophy in sports, the Jerome Robinson Cup. Well, John Crimber and Brady Fielder are placed to perhaps add their names to that trophy. They're getting ready to punch the clock and go to work. At the moment, Fielder 130 points behind. Brady right there of the two. Much better bull, much better math, but it will go down to the championship round and how it all sorts out later today. Next rider getting ready to leave his mark, which could be a third qualified ride in these finals. Bruno Carvalho and Coop, after seeing him trampled a couple nights ago, it's just good to see him riding.
And it's good to see him back, and even after he took that shot, he walked out there smiling. And Bruno Carvalho, yes, he took a shot, but he has a big opportunity here tonight on Nefarious to get him a round win. I mean, each and every bull can get these guys 50,000 points if they can step up and keep their hands closed.
Yeah, $50,000 is a lot. By the way, when Michael Lane comes up, remind me to tell you a story he shared. Pretty funny about winning the round and the $50,000 last night. Bruno Carvalho, Nefarious, as you would expect on the last day of the season, Coop, with everything on the line. We noted it last night. The guys have gotten very meticulous these last 2 days of the season.
They have, and they've tried to get these bulls perfect, standing in the bucket chute. And, you know, it goes against them. When you start getting in that bucket chute, trying to get things just right, just know that when that gate opens up, it's still bull right.
By the way, that's Adriano Moraes there in the white shirt. One of the other three-time world champions.
Ainda falando do cenário mais prático, tem como ignorar.
Got another guy very close to being disqualified. If he gets the zero, that's what happens. Needs to nod.
Como que eventualmente essa inflação mais alta impacta o consumo, impacta a operação de vocês. Historicamente, a inflação mais alta, né, tem dado uma preços alimentos, obviamente, para um mercado que não cresce muito.
And that old bull is so strong. You can just see the whip.
Mas queria ouvir um pouco de você, a sua percepção, né? Se a gente trabalhar com um cenário geopolítico mais tenso, digamos assim, por mais tempo, um cenário mais inflacionário globalmente por mais tempo, impactando o preço dos alimentos, como que vocês estão se preparando na operação? Qual o impacto que você espera?
Set up and talk about our next rider. We've seen Beck's Red Eye ridden already. Alex Cerqueda knows a thing or two about that bull. He's going for a fourth score today.
Yeah, he made a great ride, but this right here, that was the scariest point to me. Comes down 2,100 pounds, just barely grazes him on those shoulders. Would have been really bad.
You call that barely grazed. I call that a complete pin. If we were WWE, he would have been out.
Well, out, but that could have been a lot worse.
Totally.
Yeah, he told me in the moment it was happening, I thought, oh no, this is going to be bad. And the moment I got up and realized I was okay, of course I was all smiles because I wasn't expecting that.
Coop might be too young to be a Monty Python fan, but there was a certain skit that was very famous in the 70s and 80s when a certain knight lost both their arms and just thought it was a flesh wound. That's kind of the way Alex Cerqueda was after getting stomped like that.
You know, that's one of those things I'm going to have to dig up and watch, correct?
Krispy Kreme, his bull, hoping for a fourth score.
And they got that trying to get that bull moved over just so he can get his knee in front of that rope. That bull likes to have his shoulder on the back side of the bucket chute, so they got that post in there just trying to give him enough room.
Então você tem metade, você consegue navegar dentro disso. Então o receio que se tem é que na medida que você, enquanto a população estiver endividada, ela pode também, não tendo renda, fazer novamente. Saber o quanto que a gente vai conseguir capturar
And he's going to get a rewrite option now, Coop. That is huge news because, like every single ride, or round, I should say, the rewrite pen is set up for success, and we're being told it would be Mike's motive.
Yeah, and that's good for most guys, but Alex Cerqueda would have preferred the bullet he had right here.
A moment ago, we were talking about the championship round and how the bulls are set, but depending on how the rider goes in, that will depend who they face. Get back to that, Coop, because here it is.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. The bull record speaks for itself. Wicked Intentions, he hasn't been ridden yet. Nobody, he's a bull that's pretty favorable to ride. And when you do ride him, there's a good chance you're going to be 90-plus points.
No, it is going to be quite an interesting final 2 rides to decide this event. And it may decide the world title, too, because remember, Hudson Bolt, if he wins, the overall event, as Kate said at the top of the show, he has a slim chance to win the world. This is Kaique Pacheco. Will he get a second score this weekend? Black Harbor.
Well, it's going to be the toughest ride that Kaique would have made all weekend if he can get by Black Harbor. This is a big, strong Pearl Harbor sun, and bucks a lot like it. This bull really bucks off a field, no real set pattern.
A elasticidade em limites, ou seja, se baixasse mais a margem bruta, fosse mais promocional, não ia compensar, trazendo mais vendas a ponto de compensar essa queda de margem. Não, até porque a elasticidade acontece.
Another buck off, right at about 7.5. You would assume we would see and hear a challenge. Kaique frustrated with himself. So close.
And you don't typically see the emotion out of Kaique Pacheco that we just seen there. He's going to hit the button. See if he can get that half second out of this ride.
This is one of those instances where really, for a lot of these guys with 2 scores especially, why not? You're going to need 3 to get in. And with Dalen Swearingen out, remember, Swearingen's 5th in the overall standings, but he opens up a spot, so the standings drop to 16th.
Well, and for the guy's perspective here, it could be the difference in maybe losing 500 to win 50,000 in this round. I mean, that's a didn't go his way.
No, it's not going to. And that gives us a chance to talk about a guy very much in contention to be this year's world champion. With his pick in the draft, Brady Fielder chose Big Mac.
Well, out of all the guys in this world title race, I thought Brady Fielder made the best businessman decision. Wasn't a layup, but he can get some points in this round. He could win this round and really move up in that average. This is a big ride for Brady Fielder.
With all the big rides that we have seen on this bull, Coop, and all the times we've seen this bull in the championship round, I was actually surprised to be reminded he hasn't ever faced this bull.
Yeah, I was surprised too, but you know, Brady Fielder, he's got a style like not many taller guys do that fits every type of bull.
This is what the virtual standings look like at the moment. If Fielder rides, it changes all of that.
Expect this bull to start to the left and reverse it back into Brady's hand. If he makes it that far, I think it's all in Brady's favor.
You know his mentality is, I have to ride if I want to be a world champion. That's been his mentality since back in December in Manchester.
It has, and you know, Brady Fielder doesn't have any backup in him. He's got that calm, cool attitude. You know, that's really brought him to this point.
What's the bull doing? You can start to hear Brady Fielder sort of hem and haw. Go ahead, tell us what you're hearing.
Absolutely mashing everything he's got out of keeping here, and it's one of these deals, guys. There's so much riding on this ride. He's got to have everything right and ready to go. Let me know when you're ready, Brad.
A primeira operação mesmo era uma operação do GPA antes dos anos 2000, chamada Amélia, que o Fabinho montou, que era para vender
alimentos. I don't know if you already said it. I apologize if you did. Dalton Castle has already ridden this bull at the World Finals for almost 90 points.
Yeah, and Brady Fielder, I think, could be maybe another point over that if they both have their best day.
Então, ou seja, são itens na parceria.
But Fielder is down,
não perecíveis,
and his title chances
relativamente um bom valor agregado e que o cliente espera comprar dentro do app do Mercado
And I
Livre.
did not see this going the way it
Essa
did.
venda será uma venda adicional, que ele não vai conflitar muito com o tráfego de loja. Por quê?
Brady really jumped to that bull and didn't get set in there before he left.
E mesmo que ele achasse picanha, tá bom, qual é o tipo? Eu quero ver a
Takes a huge shot in this title
Ou
race.
seja, né, o perecível faz com que seja
is now in
diferente. Tanto que muita gente
7th
olha para Tacarejo,
overall in the
e acha
event.
que foi nós que disruptamos o hipermercado.
And instead of the Australian basically in control of his own destiny,
Porque o que era o modelo?
he's going to need a lot of help, Coop.
Yeah, if he stays there, he'd have a good matchup, but there's still a lot of bull riding left.
So here we go. It's very simple. John Crimber needs a ride. He has to make the championship round.
Categorias que nós olhávamos e falar, isso aqui vai virar tudo e-commerce. Então, isso vai jogar custo operacional do supermercado muito para cima.
We've seen John crack under pressure, but then we've seen him bounce back from it. John Crimber has a chance right here to redeem his finals up to this point.
E juntar com o atendimento ao cliente consumidor e comerciante único para poder reduzir custo operacional e acabou sendo muito eficiente o modelo aqui no Brasil.
Quando você olha para frente, né, e olha esse potencial de aumento de penetração, acho que essa parte do FLV, né, que é essa questão mais dos perecíveis, realmente tem um desafio grande. Agora, quando a gente olha para as outras categorias, né, essas categorias de mercearia, essas categorias de perfumaria, como você falou, produtos de limpeza, isso sim se acredita que tem um espaço maior para penetração. E vocês já veem isso na própria operação de vocês.
A parceria que tem com a Rafa,
And when John Crimber needed it the most, his back's against the wall, needs a huge ride. This is going to be a huge ride for John Crimber.
91-35.
Man, and you want to talk about a great feeling for John.
Água mineral, refrigerante, produtos de baixo valor agregado.
John Crimber headed up to the center to grab his hat really quick. Incredible ride, first and foremost. Tell me what you're feeling.
Baixa perecibilidade, porque a gente não pereça, pode estar lá na portaria do prédio, pode ser transportado da geladeira,
Good luck the rest of the way, bud.
né? Ou para produtos que têm um alto valor agregado.
He moves to 9th overall in the event. And Coop, you said it. When he needed the ride of his life, he got it.
You know, John's been tight all the finals. He hasn't been moving with this bull. This is the form that got him to the #1 spot in the world, and this is what's hanging him right there at #1 still. John Crimber, this is the most pressured ride he's ever had, and he came through.
Not just Crimber celebrating, but all the Calros and a hug for Dad Paolo.
Lá dentro ele coloca todos os tipos de produto, a quantidade que ele quer. Quando você pergunta para ele quanto custou esse transporte,
the extended family knows a thing or two about greatness. Crimber, after watching his closest competitor in the standings falter, he said, not today, not on my watch. Crimber punches steel. And Crimber punches the air. John in the round for the lead and leading the world.
E acho que, falando aqui de canal, queria falar um pouco das alavancas de geração de valor daqui para frente, da companhia. Vocês têm falado bastante, a gente falando um pouco sobre farmácias aqui, acho que ficou super claro a discussão, mas tem outras alavancas relevantes também que vocês têm comentado, principalmente marca própria e a questão de serviços financeiros para PJ. O que mais te anima, meu Belmiro? Onde você acha que tem mais valor para ser gerado aqui também? Essa questão da marca própria, acho que é uma discussão super legal para a gente ter, porque marca própria, historicamente, tem uma questão no Brasil cultural, né, de não acesso à marca própria. Então, eu queria ouvir um pouco a sua opinião, né, sobre a evolução da marca própria e o que vocês já estão fazendo nesse sentido.
A questão da marca própria no Brasil, ela é talvez menos cultural e muito mais uma consequência, de novo, duas coisas no Brasil: logística e impostos. Tem duas coisas certas na vida: morte e impostos. No Brasil, ela é um pouco mais difícil de ver. Num país de dimensões continentais, vamos pegar também dois exemplos. Pegar a Espanha, que é uma das maiores taxas de uso de marca própria, ou a França. Se você vai levar um produto de baixo valor agregado do ponto A ao ponto Z da Espanha, você vai gastar 3, 4, 5% de crédito. Aqui, se você produzir, então onde foi talvez um dos erros da marca própria das grandes companhias? A pessoa produzia um produto aqui em São Paulo e tentava levar para a Bahia. produto de baixo valor agregado. Só o frete, muitas vezes, o transporte, custaria 30%. E aí, fora isso, esse produto vai pagar um diferencial de imposto e competir contra uma marca regional que tem um regime especial para trabalhar com a tributação financeira. Então, nós temos aí a reforma tributária, eu acho que isso vai mudar, né? Com o advento da reforma tributária, mantido o ritmo, o rumo, né? A intenção de ficar, essas vantagens dos regimes especiais, isso vai favorecer grandes marcas. Vai cair uma questão que é logística, que é frete. Tanto que a ideia nossa do projeto Marca Própria não é produzir o produto aqui e mandar de novo, né, seja para a Bahia, para o Nordeste ou vice-versa. Por quê? Porque senão o custo de transporte acaba não compensando. O objetivo, na nossa visão, para que a Marca Própria pudesse ter êxito, precisaria de uma taxa de domínio, de penetração de mercado, no estilo, tanto que o projeto nasce em São Paulo e Rio de Janeiro, que é onde nós temos 60% de penetração, mesma carga tributária e logística de baixo custo, para poder, objetivo com esse projeto, ganhar um pouco mais de margem, sendo bem sincero, pegar um pedaço da margem da indústria e colocar uma competitividade maior também com os fornecedores tradicionais. Então nós estamos usando, vamos usar 3 marcas, a própria marca Saída, a marca conhecida, a marca Chefe, que ela vai transformar e a Econobom para produtos de primeiro preço. Então, ou seja, no Brasil ele tem as menores taxas. Normalmente, no mercado, ela é 23% do mercado.
Yeah, he could put this thing away. And John Crimber, that was the form that got him to where he's the #1 man in the world. The pressure seems to be, kind of pushing in the right direction now.
I was going to say, yeah, the pressure seems to have flip-flopped. That is for sure. Crimber, loose as can be. Getting ready for what would be another bull, but let's go back and take another look at his ride.
This ride was so impressive. John's loose and cool on the back of him rather than being stiff like he was the first several rounds. John Crimber, but you just see him maturing as these finals progress.
I'm telling you what, if you could mature in light years, that 8 seconds definitely did something for John Crimber. As we're back on the final day of the 2026 PBR World Season, glad you're joining us here on Paramount Plus. Our whole gang certainly has enjoyed this whole season, but we are far from done. Let's talk a little Dan Keeping. He faces Felix.
Well, Dan Keeping, he's got a great bull here. Felix is going to go to the left, and we've seen some good rides here and there from Dan. Just not all the consistency that would put him at the top of the list, but Dan, it's really hard to get off on bulls who spin to the left. I think he's going to get this one road.
Felipe Furlong bucked off this bull just a couple of days ago, but came close, took 6 seconds. José Victor Leme, the last guy to ride this bull back in Albuquerque.
E agora, liderança.
Yeah, Dan's really got to stay to the outside of this bull, then go to him. Don't dive off to the inside right away.
O objetivo desse papo aqui de liderança é um pouco ir além dos números, né? Que é a parte muito invisível que para nós, às vezes analistas ali do Excel, a gente acaba subestimando ou praticamente não enxergando. Conta um pouco, Pedro, pra gente como é que foi essa etapa de virar CEO da companhia. Eu até faço uma brincadeira que uma vez estava conversando
that bull did not have his typical day. I was kind of surprised that Dan didn't hit the button because I thought maybe they stopped the clock just a little too soon on this ride.
Um monte de decisão, às vezes você é visto como o chefe e tal.
Nonetheless,
e às vezes isso acaba prejudicando na dinâmica do dia a dia. Queria ouvir um pouco de você, como é que essa parte de liderança, como líder, o que você mais consome no seu tempo? Como é que essa parte de gestão de pessoas, como é que a cultura do açaí
Cody Lambert, the coach of the Texas Rattlers, has done such a good job with all the guys under his tutelage. Eduardo Aparecido, will he keep his run continuing? The 35-year-old today facing sucker punch.
You know, we talk about some of those guys that were swinging for the fences in the draft. This is the type of matchup that we were talking about. Eduardo, sucker punch. This bull isn't ridden very often, but when he is, he'll be 92, 93 points on it.
E a cultura é a maneira em que você, na verdade,
As we take a look at Eduardo, who gets to finish this 2-weekend stretch out, possibly on a high note. There's a rider who unfortunately got injured last night that we'd like to update you on his condition. Dalen Swearingen. Kate, take us through it.
Yeah, Swearingen got the ride in round 7, but after that took a shot, had trouble getting off the dirt. Sports medicine escorted him, took him in a wheelchair for evaluation here on site. That's when it was decided he needed to be transported to a local hospital. They were concerned about his back, and Swearingen did announce on social media today he did in fact fracture his back, and he is now waiting on surgery. And he told his fans, this is a tough one to swallow, not how I want to end the season, but God's got a plan. We'll keep you updated on PBR.com.
Thank you, Kate, very much for that, and certainly we all wish Dalen not only the best, but a speedy recovery. He had just switched teams to the Nashville Stampede, and now they will have to watch one of those new stars sit on the sideline for possibly the whole season. Eduardo Perecito, meanwhile, focused back on sucker punch.
And Eduardo really needs to make sure that he gets everything down in his bucket shoot, because sucker punch, when he leaves there, there's a lot of intensity.
There's still, even if he bucks off, still a slim chance he makes the championship round, but he'd be in the last position. Third score would help his cause dramatically.
Do jeito que você entra muitas vezes, a forma de você cumprimentar, o tom de voz.
Coop, a question I asked earlier with a different rider. What is it that sucker punch either is or isn't doing that Eduardo now is going to reroute?
Well, when he pulls his rope, you'll watch sucker punch kind of sink back to the back end of that bucket shoot, pin his right leg. What that's trying to do, he's kind of getting that start block, trying to leave Eduardo Perecito sit flat on his pocket so it beats him out of there.
While Eduardo sits in the chutes inside the locker room, some of the best in the business watching on the television. Sage Kinsey, John Crimper sharing a laugh, Luciano De Castro there as well. Back to Eduardo and what he's trying to do. Here he looks like he's pleading his case with the judge.
He's on my right leg. I need to be able to get him up and forward. That way, I got a fair chance of leaving there.
And usually, right, that issue of fairness is something that judges will always listen to, because half the score from the bull, half from the rider, and that's the whole goal, right, when the PBR was established over 3 decades ago. Make it even for everybody.
Yeah, and pretty much now, when you nod your head, you've got a chance to win around if you go out there and do your job. And Eduardo, he's trying to get this bull moved up right here.
Só pra fechar, eu acho
Well, guys, keep in mind what we talked about last night. Eduardo saying that even with all those incredible rides here in the World Finals, he still feels like one of the old guys. He's talking about how sore he is, even through all of his continued workouts and continuing to push himself to his peak physical condition. He said, I'm still 35, guys. Everything hurts.
Well, we had a chance there to see Riley Gagnon, the PBR's director of livestock, who, by the way, Coop, I guess I should apologize. I inadvertently called him Riley Lambert last night. Of course I know he's not Riley Lambert. There's just a lot of stuff going on sometimes.
Yeah, he'll forgive me for it.
You saw, right, though? I apologized to him in person in front of everybody today. So, Riley, I know who you are. You do a great job. I am sorry. And he's going to get another bull. So that is a huge turn of events for Eduardo.
Yeah, he's going to have July in much, I'm not going to say easier bull, but a much more favorable matchup than Sucker Punch was.
Well, this Military Appreciation Month, get your food song, because Kubota is partnering with Food Campaign to help veterans and military families scan the QR code to help this worthy cause.
Porque você tem processo eficiente, né, e sempre também cautela também ali entre as áreas para que você tenha
back inside the steel, Callum Miller's chance at a fourth score. The bull's name, Power Stroke.
Well, he's been on this bull just recently, you know, and it didn't go his way. But when you have one and you're familiar with him and you know what to expect, just because it didn't go the right way the first time doesn't mean you don't have the right game plan.
just thought of this. For you guys as bull riders and the rematches that we often see, is there an expiration date where a rider may or may not lose his field?
Well, yes and no. I mean, sometimes once it's been a while since you've been on a bull, they might change up what they had been doing. But he got on this bull 2 days ago, so expect something pretty similar.
E bastante mudança sempre aí. Coisa importante, mudança da careja na criação brasileira. Para nós brasileiros.
Well, in this instance, deja vu might not be the view that Callum Miller ever once again. Tough landing, 5s across.
You know, that thought should have expired yesterday, because this bull did something completely different than he did with him the first time. Power stroke, goes out there really long today.
Dos próximos conteúdos tutoriais e muito em breve, novos episódios com
think of the point you always make, Coop, which is these bulls are so smart and such great athletes that depending on where they feel a rider, they change it up.
That's exactly right. And, you know, power stroke. He's a young bull.
Em 1986, a van começou em uma pequena loja de 45 metros quadrados. Colaborador.
And on the flip side, you got a bull right here, kind of what we call the old campaigner. You know what he's going to do is turn back to the right, really fast with a ton of intensity.
Todo o Brasil.
And as a rider, you know, you've got to be able to keep up with it and not get pulled down like he does, like
planta
the
uma
over the front
semente
end.
de mudança, leva emprego, oportunidades, veia. Somos recebidos de braços abertos, porque a van não é apenas uma empresa de concreto e aço. Somos corpo.
This goes for the old tried and true because it continues to work.
A van é minha, é sua, é do Brasil, é feita por pessoas que vestem a camisa todos os dias. Esse é o segredo do nosso sucesso. A van, há 40 anos e cantando os brasileiros.
You won that battle. 44.25 on the bull score.
Yeah, I was just speaking with John Kramer in the locker room before coming out here for introductions, and he took me back to being a kid and his dream and how big it is for him. He said from the wrist to the broken back to the fractured collarbone and now the broken collarbone. What keeps him going? Why is he here today? One, he knows points are still available. He can still mathematically be a world champ. And two, he said that dream is just alive as ever. I want to come out here and grit and bear it and do everything I can to be a world champion. And round number one, guys, he told me he's picked strategically a bull that he felt he wasn't going to have to move his upper body a lot on. And after that, he said, it all goes out the window. I'm going JD Mooney, and I'm going to grit and bear it and give it everything I've got, guys.
Well,
it's almost like you're starting to see that maturation process
to be in at the World Finals. JD, one of the greatest to ever put his hand in a rope, especially when you talk about his riding when it came to crunch time. Well, it is an honor to simply earn your way to AT&T,
that moves
and of
him all
course
the way
to
up
be
to number
introduced
10,
to this
give him a
crowd.
chance in that championship
Let's send
round.
it out on the dirt. So he moves just behind John Ripper
he reaches down deep and walks away from here. The champion of the world from Decatur, Texas.
All these places in the top 15. Remember, because the bulls are set, they'll know right after this round finishes which bull they'll be facing. Here's Dalton Castle. Can this be a third score for him? Talk about a veteran. Say hello to Flapjack.
Yeah, this is a bruiser son right here. They share a lot of similarities from big bull scores to big kicks. Dalton Castle is one of those guys who's really going for a round win. He's already about 90.
If the preamble to all of it, you could earn some extra credit, that would have counted for a lot.
Yeah, he'd be halfway there at this point. No, they matched up before two other, or actually just once, but it went Flapjack's way.
One-ranked bull rider in the world, Muleshoe, Texas.
This bull is in no way, shape, or form a layup.
Dalton goes back into his prep. You can't say it enough. He's documented in the past few seasons. The maturation process of Dalton Castle. He has become one of the most mature riders in the locker room and continues right, Coop, with his own unique style that I think every guy in the locker room looks up to.
Yeah, they do, and you know it's been so cool to see just the type of man that he is now, and how it translates into his ride, making him a better rider. Dalton Castle, we've yet to see the best of him.
The most gracious and heavenly Father,
it was just a year ago that a world title slipped through his fingers on the last day. He's not going to win the world this year, but back to Coop's point and the bigger point of maturation. He'll learn from this year, just like the way he started this season and told Kate Wright in one of our first events, he wasn't going to let things get away if he could handle it.
Lord, we ask that you be with the leaders of our
as a rider, the day you quit learning, the day you quit getting better, and somebody else is going to take it from you. That, to me, is a sign of a world champion, because if you win the world one year, it doesn't mean anything. You got to show back up and do it again. Dalton Castle let it slip through his fingers last year. He's still learning, trying to improve.
He's only 27. He's got a ton more time if he chooses and can stay relatively injury-free.
In the greatest country in the world. And tonight, to present our nation's colors center stage,
so Castle flies off
the United
right under 5 seconds.
Honor Guard.
No championship round in his future today. His season is over.
And tonight, to lead us to sing of our national anthem,
right there.
This is
Dalton Castle. He's been beat up all season.
Well, Castle will be back. Ransom, by the way, and Pegasus have a score to settle, and they'll do it with the last score of their season. The world champion bucking bull race comes down to the final out, and these beasts will bring it in the championship round. We cannot emphasize this enough. It's a 6-month season, but it has been a lifetime of work to get here for all the riders involved. Guys, because we've got a moment before the actual event starts, I'd love for you both to react to that report on John Crimber, right? Coop, I know you've had a broken collarbone as well, but you were telling me before the show tonight, it was on your riding arm.
Yeah, I mean, it's night and day difference trying to ride with a free arm that's kind of holding you down. You're not able to throw that big move that he's used to throwing. So now it really is. I mean, it's all a balance game, and he's going to have to figure out another way to make it happen.
Yeah, I felt like they had him taped down, and I'm watching John there trying to figure out his range of movement that he's going to have, you know, to ride the bull up. You're controlling the balance, but your whole free arm is taped down. It is going to be a different move for John Crimber.
Hey, I'm glad you used the word control, because you guys always emphasize, right? Each rider can only control their own destiny and their own bull. Every other rider doesn't matter to Dalton Castle. He knows the job he has to do.
Só no 8 do 8 Shopee você tem 50% off nas lives do app, frete grátis com entrega rápida e 18 milhões em cupons de desconto. É oferta pra família inteira. 8 do 8. Na Shopee, compensa mais.
Coop, it has been a great list to count down. Give us your number one.
Well, it's got to be Keyshawn Whitehorse in Albuquerque this year. I mean, this was absolutely so much fun to watch in front of a packed house that Keyshawn Whitehorse was able to step up.
Dalton, you're walking into AT&T Stadium, the number one man. Give us a sense of the emotions when you made your way to the locker room.
That's awesome. You know, this is something I've always wanted. It's pretty surreal, and I'm super grateful to be here. It's exciting.
We've documented all season how you really spend time to yourself before collect your thoughts. So pull the curtain back for us. What has the last hour been like?
I've just been in the locker room by myself. I haven't been talking to anybody. I just been sitting there listening to music and just zoning in, trying to shut everything else out because I can get myself too worked up. So just trying to stay calm.
And you're a guy who always takes your time on the back of the chutes, helping other guys. Are you keeping that exact same game plan today before you get on your bull?
Yeah, I don't see why I change anything up. I'm going to watch some of these bulls buck and just go grab my stuff right before it's time to go.
Might have been stealing them.
Like any other event, you know, just have fun.
24 hours from now, you could be crowned world champion. Really in control of your own destiny. How do you make sure that happens?
Stay on my bulls.
What do you think?
It's a lot easier said than done. You know, we're at the PBR World Finals, best bulls here. And
I'm not going to be the one to
just staying content and, you know, not getting too worked up about anything.
Congratulations on a great season, Dalton. Good luck the next 2 days.
Thanks, Kate.
They haven't stopped smiling from Dalton now. We've talked about
they're trying to make me feel awkward. It's a whole
baseball team the Jerome Robinson Cup. That's what one person's going to hoist tomorrow with the world champion.
He's a home run hitter now.
Taking this long to get to. Let's talk about the wild cards, the defense, right? That really could make this very interesting. Jose Vite, Lemmy, and Clay Guyton.
Yeah, I mean, those two guys really were the hot guys coming out of
baseball.
Cowtown Coliseum, and that guy right there, Jose Vite Lemay, is not the guy you want racing.
Yeah, I mean, I start with Clay. I mean, just, you know, 1 point from him, winning the whole thing, sleeping over there. But you got to look at Jose. He's done it before. I mean, he's set so many records for high scores. And you look at the tuples he's got today. Don't think he's not going to be swinging for the fence.
Well, that's what I like to do about a conversation we had earlier, was the fact that Utah and Lemmy had the 2 best chances to win both these rounds tonight.
I think he's got the best chances to win the round and really set himself up for tomorrow. That's the guy that you got to keep your eye on. You don't want to count out this world title race, especially if those top 2 guys really has found that mojo.
Well, this is setup night, let's call it. Other sports refer to it as
just a couple of days that were 90 plus on this bull.
We've got a couple rounds that are going to really move and shake these standings. This crowd has been patient and anticipatory. The last 2 days of the 2025
that's kind of what I was talking about.
Upon us.
Likes to climb over the top of that chute gate when it's opening up.
Put on a show,
makes things difficult
and the house that Jerry built.
When we look back at this, we'll see if there's any contact.
I think right there. Well, only 4 more rounds are left in this season. 4 more chances for the world's best to make sure they are immortalized on that hardware. Seems like it should, yeah, there you go. Pretty easy decision. So JJ confirms Bob will get another one.
Yeah, and it's going to be one he's pretty stoked to have.
Who don't follow the herd. We do things our own way.
Now what's interesting, Coop, because Dickies Arena is so big, they have re-ride pens on each side of the arena. So it takes a moment to figure out which bull he'll get. And it turns out it's Tulsa time.
Yeah, it couldn't be any better for Bob Mitchell to have that bull.
Denner Barbosa, Dirty Brew.
No, this is a big, strong bull too, and they've actually matched up before. Right here last year, Denner Barbosa got a qualified ride on it.
Denner was 3 for 4 in Cowtown, but he's been blanked here so far. This will definitely shuffle the standings if he's for a second time able to make it to 8 on this bull.
Yeah, you talk about the players in the world standings and this and that. I mean, there's guys that can sneak in and kind of play devil's advocate and take away a few of the points that are needed.
Or we may.
Denner Barbosa could be that guy.
That guy, somebody had him counted out 2 months ago. He was on Velocity Tour. No thoughts of even being right here at the PBR World Finals. But Denner and his son, Joao, never counted him out.
Yeah, it's been fun to document this late season run from Barbosa.
And I saw that in you today.
And it was in Sioux Falls that his huge ride on Pegasus that really transformed his whole season.
Yeah, one of the best rides all year.
We're going to take that wheel to walk to.
But he's down just under 4, and that means John Crimber has clinched a spot in the championship
If someone
round
says it can't be
and
done,
the bonus points
that just
that
makes us
come
want
with
to do
it,
it even more.
that buck-off
And we will.
becomes huge for Crimber's chances to become a world champion.
Yeah, it is absolutely huge. And before last night, we weren't sure where John Crimber was going to end up or if he would even get into that championship round. He's ridden his way into it.
Let's be honest, right? There was talk not just amongst our TV production meetings, but amongst fans as we left the building and came into it again this morning last night. People really were asking, can John still do this?
Yeah, and to answer it now would have a completely different answer.
That's what I said. Let me wait until the end of the day to answer your question. Keyshawn Whitehorse, level up.
Well, this is a tough one. This bull can go either direction.
The strength of our nation lies in the character of its people.
Level Up just showed his smarts. Tried one thing, Keyshawn had an answer, and then tried something different.
Yeah, and I think he's hitting the button right here. He feels like that bull went down. Webb might have advised him a little bit there.
Stand up for your family.
This much on the line.
Stand up for what's right. Stand up for yourself.
Anybody else notice that when Webb goes to talk to any of us,
for others,
he goes to his ear, he's like the Secret Service now.
Yeah, he is. He kind of is Secret Service of the bull riders. Yeah, rewrite.
Yeah.
Got about 4 bulls I can run.
He's going to face smooth violation.
Yeah, that's a bull we've seen Sage Kinsey match up with yesterday. Really good bull.
So now we get to watch a guy who, especially last night, we were telling you, really did have a quiet chance to steal this world championship away from some of the bigger names. Not sure if the math still works towards that end goal, but as Coop keeps mentioning, there's $50,000 on the line just for the round. Paulo Rossetto, right hand down again, facing Mystified.
Do something great.
I hope he's ready to go fast. Mystified. He digs around those corners and is about as fast as any bull
Keep doing it
I've
until
ever
it's
seen.
easy. If everyone's running away from
And there it is confirmed. He is out of the hunt for the world title.
Take it on.
Coop, you mentioned the need for speed.
We grab
Rossetto
life
just a tick
by the
behind.
horns and write our own legends.
About like Lightning
And then
McQueen,
let
just
other
super
people tell
fast. And
Be tough.
the difference is
be
Lightning
true,
McQueen goes left.
And if you're going to do it, if you want to live this kind of life,
Rossetto
you just got to do one
stays
thing.
behind Brady Fielder
And that's
in
be
the overall
cowboy.
standings, just in front of John Crimber.
We're Americans.
Paulo,
And this is the PBR.
You just see him fighting it as soon as he comes out of there.
Yes, everything is bigger in Texas.
Great
It's the
bull.
biggest Saturday night party the PBR throws all year. Inside one of the biggest, most iconic venues in sport. A special welcome to our Cowboy Channel viewers as we bring you the 2025 PBR World Finals.
He was one of those guys
World
that
number
really
one
didn't
Dalton
want that
Castle
break
has
to
had
happen
an
because,
amazing
he
season,
did all go
but he
his
needs
way.
another
Yeah.
amazing weekend to make
That's
sure
gonna
he
bring
wins
up
Lucas
his first
Divino
gold
buck against the bull. All the great rides
really
along the way
isn't
won't matter
one
much. Anybody
after
won.
tomorrow afternoon.
Jailer
Falls short
of his 3-0.
Ransom's little
We
brother.
already have a man in the
just
chute
gotta feel
in
like
these first 5.
he's following in
Very
those
important.
footsteps.
Are guys
Because
that
he gets
came out
better and better
of
with each out.
redemption
He
earlier
might be a
this
little
week
trickier
in
than Ransom
Cowtown.
to ride.
They
Guys, I was in the long run for
rides
the
either
draft,
in this
and the biggest
round
surprise
or
of
in
the
round
night
2
was
tonight.
Divino
Their
picking
season
Taylor.
is
A lot of
over.
guys
Yeah, they've got two
thought they were
opportunities
gonna
today to get the
he
job
would
done.
go
If they can't
first,
get a
but
bull ridden
Divino
today,
sees
then they're out for the
something
rest
here.
of the finals.
Cord, we start with Jan Victor Cunha aboard Velvet Revolt.
I like his pick right here. You're talking about the draft round that we're looking at in round 1. We've got 4 different rounds in. All the guys get to ride in every round. I think tomorrow we're going to see a round. It's a whole round of short rounders. The best 25 bulls in the world. But I think this is a good set. If you've got to get one down, this is a good one to start your your weekend or your world finals with right here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the best opportunity these guys have to get one on the board. Velvet Revolver being a little bit more difficult to win,
the other guys stayed away from
Jan Victor Cunha's got to make the most of his opportunity today if he wants to see tomorrow.
Well, what's interesting for our new fans that you should know about the draft, it goes, or it went, I should say, right, Coop, in this round,
Luke is still
in world
smiling,
standings
though.
order. So that means rule number 1, Dalton Castle, had the pick of the litter.
Yeah, you let that guy get the pick of the pen. You might want to keep your eyes peeled for that one.
Yeah, but these guys coming in this way,
but
he's like just saying there's the chance. This guy's got a chance. It's been 364 days to get here, and here it is.
Let's go back. This is Alex Takeda. Velvet Revolver. There definitely does not fit like a glove as Cunha takes some seconds at 2.9. I'm going to touch Mike's
He just gets beat out of the chute right here. That's Velvet Revolver is so hard about it. A little long jump so right here, getting the guy set up, and if you make it around there, he's going to ride like a Cadillac, but you've got to get around that first
There's
corner.
something going on around there, and like, I've never been on that bull, so not knowing the field, but watching Tara V get, I guess, get pulled down on that bull today. He's moving forward. He's got a little step to him that makes him ride a little bit different. I'm worried about him limping. I mean, he's got the bull here just another hour. He's got to ride to advance to Sunday.
No, 157 ounces, he still get the best guys.
Back on our event format. You guys have hinted at it, right? We start with 25 riders at least tonight over 2 days each. If these early guys get right, they do get 5 rounds. Here's that the 5 redemption riders. But it's really right about the points and the money available.
Tulsa time is the ultimate bull. Yeah, there's a ton of points and money available here, especially these top guys in the world title race. Got a ton of time. It's going to come down to that last round.
Yeah, even if you're not in that world title race, you go to that bottom line, $350,000 for having a really good 2 days. Yeah. Now we're talking about some real money.
That'll work. That'll get you out of a couple jams. Daniel Keeping, meanwhile, facing Montana Jackets. There's Cord McCoy, who has a certain bull by the name of Pegasus that might maybe his second world champion buck bull. That's going to be decided in a little bit. The championship round at the moment. His bull Tulsa time really has been not just his daughter Tulsa's favorite bull, but a fan favorite for him.
It's been a fan favorite, a rider favorite, and it's definitely one of the cooler bulls to have. One thing we don't talk about a whole lot is the nerves of a stock contractor when you've got a bull in the race.
Giving Tulsa time. Scooby snacks a little pep talk. Yeah. By the way, I did text Cord earlier and say, hey, what kind of pep talk are you going to give Pegasus before he's out today? What was his answer? He just sent me a cowboy hat emoji and a smiley face, so he didn't really let me in on the secret.
Let's not lose sight of the fact that while he's whispering in the ear of Tulsa time, it is his beautiful bride, Sarah, on the back doing all the work.
Yeah, Matt, I'm glad you mentioned that because I texted him that as well the other night. And I said, you're down there talking to the Dallas Cowboys. There you go. Montana Jacket fits perfectly. And Keeping Tulsa time did not have the out no matter what. And that
this is just a great bull ride for Dan Keeping right here. This is how you want to start off at your World Finals at the AT&T Stadium. I mean, when you have a bull that's been around, he's bucked you off 2 other times, you get a chance to win. It's a great place to do it.
And you can't help but bet on Daniel a little bit. You watch how he finished. He come out of Cowtown just the other day, kind of riding good, and that confidence carried on to AT&T today for him.
Well, absolutely. 88 top order.
Yeah, just how you want to start it off. And like I said, this bull's bucked him off twice before. Dan Keeping left at Cowtown Coliseum on a heater. He starts it off here the same way.
Third time's the charm, and what a place for it to be, too. What was the difference maker?
Just finishing it this time, just finishing the job. So, trying to get one more down now.
A place like this, to get a ride like that, what does it mean?
It's just no bigger blessing than to get the opportunity. Just thank the man upstairs for the safety and the chances every day.
Good luck coming up, Dan.
Thank you.
It's Felipe Furlan in the chutes, but Cord, let's go back to you and I talking about Daniel Keeping right last summer. He set a record during teams for riding 10 in a row.
Yeah, there was something about him. Never go on a world title race, and then you watch him a couple seasons riding for Texas. I mean, like, where has this guy been the whole time? I keep waiting for him to put a whole regular season, the UTB together and take his own run at it.
Furlan facing What's Poppin'.
Really cool little bull right here, and his name's super fitting. Man, pops him right up to the front of the chute. We're going to have to reset and re-pull.
Yeah, that is definitely going to leave a mark as Felipe Furlan is dazed and confused. confused, it looks like. But What's Poppin' did exactly what you started to talk about, Coop.
He did. You know, that bull's got a little bit of a hair trigger in there as he's starting to slide up towards the front of this bull. Crams him right to the front of the chute right there.
Yeah, they got pads that go 6-8 inches down there. I think he hit right below the pads there.
Yeah. What's Poppin' doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Our next rider looks like they're going to move on. Maybe we will stay with Felipe, but if they do move on, there he is. Rides for the Texas Rattlers, just like Daniel Keeping. It's Claudio Montaña Jr. He faces Blown Away, Coop, and statistically, this looks like a pretty good chance.
Yeah, this is a great bull right here. He's going to be around the right with some forward movement. I've been on this bull before, and he got me bucked off around 6 seconds. He just does not quit. That forward movement keeps coming. So Claudio's had some success on him, 86.5 earlier in the year.
Claudio, another one of the guys from that redemption group that needs a qualified ride either right here or later on this evening in round number 2. We've already seen Daniel Keeping very calmly go about his business. Claudio's now on the clock. If he doesn't nod before it gets to 0, it's an automatic disqualification. Claudio's now 2 for 2 against this bull. Coop, as you hinted at, 86.5 the last time. Is this going to be there, above, or below?
You know, he kind of took off there towards the end of this ride, so I'm looking somewhere 84, 85 in my opinion. You know, this is a good bull ride for about 6 seconds.
Yeah, he had to do all the hard part, like you said, blown away, moved forward the whole time. Get over in there a little bit at the end and blown away, moved ahead. I don't think he's even going to come close to challenging the 88, just those last 2 jumps stepping away.
Well, you're both right. It's only 84.5, and I say that
it's all
only
about love for the
in air
sport.
quotes because that
Love
is a
for bull
qualified ride, and it will keep him in these World Finals for another day. We're now going to go back to Felipe Furlong. Colorado State University. Still going to be the bull. What's Poppin'? Last time we saw this bull was last week at the Cowtown. I believe it was Friday. That region all-star
been a really good ride on 87.5 points. You know, this is really right in Felipe's wheelhouse.
Kicks off live performance.
I see him hold on to his vest there a little bit. Well, those vests, the top of them are Velcro. Get a better hold of it than the Velcro. Somebody, you know, they call it your buddy giving you a chest. He'll put his hand in front of his bull on What's Poppin'. You know, kicks up in there can stop you from going forward because your hand is tied to that bull. He can jerk you down in the chute right there. That's what you're looking for, is a little help.
Exactly right.
Well, look, we've already seen 2 of them ride. Both Daniel Keeping and Claudio Montaña Jr., but this just re-emphasizes, right, Coop? What we saw midweek in Cowtown, the guys that fastest and hardest to ride in the
championship. They've handled the pressure really well so far at AT&T Stadium. Felipe's got a good chance to do it. Again, on What's Poppin', he's on the clock. Those are the nicer bulls this year. But if you have all the bulls on the right, Bug National, Firefighter, Red Demon, odds are stacked against you pretty heavily.
Felipe Furlong. Those championship round matchups. What's Poppin'? We don't know into a bucket of popcorn until he likes it. The 15 are decided. Some more on that, Cody Lambert.
I'd love to see a young guy come in here and just handle the pressure like they are right now. You know, we've had 4 out, 3 guys with qualified rides.
I just want to make sure he knew
they've been
this
really
was
good
far from over. And I told
quality
him, you are
rides as
not
well.
done.
Yeah,
He looked at
88
me and
points
said, no,
I love to see these guys, you know, but they earned their way here. You talk about Cowtown, they stepped up to the plate there. They craved this opportunity. They are taking advantage of it. And I love to see that from these first 5 guys.
A number of other ones. And yes, you cannot give up until everybody's done.
Don't celebrate too quick.
Because What's Poppin' said, fine, you rode me, but I'm still going to come after you.
You can blow the whistle. They don't make the bulls stop every time, so watch out out there.
Finals. Well, Court, as the stock contractor, give us your opinion right of how big this arena could with one ride as well.
It is a big stage. It's the biggest stage that most of these bulls are on. And you know what they Maybuck, they give them a huge, they give them 20 acres out there. The bulls can do anything they want to. So when they kick and spin right there, this is what they're loving to do it. But hey, this is the best of the best.
He's a guy that doesn't really have all the
Jeremiah,
this
is an important out for him. He is still in the Rookie of the Year chase, but Buckoff's here too, in fact, would give the title to him. Glad you mentioned.
There's a lot on the line for Lismar here. You know, he's really trying to hone in on this Rookie of the Year race, and he's really close, but he's got to get the job done today just to be able to have a chance again tomorrow.
I like how
Chamito tem lactobacilos paracaseiros, benefícios que ajudam no cuidado e na imunidade. Chamito é coisa de
something else. I mean, a lot of intensity, and you get behind on one like that, there is zero room for error and makes it really hard to catch up. 44.7 on the bull score. Yeah. Just here at Dickey's, we've had right at 30 bulls with 44 plus.
So that will bring up the Idaho man, Trace Red. Another tough bull for a lot of guys to get by. Chicken in black. It looks so good.
Big bull here.
For so long.
He's pushing that 2,000
And then
range.
Alakazam
When you
lands
watch
the
him buck,
plane
it's nothing
at
that's real flashy about him. He's just big and strong. And this looks so good for 7 seconds. You just got to keep your foot on the gas. Keep riding. You got to ride through the whistle.
That's it. I mean, as soon as you're about to start
right
counting the chicken.
Trace goes
it's all over with the shout. I mean, the judge started about looking down. Alakazam just one step forward another way. And you can see it just
get ejected that quick. We'll take a look back at the Bass Pro Shops replay here.
Our fans might not know, or new fans might not.
About trying to hold on to 2,000 pounds.
Hits the button. That's the challenge button. Not only the rider, but anybody on his behalf can hit it within 30 seconds of the ride ending. So he's trying to find basically half a second from Alan. Goes back to Riley again.
Yeah, he's going to make sure the clock stops at the right time. His whole season could be on this ride right here. He's trying to make sure that everything is done correctly. I mean, it's like the judges did how great the bulls are, and to see Riley grow in the sport too over the last several years and be able to put together such an elite group of bucking bulls.
Declined. So here's Michael Lane. He has a chance to make the championship round. So as Coop noted a moment ago, 3 of the 5 guys that came out of redemption did their job. Johnny Day, they're moving on tomorrow. Everybody gets 2 out
go to the right. Just like the couple of bulls he's been on the last 2 days.
Will get another chance to extend their season today. Just needs to stay safe in there. Now we get into the game. We're going to have a moment. Let's go back and show that round winning after last weekend. That was a top Derek Baba, your great friend and teammate on the Carolina Cowboys. He had some work to do, didn't he, that last day at Cowtown, but he got it done.
Yeah, it wasn't given to him. He had to earn it. He's going to have to earn it on this one. Jose Vitorleme just rode this bull the other day for 89.25 points. He's got a chance to take the lead.
Dad,
I like the way Baba did it, though. I mean, he showed his veteran ability and the different angles that he can ride. I know it was everybody how much 3 different directions.
Yeah, multiply by
to me, it just showed his presence of a veteran bull rider.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons, right? Why Coop, you and your whole Carolina Cowboy organization loves it, right? Had a laugh about that is the purity, right? Of kids in a number of ways.
Yeah, we talk about guys being one-dimensional, being stuck with having to ride one way or the other. Derek's not that way. He can ride bulls left, right, pick him up, going back the other way. I mean, he really is such a talented rider.
I think messed up leaving Triple on there, though, because this is where he shines. I mean, he rides every direction.
Johnny
this one is better.
Seems a little demure at the moment, but will that change? He had it, right, Coop? I mean, look, Michael's going to get a new one. This better than I can, but we've got another re-ride.
He put a lot of pressure on his hand when that bull went back to the right just to play catch-up and cut him off. And when he did that, popped the rope right out of his hand, and he
Magic Hunter would be his bull.
Back with this one because he had this one wrapped up. Perfect.
Yeah, we've talked about it several times throughout the regular season. Triple Odd got rode by Jose the other day, and he thought, hey, I didn't like that. I've got some changes in there. That's a switch in directions we haven't seen in a while.
We don't get to see Michael Lane at this level very often, so he's not as familiar with a lot of these guys. A lot of these bulls as these guys are.
Do get a sense, right? And I want to tell our new fans why that is. You've had a number of great ones over the years. Have you noticed as we look now at Sandro Batista aboard Lights Out? Can you notice when your bull comes back from an out after he's been ridden?
Yes, especially the best of the best. I know riding solo, but his best out. If they rode him, the next time would be one of his very best out. He didn't like it. He brought the heat.
His dance partner. Batista, remember, has been dealing with a thumb injury on his riding hand. He went 1 for 4 laps in Cowtown. That was that great ride aboard Say Win.
The finals on a good note. This is definitely one of the bulls that you can win around by.
Lights Out very quickly turns the lights out on his round.
Man, I would have bet this would have went the other way. I had Sandro winning this matchup. You don't ever see Sandro just break down his core immediately like this right here. So
It's not you. I'm just shaking my head. I mean, it's not just us, it's stats. You roll through there, the highest percentage matchup of the whole night is this matchup right here. You talk about getting proved wrong real fast.
He gets a ton of credit, though, Coop, right?
You know, like you said, you just had this going in the win column right there, 44 injury like you did, out by him, fight through it, missed opportunity for Sandro.
Quick buck-off's going to give him a chance to highlight the big ride from last weekend. Nashville Stampedes, Alan Sosa. Let's go back and show him atop this year's world champion. Man, nice job.
Man, what a ride this was. I mean, if you want to step up at the World Finals, pick the man hater. Shows that you can run them all.
Well, you got Alan Sosa, one of the highest riding percentages across the board. Had the opportunity in front of him and brought it to the table. What a great ride from both athletes.
One of those crossing guard vets, was he couldn't stop smiling. Not only after the ride, but when we saw him 3 days later in the box, he was still smiling, but he just came to visit at Redemption.
Yeah, he's going to be smiling for a long time about that one.
You celebrate that one for the rest of your life.
This is Snapchatter, a very different bull, but he's been on this bull twice, and both times he was successful.
Yeah, he's been 86 and a half, and I would expect about the same today.
With haymakers.
Well, he's been on it 3 times and hasn't found the answer yet. This bull is different than most bulls. A lot of bulls that spin to the left, they want to throw you off to the right. This particular bull wants to bring you down to the inside and butt you off to the left. So Thiago Salgado,
he seems to be flying off.
Well, if I'm Alan, I say go ahead and buck the next bull real fast. You're going to get started because it's tight. It's right there at that 8 seconds. Oh, I think if they watch it again, it's 7.9. I bet he's just like, yo, go ahead and buck the next ball. Let's go.
Hey, this is just like playing football. You want to run up there and snap that ball, so they don't have time to go back and look.
Tossed. They are indeed just making sure with this one, if he does get to 8, it would be the 4th qualified ride early on in our first round.
To the inside. Yeah, you got to keep in mind, these rounds pay $75,000. I mean, there's a lot of money every time they nod their head.
Yeah, we would have been talking about back to that event round.
That's exactly right.
Earlier, when you put together 3 good days, Cord,
deciding factor, and it was there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even if that's not enough points to win the round, you go ahead and chip the first bull off, and you got a good one draw for the second round, and you're going into Sunday, you know, looking at a lot of cash.
2024 PBR World Champ Casio Diaz. To see a score. This ride could earn which means they really are spotting the championship round replay truck frame by frame. Go the distance aboard, and it just popped up.
No, this
85 and a quarter, guys.
Really tricky. You don't really know really just a solid ride. If he would have went on and finished that ride a little stronger, this would have been 87 or so. Good thing is he's got one on the board.
All right, well, the guy prepping in the chutes, everybody should recognize that helmet and that body. That is already had PBR World Champion Shako. Send it down to Kate.
And a piece of hardware he received since last time we saw him in Cowtown, guys, that he did not want is the cast feather that is on his left arm. And he did tell me that they did diagnose it as a broken wrist on his left arm. And as for the right hand, he said it's been incredibly sore, but he is confident in how he's able to grip the rope. He said the biggest difficulty is what you're seeing right here. Getting some help on the back of the chutes to make sure my rope is exactly in the position that I need it to be. But with a smile on his face, he said, it's the World Finals, and this gets me excited every time. So we call him the Iceman, but I'll tell you, those emotions are real, and they're running. You could see him in his face, guys.
Everybody's treating the same.
So true, right?
You know, as much as you would like to feel like, maybe they're going to give you another 10 seconds.
He was the same way with me, right?
Pretty flat across the board.
We'll call it in his later years. He is showing a little bit more emotion because he's such a great guy. He's such a caring guy. Shut the door. You can see, and there's Silvano Alves, by the way, with his mentor. It's just fun, I think, for our fans to see this other side of his hand.
Yeah, it is. You know, he's been a guy that really has handled the pressure in every situation he's ever been faced with. No, it is. It's good to see that softer side of Kaiki.
This does not happen almost ever. You cannot blow your shot in the chute.
Kaiki there. That's Callum Miller as well, not a part of the event. He did not advance out of protection.
Diaz done. Well, that's a great example as he lands with a round at the finals. Really why he has the nickname the Iceman. Because when he's on the back of a bull, he becomes a stone cold machine, dude.
Yeah, he sure does, man. rides this one like a day off right here. And this is what you've seen in a kayak for 10 years now. I mean, this guy is just
the next time
knocking him out of the park, one right after the other. He doesn't let that broken wrist bother him whatsoever.
86 points scored at our Space Cowboy event.
Just wrap it up real fast.
His
and
coach,
you wonder what the difference in balance is like. Here's be balanced. Here's 3 more pounds to hold in your hand, and it did look like it got heavy there at the end.
Yeah, you don't ever see that kind of emotion out of Casio
pretty incredible
Diaz.
indeed. And there's Silvano helping him get the helmet off, but teamwork makes the dream work.
Jumping right there.
Everybody congratulating a guy that has almost
who carries who
an
back in the sports
unmeasurable number of qualified rides as we transition to his compatriot Denver Barbosa
Taylor facing
Kippers, Rippers.
Just another really solid goal for him. And it's so exciting when you get to see these guys pick a bull that they feel like it's going to fit them, because it feels like every matchup is set to be a big, scary one. This one you better try to find some
very
excitement.
Impressive set of bulls. I mean, you look at the 25 top to bottom there.
Strong.
Man, it's a set of bulls that you would just dream of going in and drafting. Whether you're number 1 or number 22, they're all so good.
He's on the clock too, and it's ticking.
Yeah, I mean, Denner goes the distance, but the clock. Coop, I'm glad you picked that up, because as you can tell, I'm at the point in this World Finals that our fans know, right? It's going to end up being a score. You see that clock getting down.
Well, he's got 30 seconds to go and hit the button, so if he's going to hit it, he needs to do it.
Nothing we say is going to telegraph it.
Yeah, I mean, they can't hear us up here.
Somebody hit it
just,
for him.
You start hoping.
That's what I was fixing to say. I was like, how many buddies you got back there? Somebody get that thing while I'm celebrating over here. I remember earlier in the season when we see John Tripper hit a couple times.
Or as you said,
and then forgot to
injuries on
pay.
both sides. Well, conveniently. That have really Alan Jordan hurt him all in action long, and may continue to hurt
rules
him.
If you can't touch yourself or the
deal
bull,
with it in his career.
They're going to be looking at both of those right there to make sure there was no contact with either one.
Re-ride, what a great pairing for him.
It's close. A couple of minutes there.
Yeah, these kind of shafts floating out there that look
at Denner. Denner's already given his view. Thumbs up on the left box. Will miss out on the championship round by, it looks like, 1 spot.
And that's going to stink, because he could have advanced that by a lot. It's got to be conclusive to the slap. Guys typically don't have an issue with
Great crowd, by the way, here at AT&T. They were
even if you missed that first round.
Last night during the Kid Rock.
It's an uphill battle.
Rodeo. So barring injury, we haven't had an injury report in a while. Boy. We don't know if that is not going to sit well with Denner, Dalen Swearingen, or this crowd. But did you notice there he is, by the way?
That's a judge with a really sharp eye to catch it the first time.
Yeah,
you would not think
remember some of the rides he put together that year was
where
so
another coach
phenomenal.
would say, let's take another look
Marco
at that in slow-mo. That'd be the only other time they'd catch that.
Got another re-ride. Already seen 5 qualified rides. Coop, you mentioned when you found out the Bull Magic Hunter that he's first back on the scene and reclaimed the #1 Rookie of the Year ranking.
Matchup to the
no
one that
secret
last night that he won the round
title.
He's got enough bulls, maybe to win the round, but definitely be 90
The one and only AT&T Stadium is the stage for all our Cowboys. Michael Lane can't believe it himself. Ladies and gentlemen,
it was all dialed up the way he wanted it to go. I mean, he couldn't have handpicked a better bull and had a better start than he had right here. And just pops out of the rope. And that goes back to not being able to go back to the locker room and
You're definitely on your way, Wasted Days.
No,
missed opportunity.
There is no championship round in his future. As Wyatt Rogers said, that's okay. You'll be back another year. We'll be back.
I want to meet him so bad.
Don't do it, little brother. Never meet your heroes. They always let you down. I met Vin Diesel once. Total jerk.
Mr. Diesel, I'm a big fan. And so is my buddy, Copper Point Swagger. Mace?
I am from Canada, where we prefer a dry sauna. Where do you come down on this issue? Ah! You honor me with your aggression.
Long story short, I'm banned from all the Fast and Furious red carpet events, which seems totally unfair.
Here's a chance to own a piece of the PBR World Finals. Get the QR code now to get access to authenticated World Finals memorabilia, including Ride Worn collectibles. Scanning the QR code also registers you for access from the realist battle for the gold buckle. World #1 Dalton Davy, world #2 Brady Fielder. It's interesting, isn't it?
One more ride.
The difference
in round number 8
excelled statistically.
And the ramifications, we got one home run hitter and one that just constantly keeps his foot on the gas and keeps getting the job done.
Yeah, we saw that in the PBR team, the grind that Brady Fielder does, just the consistency that brings to the table. And like you said, Dalton just keeps putting up them 90s. It's hard to beat.
Time to bring in our big boy, Matt West.
What a huge ring advance.
Brady, you spent a lot of this season as the guy that everybody was chasing. Now you are the guy chasing the world #1. What changes in a scenario like this?
Stakes for Keyshawn.
Not a lot changed,
right
really.
here.
Just keep doing what I've been doing, and that's what's got me to where I am
into
now.
that championship round. Sits 11th
Get the job
overall.
done. I'm looking forward to it.
And to do something that hadn't been done since 1998, become a world champion from the country of Australia. Have you had any conversations with Troy Dunn?
Decide the championship between Fielder and Crimper.
Thanks for that.
Well, it can also change which bulls they have matchups of the world. You know, there's another layer to that.
With the family here, are the emotions any different here at AT&T Stadium than they were a week ago in the stock cars?
Good bull, bad bull.
Yeah, not really. I'm just thankful for the to be here and see what it's all about.
Key, stay on top of smooth violation.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
And again, Coop, I mean, you share a locker room with these guys for half a year. I mean, that is Brady Fielder every single day, isn't it?
Yeah, the demeanor never changes for that guy. He's here to ride bulls, and the rest is going to take care of itself.
I think that has something to do with the riding percentage. Being able to show up the same way, the same style every day. There's not a change. It's not a high and low for Brady. He just he clocks in and does the job.
Macaulay left, showing you,
Keyshawn, I mean, he's trying to grit it out. Everybody right now is beat up at this point in the finals.
Man who rides for the Kansas City Outlaws. So what that last ride has decided, his own cause. John Crimper, from what I read, right? He's been on Buffalo Heifer before, but when it was a few years ago, it turned out to be a reride.
Yeah, it didn't go his way. It actually did go either one of their way. Colton Hevelo at the Coliseum, he really impressed me. He really made some good rides.
But Brady Fielder,
he's one of those kids that he gets on the street and gets some confidence on his side. He feels like nothing can buck him off. So I look a big thing for Colton here.
Yeah, we've seen Colton, the last couple of years just develop. It's neat to watch a young guy kind of have the fresh ideas, the fresh legs, even a different style, and watch him develop and learn to ride this caliber bull has been good to watch.
Yeah, take this event title. He's going to need a ride. Because Luciano De Castro
is right here. A lot of good bulls. They're trying to figure out what the different grab style, what these guys are. They're swinging for the fence to win the round. They just want to be a consistent bull to get rode. This is kind of a mix match of the two. You want to win the round, but also it's not really easy to win the ride either.
Still not out of there. Finally, with the help of all four bullfighters, seems to be okay. But Coop, I can just hear your words in my head. Finish, finish, finish.
Finish and hit the button.
That's exactly what.
You know, you can't ask a kid to try any harder than this. And whenever your hand's hung in the rope, I mean, it's not from a lack of try that you're going to see this kid come down ever.
He still had his hand up. I think his feet touching the ground was going to be the first thing that they can DQ him for. You talk about, you can't say go all in any more than that right there.
Oh, and he's got a riding style a lot like Dalton Castle when he first showed up. You know, I thought, man, this isn't going to match a lot of bulls. Well, they both proved me wrong.
Yeah, back to a couple of the points you guys have made, and I'll just throw in the word maturation again. If he continues to mature as quickly as he has the past couple years, he's going to become a contender, right? He's going to become a top 5 guy because he already has the consistency. As now we look at a guy who may just end up leaving AT&T as the Rookie of the Year. He retook that #1 spot based on his 3-for-4 performance last weekend, Coop. And here Hudson Bolton goes up against the Kraken.
I love this matchup right here. You know, these two have matched up before for 87.5, and you know, this is really the start that Hudson Bolton needs here. You know, he's got a guy hot on his heels. Time to go finish the job.
But instead, the Kraken goes mythical on him and gets him on the ground court at 3.7.
I think this is one of those situations that makes bull riding harder than it really is. You can tell he just got over in there. He just wants it too bad. And I think when we go back to Dalton Castle and even Brady Fielder early in the week, just wanting it so bad, just being able to relax and ride bulls like they've been doing. What made them 1 and 2 in the world? And I think this is the same situation right here.
Well, it's really hard for a kid sometimes to walk in and see all the lights and see everybody in the stands and really just be able to walk in and have that confidence and not change the things that have got him here all year long.
Pretty evident Hudson disappointed in himself. He's got another chance to turn it around this evening. Now we're going to talk not just Andrew Alvidrez, but Cord, I think I know this bull. Tulsa time.
Oh, Tulsa time. Yeah. So I keep my daughter's name is Tulsa, and like I try to tell her to cheer for Solo all the time. She's like, no, Tulsa time is her favorite bull. I know Sarah's flaking. A lot of family up in Iowa watching the bull riding right now, wanting to cheer them all on. But hey, we talk about it all the time. This is the one sport in the world that both teams can win. I'd love to have a go-around buckle. So you cheer for this bull to buck hard, but hey, you want him to ride 8 seconds and finish it, because here it is.
Fights more than Andrew Alvidrez, and Tulsa time and AA are going to combine for a good one here.
There's Tulsa right. She's holding it all in,
Yeah, that's it. She's excited on the inside.
Yeah.
Well, that was a great one, and it actually becomes our round leader, Coop, 88.5.
Well, that's what I was going to say. If I had the pencil in my hand, I'd have this one up at the top. And, this is what Andrew Alvidrez needed. He needed to come in here and start it off with a bang. He does that, and he opens up with that outside leg and gets just the extra little point that he needed.
We've all brought up the fact that this is a draft round. In fact, right, Coop, 14 of the 25 pairs are rematches. Andrew's going to get a lot of congratulations as he makes his way through the chutes and back onto them. But we're going to swing back inside the steel, I think, right now and talk about the next young man, 20-year-old Caden Loud.
It's the final day of the 2026
against El Chapo.
Yeah, I love it when Caden Loud rides good. We seen him last year get so hot in Cowtown and ride good. We seen him start that again here last weekend. Just to continue that. Talk about those young guys that someday will be in that world title race. This is another one as well.
Yeah, and he's one of those kids, he doesn't have to have a bull that just fits him well, because they all fit him so good. He gets up in front of him, takes the power away. Anytime Caden Loud has his hand in the rope, I'm betting
John
on him.
Crimper, the National Stampede, Brady Fielder, their ride, the fact that he is on their team. That'll team series will start again in mid-July with
for each of these guys. It's going to determine their fate, whether they hold that gold buckle up or they're waiting 365 days to try to do it again.
Let's take a look at the way it's sorted out. Remember, coming into the championship round, the Bulls were all set. 15 at the top. Down to 1. Let's walk you through it. As Caden Loud tips his hat to El Chapo.
He just knows where he needs to be at all times. And it just looks so simple for him. Sits up on top of him and lets him buck underneath him. And sometimes it hurts him in the score. I feel like he's won it, but hey, if you get him road, they got to pay you.
Hey, right, just made him look too easy.
87 for
I love it. He had him tapped out.
That's another huge matchup.
Like Coop was saying, he got him a sweet spot, and he just kept rocking and rolling. Didn't even make it look too hard. Almost like getting right another round to find a good spot to jump off.
That's it. I think it was harder for him to get off than it was to ride.
I didn't have that trouble. I could get off quick.
Miller, one of the bigger ROBs we've seen so far this evening. That
I think so. Pegasus has been so consistent throughout the year.
Miller has
what you
would expect, right?
He's
Too
going to
many
show
of the
that
really good guys to get his.
Yeah, that's just being in control right there. You'll start seeing a little bit more separation. They'll start lifting that leg, showing the judges, hey, I got this.
That could be record-breaking type stuff right there. Like the fact that Caden Loud's on their team. How about this acquisition? The guy in the shoes.
That's going to be a tough matchup.
Richardson, now also a member of the National Stampede. What a round he had in elimination.
Can you see how much I'm smiling?
Here he faces short fire.
I love this matchup. This is going to be a really electric matchup for us and Richardson. Two little guys going at it. It really is. We can see a leaderboard change. We don't know what's going to happen yet. Everything's setting itself up for a lot of drama.
Well, let's look at the virtual standings. Look how much we're it all to end right now.
Those little bulls can kind of get in there a little bit more.
Because he just
but also those bulls that get all the speed leaving there, you better get your best shot at it.
But don't
Austin,
forget
a guy that has been in a runner for, for world title as well earlier in the season. If he could get healthy,
he could win the round on Ransom. That takes out 50 points, move up in the average. That's the way that lead. I mean, there's a lot of scenarios that can play out in this world title race.
John Crimmer patiently waiting with a major injury.
Yeah, and guys, he is having fun. He's over here waving at the fans, having a good time. How much of you is cutting loose and enjoying this moment? How much of you are so focused on that gold buckle?
Like Ford said, he is a guy to keep your eye on. If he can have a healthy season for a full season, I mean, this is definitely could end up with a world title.
Well, I mentioned the ride. Ford, let's now take everybody through it. This was a really good one last weekend.
Just stacked up, played great ride.
Finding the groove and making it fun for the rest of us. Good luck the rest of the way.
Any way he went, that's what
Gotta get by the world number 2, Brady Fielder, who's on the other side with Kate.
Brady, it was a random drop with a smile on your face when you saw your name next to Ransom. Is this exactly how you wanted it to play out?
I think we're going to see a reride, guys, don't you?
Definitely.
There's the flag.
Plan to pick
and for our new fans, remember, half the score comes from the bull,
talk about this
half
moment
from the rider.
right now.
The bull does not
Perhaps
do
one
his
ride away
job
from
the
your
way
dream. How do you
he's
stay
supposed
composed
to.
yet soak
And
it
in this
all
case,
in?
right, Cooper was short fire, getting too close back in the
living in the reality.
Yeah, anytime they go back in the chute, make contact with the chute, change the direction they're going.
All
they're
that
going to give
hard
them a
work
reride.
to get here paying off.
Austin looked like he was a little bit of pain right there.
It was horrible.
Go make the most of it, Brady. Congratulations on everything and good luck coming up.
Thank you very much.
Boy, and what a nice one to have for a reride.
So great to get a chance not only to hear from, again, our two guys that get a chance, the world championship, but also read the body language. What did you take from that, both of those medicines?
Well, I took it as both of them are calm right now and ready to go to battle.
To the
fire, but he does have two more whatever the fate is. They know if they put their hand in that rope and do what got them here, then hey,
no question.
At least they did their job to the best of their ability.
Quick stat check, right? I mean, Brady Fielder has faced Ransom before. It's never gone his way.
No, it's bucked him off 3 times. But in the position that Brady Fielder is in, he needs the chance to be able to be 96 plus like Eduardo was on earlier in the finals, and he couldn't have drawn it up any better.
Quite a bull cord that he's going to have as his reride point in this round.
A veteran bull. You know, I guess the other end, you don't have to fight a shoot. If he's kind of iffy about health issues, but you've got one shot against the PBR World Final, I don't blame a guy. You'd have to be missing a limb to not go at it again.
We've gotten to the point, right, of this round where these guys all had great picks. This is world number 7 coming into the weekend, Luciano de Castro, which means he had the 7th pick of all these bulls, and Coopy went with Night Agent.
Yeah, another bull he was familiar with. You know, last time they matched up, Luciano got the best of him. I would expect the same here.
Still mathematically in this hunt for a gold buckle. Buck-offs like that become very costly in these 2 rounds today. Not only a buck-off, but Cord, we heard the pop from here.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You got to get on 4 bulls right here. It's not just just riding. When you get bucked off, you get slapped around like that. Bull riding is way safer when you stay on top. That is one thing I learned. You take a few hits and bumps and bruises like this right here, it becomes your 2 days a long weekend.
Yeah, 44.5 on the bull score. And, you know, one thing I want to bring up, though, is the guys that we've seen buck off, they bucked off to the inside. They're really trying too hard. They've got a little bit, to me, that is a confidence issue.
That's a great thing to point out as this round gets into the final stages and we move on to round number 2. Next up, it's the guy that came into this weekend ranked number 10, Keyshawn Whitehorse. He chose Let Him Fly, Coop.
Yeah, this is another really good matchup, and Keyshawn has had the best season I've ever seen him have. He's been a little bit looser than what he typically is, and it's just another good matchup.
That's his father, Norbert, holding on to the vest. Right after you pointed that out, right, about the guys going onto the inside, what I noticed right there is Keyshawn was walking that fine line, right? He almost was going in, but clearly he stayed away.
Well, when you have that grit and determination that Keyshawn has, he's not willing to let that bull take him off to the inside. And he's so good and so strong and just held his way out of there.
It's worth 85.5, Cord.
Oh, yeah, he did a scouting report. He knew he was going right. He was glad that that bull bucked as scheduled because he was over in on that inside shoulder, riding it all the way around. Hey, Keyshawn, he clocked in and did his job. That's what he came to town for.
He becomes the 8th qualified ride of the round. Caden Loud rode that bull back at eliminations in round number 3, and that's going to bring up Court McFadden. Court, I talked about at the top of the show how I was surprised with Brady Fielder in terms of the top markers. I was also surprised that Court McFadden went 0 for 4 last weekend.
Yeah, that was surprising. But sometimes it's not just riding good or bad. Sometimes you just don't draw the right bulls that don't fit you. So I think that the veterans being able to just shake it off and move on, and I think that's what you're fixing to see, Court. I mean, he's been around just long enough to have that veteran mentality.
Yeah, and that's one thing I love about having these finals in 2 separate weekends. It gives a guy to sit back, set the reset button, hit the reset button, and he starts with a clean slate this weekend. So, hey, I look for big things out of Court.
Yeah, the same demeanor. We've talked about this all season long, a lot like Dalton Castle and Brady Fielder. The plan is to swing back inside Dickey's arena. Why? Because it's the epicenter. It looks like he did punch the reset button, but now he's going to have to press the challenge button as well.
Yeah, and he's going to know better than anybody else if he touches this bull or not. So if you see him run over there and hit the button, which he is, I think I'm anxious to see if this call gets first, because I didn't see anything.
All the answers we've been waiting to get the answers to. Well, we're about to find out here in just a short period of time.
This crowd has not stopped cheering for 2 weekends. Let's show you the matchups once again.
You know, I did not see it. I just heard him say something the ring director Billy talking right there when he walked by. I wonder what word he was. If he radioed something up different happened than he felt.
Well, and sometimes you have to be specific too.
Yeah, they sure do. I mean, those right there.
Court,
this whole championship round.
Well, he might have said something that I thought the bull hipped himself leaving the shoe. Like, hey, if you're going to DQ me, be sure and look at this while you're doing it as well. Don't DQ me for that if I should have had a reride before. So maybe that's what he said.
I mean, it's just really set up.
Well, I think they
for
found
everybody
spot,
to succeed
right?
if they can show their best.
If you're just tuning in, welcome to Paramount Plus at the conclusion of the 2026 PBR season. Only 2 men can win the World Championship.
You see this from the front.
That is John Crimber as well as Brady Fielder. Only 2 bulls can win the World Champion bucking gold title. Ransom
they go back to a start
Webb, it's
clock
time
there.
for your
Looking at
Busch
what the
Light
bull hit.
pick of the pen.
Well, I think this
is an
view should show us
hard
best.
one to pick, because no doubt about it, all 15 bulls that's in this last round
of course,
is the
friend.
very best bulls in the United States, Canada. You know, having the opportunity to be able to be in this moment to see what these guys are going for is huge. But my Busch Light took the pin.
Another
I've got to go with Freedom Fighter and Apollo Rosetto.
You got to start getting us cut those bulls' horns off of this. This gets you.
It really gets a lot of extension, gets high in there, has a lot of kick, a lot of intensity.
There you go. Alan Jordan says you will be rewarded. He also seems to like the 9th qualified ride of the round. Now we wait and see what it's worth. Let's send it down the cage.
While we're waiting for the score, it was worth the wait the first time around. Take us through those moments. You knew the whole time you had him down, right?
Oh, yeah, I knew the whole time. It was a little fishy there for a second, but I trusted myself.
This is a great matchup.
First weekend didn't go the way you wanted to, but turned it around on the biggest stage. How big is this?
I was telling my buddies I got all the buck-offs out the way, so it's all up from here.
He's been riding pretty solid.
Great ride. Good luck coming up.
Thank you.
It's worth 86 and 3/4. He's going to like the sound of that. Moves him into the top 5. Coop, and I know it's one of the reasons you're so happy he's going to be a Carolina Cowboy, right? He really has matured a lot over the past season. He can ride and he can with either hand down.
Here's your tonight. He's a guy that's really grown up in his riding. To me, I mean, that really is such an advantage, especially in those pick rounds, because you can go in there and pick a bull that, hey, they go either direction. You just put your hand in the rope so they spin into your hand, and you know if he's confident in this pick and the one that he thought he should have, then it's going to be a good one.
They had 15 best because he came in as the number 8 starter championship round standings, but you know he only competed, remember, Salgado 2 rounds last weekend because of that form. The clock has started.
I think nursing one arm And the other thing about it is that he's got one of the younger bulls of the whole pen. You look at a lot of the other bulls, they've got so many stats. But this Plowboy is one of them kind of on the rise. He's continuing to get better. There's a great bull last weekend where you watched him in Cowtown. He's swinging for one of those go-around wins. He's not just trying to get one road. You know, he's going for the big round.
Huge bull score.
So this next pair ramification for Rosetto, but it's another qualified ride. Maverick Smith. It's going to be a re-ride option. That means Marco Rizzo will be the Rookie of the Year.
For 5 seconds, he was headed for a go round right here. Firefight. He was one of those bulls on the column that you do not want. So Mav Smith is going to have to dig deep
the bull did everything he could for the 6-7 seconds, and he always won. Always bucked the off. He's like, the guy's still there. I don't have another answer.
Well, it's only 74 and 3/4 into quite the dogfight. That his rewrite to win Dirty Brew.
And that's a great bull for him. Great opportunity. One that's a little bit,
because Maverick Smith made it interesting over these past 2 weeks.
Would be able to handle these lights a little better. You see Plowboy, you talked about how young he was and how good he was at Cowtown Coliseum. These guys. But this is the first time he's been ridden this far in a long time.
Yeah, you know what Dirty Brew does all the way from 1 all the way through 8 seconds.
He's still trying to figure this out.
Yeah, they're just trying to put it in there. That bull likes his shoulder on the chute.
Showing a lot of
being a taller guy, needs to be able to slide that knee up in front of his rope.
He's got Bob Mitchell there. He's going to keep the score. 74 and 3/4.
Going to play the long game. Looks like he's going to repull.
Well, guys, don't forget, too, the locker room is more than 100 yards away. So if you needed the left-handed glove, it's a little bit of a hike to get over there.
Exact opposite.
It's just packing a pair of gloves.
I agree.
That is a nuance, Kate, that I had not thought of. Thank you for that. Meanwhile, Andrew Alvidrez, we're showing him because he's at the top of the heat. No one has ridden better so far in this round.
Great communication with the judges right
well, there is an element to winning that just cannot be taught. A hunger and a burning desire. Jose Vitor Leme and Sage Kimsey have it. It has helped drive them to not only be the best, but the best. Credit Maverick Smith for not really, let's call it, buying into the moment, right? He has stayed methodical. He has stayed calm.
Very much a Brady Fielder approach.
Previously on Bull Stories.
I want to meet him so bad. My hero. I'm legit too.
Don't do it, little brother. Never meet your heroes. They always let you down.
Don't listen to your bummer twin. Go say hi to Legit in his locker room after this. He's a sweetheart. Loves meeting up-and-comers.
away. You know he's going to hit the button. Someone already does for him. This is for the Rookie of the Year title.
And to be this close to a dream coming true right here.
There's Legit's workout bench. There's Legit personalized mini fridge filled with Buck Bolt energy
if this review doesn't go your way.
There's Legit's horns.
JJ has to find enough evidence to put the thumb up.
What are you doing in here?
And give us the green background. If we see that, it's a score.
I don't think he's going to get it.
No. There you go. So Marco Rizzo is the 2026 Rookie of the Year. We'll eventually try to talk to him about what that honor means. But sitting inside the chute, getting ready for his chance. Well, Mav, probably wishes he'd go inside the steel to the next rider, but Maserati isn't ready yet. So we're just going to stick with Maverick, and there he is. There is Alex Cerqueda, who rode his first 3 bulls this weekend. Could not ride Mike's Motive as a re-ride earlier today. He's been paired with Maserati.
This might be the toughest matchup that Alex Cerqueda could have had. Maserati is really intense, likes to go to the right, and
90
not a very favorable bull for Alex Cerqueda.
More than a little dash of salt of his own. A top ride Salty, 90 points. Perfection. He's had to change his riding style, change the way he preps for each weekend. It has been going very well. Well, we know here in Dixie. We want it special, and we just got it. Coop, you laid it all out there. Maserati's fast start, way too much for Alex to hit.
That bull's just so big and strong, and Alex being a left-handed guy, he's got to be absolutely perfect and dialed into that direction. 45.15 on the bull score.
Number
this championship
one
round
here
is
at
stacked with
AT&T
talent.
Stadium. We've got 2 rounds
I was
for you
making my
tonight
prep
before we turn the lights off.
by the way.
I just kept looking at pull after pull after pull, leading the charge. What I came to realize was knows a thing or two about
Pegasus and Ransom were almost the most rider-friendly bulls in the championship
Well, he
round.
was standing by with me. I turned around to take a look at some of those 90s from Palm Desert and back on Manhattan, guys. This place is very large, and football players are incredible because I'm sprinting and slightly out of breath.
Doesn't get enough credit. He's big. He's
I'll
strong.
run a test to all of that. It is huge, and she is out of breath.
He's starting to gain that exposure.
Matt, it's good to hear from you, by the way.
Which is why he's in this
It's
championship
not going to last long. I
round.
can't breathe.
Okay, sorry. You guys both catch your breath because we're going to talk about one of the greatest this sport has ever seen, and also knows a thing or two about 90s, right? 85 a batch in his career, and when you talk about Lemmy, that's just a small glimpse of what he can do. That was last weekend, but I believe nobody has ridden better in their career at the World Finals. Maybe JB, but I think it's Jose.
Yeah, Jose's been phenomenal at the finals, and he's one of those guys that really can step up and swing and hit a home run each and every time he puts his hand in the rope. And I think, for me, I talked to JB this week. He's in a similar situation that JB was on the first world title he won. And JB said, I just got to go in every round. Same with Jose.
Yeah, a couple of, I guess, weekends before the end of the season, we seen Jose just turn on that switch that he does. He says, I'm after that gold buckle, and he has not let off the gas. How he's rode, how he's performed, how he's even drafted the bulls has showed in his hand what he's after.
Here we go.
Really tough. He is going to hit the button.
Well, it looks like he got the challenge
he
in.
did the last time.
Barely.
He turns
There is a time limit on hitting that button.
into a beautiful 8.
Remember, that's a couple. He is so good. I mean, just being able to ride these bulls on that outside corner, keep pushing them out there, and really get every point he can out of them.
This is going to be pretty good, and just by a whisker, he moves to the top board, 88 3/4.
Yeah, they don't ride by the whisker on the check or on the gold buckle, either one, but he did it. Coop's hit it the best. It's almost like he gives those bulls a little bit of a head start and catches up. Hopefully this thinks he's got him beat and catching gears. Great ride, Jose.
After Maverick Smith bucked off his bull, that Marco Rizzo is this
What is it about these moments that just
standing by with
takes you to another level? Marco Rizzo, I got to know what everybody's thinking. We're worried.
I was in the bathroom. I didn't know the short round had started.
To do what I do,
I got to go help John. Next thing you know, Hudson was like, hey, buddy, you won it. Congratulations. And I was like,
so fun to watch.
Congrats. Thank you. I don't know.
Coop ROB at 3.25.
So now that
it's just because he's so dominant throughout this ride and opens up with his outside leg. And this is a guy that's really going for it because he knows what his goals are.
Well, Sage Kimsey, who's next, has the same goal, right? He's won 7 world championships in the PRCA. He's here because he wants a PBR gold buckle. It's an uphill battle for him this weekend. He's banged up, but he chose down payment for it.
We've seen this bull several times, and it kind of come in under the radar. We thought, just a really good bull. They're going to ride him a lot, and he has proved us wrong. I don't know if he's had a little bit of a step forward, but there's something going on that gives these guys trouble.
Yeah, 5 or 6 seconds. He's got a little forward movement. Sage is aware of that.
Just reared back a little bit. There's Marco Aguche again, one of his good friends, trying to help get the bull in a better down payment. But didn't
back
even
to
need
what
to
you
get
said
that
first
deep
and Marco
into the
reiterated
count.
it. The fact
as
that
Sage
you
is
only
off
have one chance in your career to win that award.
I'm not going to make any excuses for Sage, but having that knee injury was one with that much pushback. You use your knees on a bull with pushback, forward movement. And that might be what got Sage Kimsey bucked off.
It's pretty special. Last week and what Sage had to go through over there.
Be the world
My goodness, you feel for it. But we talked about that bull moving forward at the end, and Sage was trying to take that away from him. You could hear the pop from the TV booth over here when it hit him.
8 times this season.
That was Sage Kimsey going at it right there, really doing what he thought he needed to do in that bull. Having a little bit more pushback stage than what he was expecting. and not
So there
really
are
set
only
the trap because
4 pairings left. Well,
very
actually, there's 5 because of that re-ride with Austin Richardson. This is world number 4, Clay Guyton. Was a perfect
you dive up in there, he'll switch things up and go to the right.
Last weekend at elimination,
this is the first matchup that I think we have a great chance to
he
get
had
a
a great
score on the
pick.
board.
Coop, he went by the way, sounds like it's
I'm
getting
so excited to see what this kid can do today and tomorrow. I mean, he's been so phenomenal the last month or two, and Clay Guyton is really in a league of his own the last month or so.
And he called his confidence at an all-time high. He said, this is how confident I was before I got on tour. I've never ridden the way I am right now.
Confident. The clock might take a dent there. He looked fantastic. At least for 4 plus, but then good riddance for it, right? As good bulls do. He just had a qualified ride.
Yeah, it's a fight all the way to the end. We've seen that several times tonight. It's just a slip of a foot right there. It's not like he was making a big mistake or something went bad wrong. No, it's one of those things when it's too easy, go at him. I mean, and maybe it's an attack switch that he should have done, but it's
I feel like
anytime you're thinking on the back one that maybe I need to open up my leg, you just need to go ahead and do it because you think on the back
so much on the line here for every single ride.
Clay, I think that's what got it.
That's the pressure on these
so
top guys.
far
They
throughout this
earn
ride,
these
there's
spots
nothing that
all
I
year
see
long to get the first draft picks, but now they get the choice of all of them, but then it's the pressure that they have to get them rode.
Still here. Yeah, that was the only thing. Well, the back halls of AT&T is Guyton heads back to the locker room, and John Crimber. Now we find out.
Replays in
I
real
tell you
time
what,
as
you
well.
shared something so interesting with me about what this pick was for John.
Yeah, for John, he texts back and forth this week about what bull would fit him best in this round, and I think it's all about getting momentum back in John's favor. He's got a bull that he doesn't have to make a big move on. He can keep that shoulder kind of tucked in, and I think John is just trying to fill it out right now.
Kind of got distracted by him a little bit. I think July is going to be right there to the left. Not very much power to fit, but there's going to be a switch of directions in there, and how he moves with that arm takedown, that switch of directions kind of got me wondering.
Absolutely huge for Dennis Barbosa. He's going to move it all the way up to number 6. What a way to finish out the finals.
Moves him. No problem with that direction change.
There's going to be a celebration in the locker room in a moment. How about that?
Look at that crowd. John Crimber, Clay Guyton, Marco Rizzo, Court McCoy, Paulo Crimber.
And as big as the ride was, the get off was even better for John Crimber. This is a big ride. I mean, we're going to be in contention of top 3 in the round.
You are 88 and a quarter.
If you ever have a doubt of commitment of these guys to go after that gold buckle or what it takes to win a gold buckle, it is a mentality like this, it is a style like this. I've got broken bone shoulder, I'm taped down, and I am going to make it work. I'm going to learn over the week to how to do this, how to ride a PBR World Finals bull, and watch this switch. I'm like, John, leave that arm taped down because it's working.
It is the month of May, but he had to concentrate on July tonight. And boy, oh boy, was it good.
Man, it was so good. You know, for John Crimber, that's just going to be a sigh of relief for him and his dad right there.
Let's send it to Matt.
Talking it over with his father here really quick. Everything about that, the ride, the dismount, it worked in your favor. How you feeling right now?
Feels great, you know. I didn't think it was going to feel that bad, but just kind of got to clear your mind and go up to him, you know. Forget about things, forget about everything else.
Great dismount on that one, by the way. Great ride. Congrats.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Austin Richardson, this is his re-ride against Smokestack Coop.
Yeah, it's a good matchup right here. Austin Richardson just has to lead with his bull and be ready for either direction. We could see a lead change.
Now this was a little bigger, a little stouter, a little stronger, and smarter, I guess. Austin got to stay in the middle.
Smokestack snuffs out Austin's chances at 5.
That's just one of those bulls you got to focus on the up and down more than you do the direction, because you get on the end of your arm, you're going to feel it. Austin Richardson gets on the end of his arm, and Smokestack gets a W.
Yeah, and tracking him great all the way around the corner, and the first time he just kind of take the shortcut to backdoor, Smokestack got real strong, real fast.
Yeah, just a solid bull score, 44. Smokestack, that bull's been around for a long time, been putting up great numbers.
Yeah, that I think was the bull's 51st out. Austin now being escorted out by Sports Medicine. And that's going to bring up our world number 2, Brady Fielder. Pretty obvious, nobody is closer to Dalton Castle than this man. He will make amends, he says, for last weekend. It starts with a great pick, Coop. He has been on this bull twice, 3 times. Magic Hunter, he's ridden him all 3 times.
And he's been north of 90 twice on him.
Wow.
And for a guy that really needs to step up and swing for the fences, he did that today. If he does this again, we're going to see a lead change.
Well, you got to go to all the different locations that he's been on him before, but this is home field advantage. The Martinez family just lives right down the road. Magic Hunter didn't have to go very far to get off the trailer today.
We are going to find out very quickly with Callum Miller momentarily how close this title race is going to stay tomorrow. Champion bull race. That's what he did last weekend. Only one qualified ride. And we know earlier this evening those first 2 buckles, 47-35. The wire. He can do it. But that's big. He's ready.
That is big, and it's going to require Pegasus not to increase his score as well. So with this out right here, Pegasus could drop that lowest score and increase it even more to make it harder for Ransom to catch it.
That might actually be the surprise of the night. Does he hit a button? Is there any 2 outs that will decide?
I didn't see anything, and I'm scratching my head with this one because I thought this was going to be game over.
$1 million would be the only reason to hit it.
Has been the consistent one.
But we talked about it, starting the show, just guys wanting it so bad and all even pulling themselves down.
You know what to expect when the gate opens up with
right there in
Pegasus.
the gate and then back up a little bit, and him wanting to just pull himself down there.
And it looked like to me he didn't have a hole with anything when he left there. He just slid up. And Brady's a guy that doesn't take a lot of time, but he actually slides up and gets a little bit of a hole. Talking about stuff huge.
Yeah, it's been his day turned out in a really big pin. I was just talking to Sarah McCoy, and they said he's in fight and shape, fight and weight. He's got a whole lot of grain and hay waiting in his pin after
Brady
this.
sent packing at 1.8 seconds. I mean, Pegasus certainly was fired up. Callum Miller with that punch. Underneath so that brings up world number 1, Dalton Castle, for the score. With a golden opportunity. Just showed you the average. And a perfect chance. Anything above that's going to help him. Between himself and the guy that's closest,
just so great, so consistent. That Pegasus.
Castle had the number 1 pick, and he went with let's take another look. That is above his average.
First pick. This is huge for him right here. Has a good day. Really flashing. Got a lot of power. Dalton Castle doesn't land out where he wants to show out.
Well, I like your lead. Excuse the pun, the golden opportunity, because they get a gold buckle. If you're the best ever this week, it is done. And you hope that that's not more pressure, but he has got to watch the guys go right before him and to feel the door is wide open. If I want to take a step forward, this is the opportunity. 365 days got me the number 1 draft pick, and I watched number 2 get bumped off. Here it is.
Let's get to the Paulie part of the storytelling that we've tried to do over the past 6 months, and part of the storytelling of Dalton himself.
That Pegasus just got, that was his lowest of the 3 in the interview earlier, right?
Yeah, so he's going to keep the 2 scores he already had on the board, so 47 plus is what Ransom needs to take that spot. Yeah, he's just calm, cool, collected, Dalton Castle. He's just matured so much this year and been able to handle a lot more pressure than what he has in the past, and this is the most he's ever dealt with in his whole career.
If it's 89 or better, he wins yet another round. Keep in mind, nobody's won more this season than Dalton. He's won 14 different rounds throughout the year. And he definitely has enough bull to get him there.
He's got enough bull to get in there and done so well at Castles this year. He comes down early here, but he really has made some great bull rides and was so close to ride one of the top bulls.
What's he trying to do here?
Well, I think the bull's kind of squatting back in the back.
And gets me excited.
Again, we talk about that door being wide open. Well, don't drop the trophy. I mean, it's right in front of you. And don't just want to get a great shot at him. It might be a great advantage to him. I don't know if it's cracking out the new bull rope, but had trouble with the first 2 bulls last week. He stepped back. He shook it off and started again.
Yeah, there's a fine line, too, right there of making sure that everything is right and actually, and then overthinking it. You can get in the buck and shoot, and the bull can be leaning just a little bit, and then you start overthinking and start reanalyzing everything. Right here, he made the right decision. He's going to pull his hand out of the rope. I would expect Dalton Castle to do exactly what he has all year, slide up and knock.
And help his own cause.
Right there. John Crimber, he's ridden this bull 2 times for as many as 90.75.
Into that bull, and here we go.
This is the exact matchup
into his final rep.
would have dreamed about having.
Yeah,
right
he just
here.
wanted to get him standing. I think he wants to do like Coop's saying, is start from back there where he's comfortable, slide up there and just go.
For a gold buckle.
He's waiting for Fringe Minority to get in the right spot. He does have some big horns. I don't know if his head's down just a little bit.
Like
he wants him up and leaving there clean. I mean, that first jump is the most
holding their breath. They all know.
And look at that. I mean,
those are re-ride flags when you first pick it and block it all out of his
that's
mind.
That's not something
because
you want
all
to see, is
matters
it?
No, that's not something you want to see. And for Dalton Castle, it doesn't change anything for him. You've got to show up for the next one. You got to go to the next pool, clear your head, and make it happen.
It's going to be dirty through.
And another good opportunity for him.
Clay Guyton holding on to his
just
vest.
When we thought we knew the script, something happens and a curveball is thrown.
And I like the fact that he didn't try to argue with a judge. He just knows what he needs to focus on. Gets out of the chute, takes care of business.
Ride the bull. And you talk about guys that can ride all of them. I mean, from Man-Hater all the way down, can ride every one of them. And unlike you, Dirty Brews, the second re-ride option, so not the first pick, and one that's already been turned down earlier tonight. They didn't want it.
Hey, look, you guys are...
This
said it all season long.
He
can ride anything. He actually has.
Man, this is going to be huge. And John Crimber back against the wall. What's he do, Craig?
92.9, my friend.
Yeah, and this is the first huge for him
that we have seen in the world.
And Dalton is kind of in a different category. I mean, a lot of guys, the draft list come out Tuesday, you start looking at the list,
John
and you know
Crimber
you're
just did
number one.
everything in his power to get that gold
His mind and body had to be focused on riding that bull since Tuesday.
For 2
in
weeks,
15 seconds. Take that switch. You get a different. Prepare for this other one.
Forget about it. With family and friends
we're just
looking
seeing
on. His two scores today,
how calm he really is.
91.35, 92.9.
It is very easy
That's what
to
he
tap
needed
into
coming
this
into the
excitement
day.
if you
And
want
he
to.
was
But
able to
back
accomplish it
Dalton's
big
interview
time
earlier,
stuff
right?
for
He's
John
doing everything
Crimber.
he can to disassociate from it.
Yeah, and that's how Dalton is able to handle the pressure the way he has all year long. He's not worried about what somebody else is doing, how many people are in the stands, what bull's underneath him. All he's worried and focused on is riding whatever bull runs in there and make it happen.
Guys, speaking of disassociating with everything, Dalton Castle, we talk about how big this building is.
This is a great
He
matchup
found
right here.
a room all by himself. He did not put his stuff with the rest of his teammates or anybody else in the locker room. He found a room. He got completely away from everybody, put his headphones in, and was very, very focused on the task at hand today.
Yeah, I think fans, if they saw Dalton walking around Troop on an event weekend, they might not recognize him, right? He wears that hoodie. He's totally incognito. You don't know who you're looking at.
He's like a boxer getting ready for a match. He's to himself.
Yeah, we're going to see another 90-point ride right here. He's throwing that helmet
knowing
all
what you
around.
need
He
to
is
do,
fired up.
forward back to you, right? And the task at hand. This is a
no
great
better
one
feeling
for
than
Universal
leaving the
Pro
championship
Rodeo and
round
their
on a
whole
high
team.
note.
This is going to be Dirty Brew's 42nd out. Now, I mentioned that qualified ride, right? That commented on that Dalton had for 91. This will be the fourth time that they've danced. And Dalton knows trying to get even now.
Yeah, these are two veterans in here. You know, they might just be throwing these two the ball. Just run Dirty Brew in there and you just get on it. But it is definitely two veterans in a big battle matchup right here. And the other thing for Dalton, so he's done it 100 times, but you have to go into it with the open mind. You can't ride the bull exactly like I did last time. You know, I have to do it aggressive like I did it the first time.
That's exactly right. And reason being, Dirty Brew, as he's gotten older throughout his career, he's learned this move where he switches it up and goes back the other way on these guys. So you've got to stay on your toes, be ready for anything.
He's close. John Crimber. He is our world champion for the round win. If Brady can ride Ransom for the first time out of 4 tries, this isn't over.
Yeah, how bad do you want it? How deep can you dig right here? This is what it's all about in professional bull riding. The best versus the best.
The power of Dirty Brew popped his hand out, and he's off the bat. There is no way John Crimber's going back to the locker room.
He's going to hit the button right here. He's going to try to make out 0.7 seconds, but Man, this was looking so good for 7 seconds, and then that just forward movement to the right
is either out on the
gets the rope out of his hand.
or up on the chutes.
I've seen him change it, you know, a couple of tenths at the max.
47.3
You know, he's asking for a lot there. As bad as I want him to have to write a score down,
Lots at
you know,
stake
he's
for
a
both
long
rider
ways
and bull
from
on
it.
this one out.
But, you know, like we seen last week, still right in the middle.
You've only
when
seen
Dirty
this a
Brew
few
kind of
times
sit
in
up and
history,
put all
right?
the pressure on
Where
right here.
out
I
decides
don't know if it
something
rolled
for
something
the
out right there,
rider
but the next
and
jump,
for
it
the
did
bull when
not
it
make
comes to
it.
World Championship.
And like you
This
said,
is one
he's
of
in
those
just
times.
perfect shape right This there. is one of the Just that biggest forward moments in movement. PBR history. That one right here pops the rope right.
So guys, if this stays a buck off, let's go big picture, and it does. Alan Jordan has confirmed it. The two biggest winners out of round number 1 here on the final weekend of the season are the round winner, Jose Vitor Leme, who, Coop, you talked about it. He's got to come in and basically win everything to win a third gold buckle. Check the round 1 box. The other big winner, of course, is John Crimber. For a few seconds. He's still very much in this, tying for third.
Yeah, he was the big question mark right there. He had to get through this bull
Really tough
July,
landing,
you know,
and the
but
amount
to
of
buy
try that
himself
Brady
a
Fielder was
chance.
putting out,
Check, he did that,
47.35
and now
on
it's
the
the next
bull
one. He's got
score.
Miller time in the
So
next
that
round.
means Ransom's
Those two
our
that
world
you just seen,
champion.
they got 2 bulls in round 2.
You
They get to make
just
another
announced
decision.
it to the world. He needed 47.3. Ransom has done it. Round number 1.
Just enough, and that was one of the best outs we've seen all year from a bull. Brady Fielder, the amount of heart and drive that he was given to ride the world champion bucking
and he
bull.
certainly did.
Absolutely
here to start
astronomical.
the weekend. Alvidrez second and Crimber third.
And
that
he's
means the
gonna
virtual
get
standings
a
after
score.
1/4 of our weekend. So JJ would move up to second overall.
is getting
Castle
points.
would still protect that lead
This
and therefore
race isn't
win
decided.
the gold buckle. But these virtual standings, we're going to switch them around after every round
this got
is
confusing,
complete.
so I'm just going to give
Well,
you the
bull riding's
facts
going
we're
to take
getting.
a short break, but when we come
Ransom
back,
is getting
the
called for a
championship
shoot
round
foul, which
of the
Coop,
women's
I think means he doesn't get
World
the score.
Championship.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Will
so
keep
many
the
things.
party
Doesn't
here
win.
inside AT&T going.
So Riley Gagnon confirming that Fielder will get a re-ride because of this shoot foul.
Yeah, and you know, that's a little surprising to me because I didn't see enough right there, in my opinion,
Go say hi to
warrant
Legit
a
in his
re-ride.
locker room after
Great
this. He
break
loves
for
meeting
Brady
up-and-comers.
Fielder, though.
Legits.
His dreams are still alive in this world champion race.
But Ransom's aren't.
Yeah.
Well, now we're being told Ransom's score is going to count.
Yeah, in a situation like this, when the ride went on, the score is going to count. Ransom is still going to be the world champion bucking bull at the end of the year.
Well,
Just a good
I'm
break for Brady
nobody.
Fielder.
And you're my
So
hero,
Fielder
and I just wanted
Gets
to meet
another
you.
chance to show off his form.
But
The
instead,
facts
you
land this
discovered my
way.
secret shape. that
Ransom
I've had
is
a
your
horn job. I'll wear a
2026
piece.
world champion.
Sorry, kid.
His
Never
score
meet your
counts
heroes, I
by
guess.
5/100ths of
They
a
always
point.
let you down.
He got what he
I don't
needed,
feel
Coop.
let down.
Yeah, and well deserved. I mean, that, in my opinion, was the rankest
could ever
bull
take away
going
from
up
what
and
a
down the road
stud
all
you are
year.
in
Put
the
up
arena,
some huge
Mr.
bull
Two.
numbers, and in his
But
final out,
if I may
was able to
say
do
so,
just
sir,
enough to
you
surpass
shouldn't be
Bob
ashamed
Mitchell.
of who you are. Maybe if you were to come out publicly, well, it could really make a difference.
Well, lights out had been the
on to
bull all
something there,
season.
kid.
That had helped the
A way to
guys
make
to
the
the
world a
pay
better
window,
place.
but he does not help out Bob Mitchell here.
Yeah, even the nicest of bulls in the championship round still get one every now and then.
Millions
Lights
of bulls
out.
everywhere suffer from bull pattern horn loss.
790-point rides or 1190-point rides and 7 event wins,
Average
but
buck off time,
Bob Mitchell
2.81
still
seconds.
wasn't able to make
That's
a qualified
why I
ride under
use
today.
just for bull
44.75
horn
on
loss
the bull
treatment.
score.
So, if you too
Riddle
wanna
me
be
this,
too
Coop,
legit,
man.
too
How
quick,
well have you been
seize
able
the
to
bulls
follow
by the
around,
horns
follow
and
all
use
this
what
around
I
the last few minutes? Because it's gotten a
Just
tad
for bulls.
confusing for me.
It
Anything
has,
else?
and you know,
It's
there's so
just-
many rules in situations like this that
Full stories.
that's why the rules are in place.
Absolutely, that's why you have a rule book.
The
which
best
every
women in
rider
rodeo
is
have
supposed to
stormed
know.
into Arlington.
At the moment,
And under the
the
massive
fact
lights of
star,
AT&T
Ransom,
Stadium,
is your
the
world
stage
champion
is
bucking
set.
bull. We
This
know the
isn't
guy in
just
the
a
blue
stadium.
shirt
It's a
is the
modern-day
rookie of the year.
coliseum,
But
where every
will John
second
Crimber
counts and
end
pressure
up being
fills the air.
the 2026
From the fearless
world
speed of barrel
champion?
racing
If
to
it's
the
in his
pinpoint
future,
timing of
it's
teamwork,
because of his two
to
rides
the blink
today.
and you'll miss it
The one we're watching
exclusiveness
there,
of breakaway women.
92.9.
These women aren't just chasing
top
fast times.
ticker.
They're chasing glory. with over $800,000 on the line. and a shot at history. This is more than that. It's about legacy. This is rodeo at its most electric, most intense, and most unforgettable. Welcome to AT&T Stadium, and welcome to the Women's Rodeo Championship, where history doesn't just happen, it will be made.
It's all about the Cowgirls taking over Cowboy Stadium in an arena built for champions. We're about to crown some more. It's the finals of the Women's Rodeo World Championship, and we are bringing it to you right here at AT&T Stadium. Alongside Commissioner of Women's Rodeo, Lindsay Rosser-Sumter, I'm Kate Harrison. Haley Novak will join us for all the big moments on the dirt as well. And there's something about this building that just gets your blood running.
There is nothing better than AT&T Stadium. There has never been a stage set for females in the rodeo industry like what is happening at Women's Rodeo World Championship right here tonight. We will award over $113,000 in each discipline just tonight.
The road to AT&T Stadium started 1 year ago, and now the best 20 cowgirls in the world are here for their shot of a share of $800,000. They rode and roped all week long to get it here, but now it is a clean slate, winner take all.
Absolutely. Fastest time wins. It is no holds barred, Ricky Bobby style. Let's go fast, cowgirls. Fastest time wins. You got 7 in the breakaway, 7 in the barrel race, and 6 in the team roping.
And fastest time wins. You leave here in that number 1 spot, you raise up a check for $60,000. And the first to nod their head is the team of Cassidy Boggs and Riley Smith. Worth noting, we will have brand new event winners in every single event. Riley Smith is a past champ, but that was on the header side. Now she's on the heeling side. Wait from the nod right here.
Great start for Cassidy Boggs right there. That steer kind of cuts in front of him a little bit. Riley's going to come around here, try to get out ahead of that steer so she can clean it up. Gets a time right there, and that could be a crucial time for Cassidy and Riley.
Going to stop the clock at a 10:44. There's a penalty for having just one leg there in the rope for the heeler instead of 2. It's 5 seconds. So with that, 15.44, but it does put a time on the board, sets the bar for the rest of the field and the 5 teams remaining.
Absolutely, and that is what's crucial. You know, you're going to win up to $60,000 to the winner, $25,000 to second, $15,000 for third, and then it goes down from there. But there is such a tough field here at Women's Rodeo World Championship.
Yeah, you're taking a look at a couple of the next teams to go, and the 2 pictures right there in the middle, that is going to be an incredible team of Bev Robbins and Jesse Rinsberg. There's the nod.
Absolutely, and Beverly gets it on this steer really great.
Has a chance right here to go out there and accomplish a dream that he's been chasing his whole life.
What about that for Robbins and Rinsberg? Raise the roof inside Cowboy Stadium. It's a clean run at 7:43. We've got a new leader.
Absolutely, and we had a practice session in here this morning, and Beverly was really meticulous about what was happening with that start. What a great run for Beverly and Jesse.
And as the next team of Ashton Kratz and Tamara Lewis get set to back into the box, let's go down to the dirt. Haley, the energy is incredible in here.
These women have never team roped on a stage as big as this. We have the crowd right to us, and Bev Robbins and Jesse Rinsberg just got it done. Bev has had 2022, 2023 World Championship titles. This has eluded her for the entirety of the Women's Rodeo World Championship. So if she leaves here, I mean, that's how she's wanted out of this whole deal.
But we just got even faster, Haley. Kratz and Lewis lock it in at 6.78. The Cowgirls are coming.
Absolutely. Look at this run. Ashton nails the start right there. 2 swings, makes it wear at that steer. And look at Tammy Lewis, the veteran cowgirl who was breaking glass ceilings in this industry years ago to take over the lead.
Lots of air
That'll be a Pendleton Whiskey replay that they will want to watch over and over. And rightfully so.
Well, the more room
now we're going to the
has,
team
the
of
better
Marky
he is.
Battaglia and Mandy Neeson, who, by the way, Marky has been dating for a very long time, Shane Sprout,
right
who is Mandy's brother, and he just proposed less than 1 week ago.
Well,
so
look,
future sister-in-laws roping for $60,000
I mean, maybe he's got a career
And these
change
cowgirls
to
had
break,
a great practice session this morning.
I would bet
They
not.
were ready with the start. Shane was there to
Shakes it
coach
off.
Marky through this.
We'll see him
Let's
again,
see what they
that's
can
for
get
sure.
done.
It's time to highlight Manuelita
Marky just so happens to be my lifelong best friend. We grew up rodeo together, and to see her on this stage. Let's go, Cowgirls.
Season. But if you're going to make another
And
one,
what a great
you make
steer
this
there,
one.
getting
you
going
make the one
across
at the
the
World
arena.
Finals, it pays all the money. Manuelita de Souza has a huge opportunity here. This is
No
a
matter
bull that
what,
could fit in
all of the Cowgirls
to a
that
team.
made
Big,
it
strong
here
bullies
to
swept him off
AT&T
before
today
earlier this
will
year, but
receive
Manuelito's
at
riding
least
better at this point than he was in
$2,500 for
February.
being here today.
Well, 8 seconds can make or break a champion. Don't miss your shot to see the heart-pounding film of a retired rodeo legend risking it all to save his grandson. Go ahead and click the QR code to get your tickets now for the last rodeo in theaters May 23rd.
At Championship Sunday.
Halfway through the team roping here, 6.78 leading the way.
Ooh, oh, he took a stomping
That
at
is the team of Pratt's and Lewis.
Thankfully seems to
But right
pop
now,
up like a daisy.
in the box,
but in
Ashley
those 2
McIntyre,
seconds,
Christy
Mike Cummins
McClure.
free slaps.
Yeah, he came
This
down early
is
with
a
that
great
free
little
hand and
team.
just could
Ashlyn
not
was
get it
the
off of
youngest
him.
cowgirl to
It
compete
was
at
sketchy
Women's
there at the
Rodeo
end,
World
tagging that
Championship
left
this
leg.
year, and she waves it off the horns right there. That is not
Right
what
there,
they
just
wanted
took
to
a
do
shot.
tonight. But we'll take a
Webb
look back at this
there.
run right
the rest
here.
Of the team, as he
And
always
Cashlin
did.
just 14
I feel like
years
that's gonna be
old.
one of those things
And by the
that-
way, she has a
Starts to
barrel
hurt a
breakaway
little
horse
bit
and
more
shipped
than
all the way here from
Dave.
Australia.
Yeah, for
So this is a cowgirl that will go to the other side of the globe to get the horses she's riding. And you can see the disappointment, but oh, she'll be back for years
Brady
and years
Fielder
to come. And that takes us down to
goes
just
down.
one team left in the team roping.
rewrite
Kelsey
opportunity.
Kepion and Jordan Castro
this
being
rewrite
left to
10
nod.
in our championship
And
round
they've got
today.
to beat Pratt
Goes
and
you down one of
Lewis
the ones that
in
a
that
lot
time
of guys
of
have ridden.
6.78 to leave here $60,000 richer.
Never changes for him. It's
And
stay on,
let's
make
not
the 8
forget,
seconds
right
and let
now,
the
they're
rest.
winning the rodeo
Let
with a
chips fall where they
6.78,
may.
and then it goes to a 7.42.
That basically
so
has
there
been Brady's
is 3
attitude
times
his
right now
whole
on the
riding
board
career.
for these 6 cowgirls, and this
And
steer
it
is
always
really
seems
running
to
out in the
be
middle of that arena.
right,
She
Coop,
gets him
the
caught
more
right here,
Australians
get him
you
in
know,
tow, so Heather
it's that
can clean it
typical
up.
Aussie
It's
attitude
Heather's
of, hey,
birthday today.
that's just
She
like,
wants
I'm
2
gonna
feet
give
for
it
her
my
birthday.
best and let it all transpire
Kepion and
after
Rogers
that.
gave it everything they had.
Can he
This
win a world
arena is
championship?
huge, too.
This ride determines it.
You see 17.50 on that Bass Pro Shops clock, so that is not going to be enough to move the mark. And there was one team in the middle of that really just took this entire field by storm, and they're the ones to go home with it. Ashton Pratt's Tamara Lewis, and they do it at a time of 6.78. And reality just sunk in. They're Women's Rodeo Finals champs.
Absolutely, and it makes me so excited for these cowgirls. Ashlyn is a world champion, challenger team roper for Women's Rodeo World Championship. And like I said before, Tammy Lewis is one of those women who have been in this industry for decades. Women's Rodeo World Championship made her knock the dust off her rope bag to come out and rope for $60,000 at AT&T.
Tammy's bragging point coming in here where she could change a tire by herself in less than 5 minutes. Well, guess what else you could do, cowgirl? You can rope in AT&T Stadium and take home $60,000.
Absolutely, and these 2 young cowgirls, their families are here. Tammy's husband, Ashton's father, her whole entire family is here. Everyone's here to cheer on these cowgirls. And you saw Tammy West White in there with Tammy Lewis, one of those other veteran cowgirls that have been in this industry for so long. I could not be more excited to see this team walk away with that title.
PBR World Champion.
What a moment
what
is
a
they're
race it's
walking
been
with
this year, and just
Haley
to see it
Novak,
come
and that's
down
always
to-
a good
to
sign
what
if
it
you're
did.
about to get
The
interviewed.
focus and the
Absolutely,
determination
and
that
we'll
both guys
see
had
so
to go
many
through
amazing cowgirls.
to fight for this world
At
title.
the end of
This
all
is
of this
Claudio
conclusion,
Montagna
we'll go
Jr.
to those interviews
Buck
with
Nasty.
Haley and all of the winners of
This
this
would have been
Women's Rodeo
everybody's
World
last pick of the
Championship
pin. Claudio
at
Montagna
AT&T
Jr. is
Stadium.
going to have to
So
get
Ashton
tough
Pratt,
and
Tamara
find the
Lewis
answers
coming to
that not many or
AT&T
anybody
Stadium
has
and
had the
take it
answers,
all
and,
in
that's
the
right,
team
Buck
roping
Nasty,
with a
great
time
set.
of 6.78.
Julio Cesar
They are your
Marquez
team
there,
roping champs,
using his
and we are
hat, trying
just
to get the
getting
bull in a better
started.
spot. Claudio was 90.05 earlier today aboard Good Riddance. That's the bull that got him this deep into the championship round.
Farms of America is an all-new 10-part series by Reagan and Massey. That is coming to the Cowboy Channel on Monday, May 26th at 7 p.m. Eastern. Team roping is in the books, but we still have barrel racing and breakaway roping next to go. So bring in the horsepower of the barrel racers, because this is where we're heading next. And these are the 7 names gunning for that 60,000.
Yeah, when we look at that list, we see a cowgirl named Mackenzie Mace, who
but
was
as I
your
mentioned
2024
a moment ago, they
Women's
all
Rodeo
went to
Championship
find
Challenger
John
World Champion,
at
comes back
20
in
years of
2025 to win the Pro Challenger division as well.
And she's riding her great horse Tango, same horse that she has ridden all week. So she's got the confidence in this horse to do it on the smallest, most intimate stages like Cowtown Coliseum to the biggest and brightest stages like Cowboy Stadium.
Yeah, and if you see this pattern that we have set up here at AT&T Stadium, you'll see the arena is set up from end zone or from sideline to sideline. So it's a little bit smaller of a pattern than you would think that we would have here at AT&T Stadium. We did have a little rodeo last night called Kid Rockin' Rodeo, and this is the same pattern that they ran on last night.
She is a mama, she is a chiropractor by day.
Moment.
And right now she's living out her dream. Look how massive this place is. As we get around 1 and 2, head to number 3, we're going home.
A great run right there.
I challenge you.
Howard has it done at 13.025. You could see it on the Bass Pro Shops
because that's
clock.
exactly what John had to do today,
Coop. Come into that
he had
first
to
turn
dig
right here
deeper than he has
this morning.
ever had.
They were making sure that they nailed that first turn. She's Fab and Fly is this horse's name, and that's a great way to set the pace here in this championship round for Women's Rodeo Championship.
Luciano De Castro, by the way,
we'll see if the time hangs on for Howard. As we go to Madison McCafferty riding her horse Etta. She made it to AT&T Stadium last year after winning the average over at Cowtown.
As many as 90.95 on this bull. He's got the perfect bull drawn up in this scenario.
Yes, she did. And this horse was bred by Bo Hill, but she has had this horse since she was 4 years old. This is Etta. Great first turn. Good acceleration out of that second. Look at her look for that third. And there's 60 feet to run all the way into that alley here at AT&T.
There's so much on the line with just this one ride right here.
It was close, but Madison makes it happen. 13.396.
But he's going to have his back against the wall.
It looked like she was going to have it with how smooth she was coming around these barrels and on that final stretch home, but it was always a matter of tenths or hundredths of a second, and that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and you can see she maybe had about a half a stride past that first turn. That probably what was the difference between she and Kelsey's run.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I'm holding
Madison
my
was
breath
coming
waiting
in
to see
as
what's
a
going to
pro.
happen.
Kelsey, who's got the fastest time right now, is coming in as a challenger. There is one limited in the barrels, and that is your cowgirl who is working full-time, does not rodeo often, and Charmaine Holdren is who won the limited and is now running right now.
What a story with Charmaine and her horse. He's a perfect trick. They came into Cowtown Coliseum and made a flawless run in that limited. She is your world champion. You know, she had a 2-year injury with her arms and could not even ride.
Talk about it,
this ride right here, he worth $500,000. Huge ride for
12,984.
Luciano De Castro.
We've got a new leader inside AT&T Stadium.
That warms my heart more than you could possibly imagine. You see her husband there cheering her on her #1 support system. Trick makes a beautiful run right here to take over the lead by a full 10th of a second.
And he better be, because the
clock's
been ticking.
Has not competed in 10 years. And Holdren comes into this house and lays down an incredible run. Kathleen Menard making her run right now.
Great first turn for Kathleen Menard and straight to fame. You know, this cowgirl, she is so talented, has a bunch of great horses, has a little stunner step on the backside of that third barrel and comes in.
It slip through his
13.380. These times are so tight and close.
World Finals event winner.
The competition, when you think about the classification, we talk about pro, we talk about challenger, we talk about limited. Kathleen right here, she is a challenger barrel racer, and her time is right there. But we look at our limited cowgirl with Charmaine with a 12 and 9. All of these ladies are so talented, but they're going to come in here, they hand rake after every single barrel racer, and they're doing a full arena rake after 4.
And all these cowgirls have the momentum because they're getting here based off of either the fastest time in the semifinals or an average win. So they're rolling in with that. And as we go to our next cowgirl, Mackenzie Mays, that's exactly what she has. Had a huge semifinals run at Cowtown, was holding up a big check, and you had to be top of your game 2 days ago. Just like we see from Mays, it was the fastest all week, 13.103. And since she is the one everyone's got to target. She was the best we saw.
She's not only the best we saw, but she is a pro challenger, world champion, and a pro world champion. She holds the arena record. Who knows how many runs they make at Cowtown Coliseum? That's your arena record holder. That was a 12-second pattern, similar to what we have set up here.
And oh, by the way, she's 21 years old.
She's an accomplished cowgirl. She was on my team last year on Team Free Riders. She was our clutch champion to help us win that title with Kid Rockin' Rodeo. But Mackenzie Mays is amazing.
Dad is an NFR qualifier.
Of course he's going to take it.
Barrel horses. It runs in the family, and you know they're all here cheering her on. What a moment.
Or the PBR season.
That what we see Rousey right there. Her name is Chickalina. Rousey is known for the famous Ronda Rousey, the fighter. Rousey has a little spice to her.
So
she'll buck you off and let you know that she's still the boss while they're getting that arena set for her.
John Crimber wins both rounds today.
What about a stage like this? You start 1 year ago competing in all different types of qualifier events and smaller arenas to end up here inside the home of the Cowboys in front of thousands watching you do what you love.
I can't imagine the feeling. It gives me goosebumps just to think about it, and I'm excited to see what these two are going to do. Mackenzie does a great job easing up to that first turn, but don't let that fool you. This is the fastest horse I have ever seen in between barrels. A little stumble on that third.
And that could have been the difference. Mays was making a run. Fast Pro Shop's clock shows 13.141, so not enough to move Charmaine Holdren at the top with that 12.984.
And you can see this is just perfect execution by this world champion pro barrel racer with Mackenzie Mays. And there's that little stumble right there on the third that cost her just a little bit to put her into second position. That's still $25,000.
A great paycheck to take home. We only have 2 barrel racers left to go. The next one to run right here, Tacey Matthews.
Tacey Matthews and Pop Rocks, they know what it's like to be in the winner's circle. College national finals, you can tip them, but you can't knock them over.
What a great
run for Tacey Matthews and Pop Rocks.
With the PBR.
Talk about a huge life-changing run. Matthews makes it happen, 12.674.
Not only during the week,
I want to talk about this special horse. This is an AQHA world champion horse, but this horse had a devastating injury. They qualified for the National Finals Rodeo. And you know what? When she came back, when Pop Rocks, this great mare came back, she knew she didn't want to make too many runs. So she dominated her events to get here to AT&T to win this $60,000.
Matthews and Pop Rocks come together for an incredible 12 seconds. We have 1 to go to see Katina Askins change that leaderboard.
Yes, and this is Ray's little light, Harlow, and this little ribbon on her tail tells us that she is a little bit of a fiery kind of mare, but what a great run for those two.
It will be the last
Askins gets it done in 13.295.
He's already won this World Finals event title.
Slides her, right into the middle of this one. I mean, less than half a second
what a huge
separating the entire field. And take a look at those results brought to us by Higher and Barrel Racing. Matthews, Holdren, Howard at the top, but none better than Tacey Matthews, 12.674.
On the back of the chutes, right there
Love this,
behind.
just a little
Lake
sidebar
Sharp.
underneath. 60,000 to the
There
winner.
it
No
is.
big
There's
deal.
another
And
angle.
25,000 to Charmaine with
Pat,
the
you can
12 and
see there,
98,
Marco
our
Rizzo, Mason
limited
Taylor.
champion barrel racer.
lot of the
That is a barrel
youngsters
racer that doesn't even rodeo.
call
But let's
themselves
look
the
right here
Cowgirls.
at Fame Fire
one of them.
Rocks, a.k.a. Pop Rocks, with Tacey Matthews
love to leave
win that
on a high
60,000. What a comeback story. What an
faces game
amazing
over.
animal. They
is a
voted
good
that
matchup,
horse
game
the
over.
AQHA
Old
Horse
school
of
type
the
of bull
Year
wants to bring
and
the guy
got a
inside.
devastating injury, and Tacey brought her
Has a
back.
chance here.
And what a
Finish
run
out
right
this
there.
week. 8 for
When
9.
the setback is
Well, tell
great,
today,
the
Coop,
comeback can be
it didn't
even
matter what the
greater.
Bulls
And
were
for
doing.
Matthews,
Hudson
it
had
was
an answer
just
for
that.
everything.
What a
Yeah,
run
and
for
that's
Herm
just
Pop
it. I
Rocks
mean,
for
Hudson Bolton's been
$60,000.
almost perfect at the highest level of bull riding. And if it doesn't do you anything but get excited about next year.
We showed you during last night's show, Hudson Bolton now has the record of the best start ever to a World Finals career, better than Jose Vitor Leme and others. Here we go. He's off at 4. There is no shame in the way Hudson Bolton has
The
finished
American
the season,
Performance
even though
Horseman
he
is
bumped
bringing
off
together
both
the
his
finest
bulls
athletes
today.
across reining, cutting,
6
and
for
cow
8
horse disciplines
over
to
the
compete for a
course
share
of
of
the 2
$1 million
weeks.
at
what a
Dickies
huge
Arena.
accomplishment
It all
for Hudson
happens
Bolton,
July
winning the
19th,
PBR
and those
World
tickets
Finals.
are on sale
That
right
kid is
now.
a real deal. John Crimber finally accomplished that goal.
We have the best
They
7
finally 20
women
years old.
coming back in the breakaway
That's a great
roping
culture.
and expect this to be
John
fast. Any
Crimber
of the names on your
is gonna be
screen
hugging
can be roping and getting it done in
lot of
2
people
seconds or less.
over the
You
next
have a
few
little
days.
conglomeration
Let's
of
show you
some
the
young
final
guns and some
event
veteran
standing.
ropers who have been there, done that. But
Hudson
those veterans
Bolton, your
better make
winner.
sure they have their
It was
hammer
the
caught,
other
because these young
position,
cowgirls
specifically of
are
John
gunning
Crimber
for that
and Brady
60,000
Fielder, that
and
decided
this
the
women's
World
rodeo championship race.
And we're starting with a 16-year-old in
legally
Quayle
drink,
Probst
but
to
the
nod her
champagne
head
is going to
first.
flow,
This
and
event
the
is quick.
beverages you can
When
bet
your calf is ready,
will
you
be
nod, you
offered.
take a couple swings, you nail it, and the
Let's
job
take a
is
look
done.
at now
She was
the
the
final
average winner
standings
for the
of the
Challenger
season.
division. And her horse Bingo, by the way, she bought from Josie Connor, who's going to be competing in just a few more runs.
This
John
cowgirl
wins it
may be young, but she
by
competes
almost
with the pros
200
day in and day out. After
ahead
each and
of
every
Brady
run this
Fielder,
week
but
at the
the
Women's
fight
Rodeo World
went
Championship, they
down
were
to the
high-fiving her.
final
They were
round.
congratulating her. She
Sage
knows what it's
Kinsey
like to hang
ends
on
up
the biggest
3rd
stages.
overall.
She knows what it's like
And
to be here
Leandro
in AT&T.
Zampolo stays in the top 5. Alex Cercada rounds out the top 5
Wait for the nod.
of 2026.
She's going to make sure her horse
has
is
been
set
a long
because
season.
she's nodding for a
It
shot
has
at
been a long
60,000
day.
at 16 years
Nobody
old.
has put in more work than the bull riders.
You know,
John
she not only
Crimber
competed in the breakaway
takes
roping at
home
Women's Rodeo World
his
Championship, but
lion's
team roping
share
as well.
of the
Come
spoils.
on,
ma'am.
He wins so much
Oh, and you can
on the
see
final
her.
day.
Oh, no, we're
We will be
excited.
back.
We're good.
Wrap.
Oh, I was worried when she looked back that maybe she might have got a barrier, but look at this run. Execution to its finest. A great start right there for Quayle Probst to make her a 2-19 to set the pace for the rest of the Cowgirls.
Ladies, that was so impressive. The 16-year-old just set the bar high. I'm back here behind the boxes watching the start, watching it all. And if that's how it starts, I can only imagine what we're going to see at the finish.
And what is wild about this is Quayle is going before some of her heroes in the sport. She's a fan of all these women, and now she's the one that set the bar and is putting the pressure on the rest of the field. So now 2:19, that becomes the time to beat as we move on to Katie Williams.
Katie Williams is one of those veteran cowgirls. She's a mother of 3. No big deal. That's an easy breezy day in the life of a mom. But she's a national finals rodeo qualifier in the breakaway roping. She made the Montana circuit finals in the team roping against the men with her husband.
I was able to speak to Katie before this run, and she said her 3 little kids are going to be the loudest ones in this building. We might be able to hear them from here. They are so proud of their mom.
Honor, Wyatt, and Wynn are their names. Let's go, Mama. Come on, Katie.
Good start right there for Katie. That calf takes a little step off to the left, and that is what made her run a 2:49 instead of a little bit faster. Great job right there. You can see that curl come around, and look at the execution in this run.
Yeah, it makes you think about what you can accomplish in 2 seconds, doesn't it?
Well, they're faster than me, I can tell you that.
Two breakaway ropers have had their shot, both coming in with 2-second runs, none faster than 6-year-old Quayle Probst. As we go now to 28-year-old Cheyenne McCarthy.
Cheyenne had the victory last night with Team Jokers right here, and she was one of those clutch players for that team to win the Kid Rockin' Rodeo title. And Cheyenne is such an accomplished roper.
What a couple days for the cowgirl. For 60,000. You made it happen at 20 years
makes
old.
it happen.
Bring us all here. Describe how big this moment is. Oh, as thousands start to celebrate with her inside AT&T Stadium. 1.82 is on the clock, and that very well could be a $60,000 smile.
Hey, 1.8 is so fast, and Cheyenne McCarthy is one of those cowgirls that executes that every time. We can see right here, just nails the start. What a great calf, and look at her horse just shut it down to take that rope away. What a run for Cheyenne McCarthy. She can win on any horse, and she can win in AT&T because she has proven that now.
And that sets the field for the rest of them. We've got 4 left, Haley, and we're going to Madison Stanley next. Only paid $300 for a whole course, by the way, which is 5 months old.
Shoot, ladies, I was going to say Madison makes these runs in her practice pen every day. After she qualified here, that's exactly where she went. Unfortunately, that just did not connect right there.
Dad and the
and you can see this calf she just kind of ropes him around the nose, and that is, it has to be a bell collar catch, which that means it has to come around the calf's neck, and it has to stay with no legs, no tail, no extra part of that calf's body around the neck. The nose is not going to count right there for Madison, but what a talented cowgirl. She was a 1-8 at Cowboy Stadium, but I don't know, this is a gunslinger right here.
If there is a woman in the field who knows how to back into the box for a lot of money, it's Josie Connor. Just won $100,000 like 1 month ago. And she ropes for another $60,000 here.
I
can see her mom right here, fist pumping behind us. 1/1,000th of a difference between the two runs, and I mean to tell you what, Josie Connor and Dutch are so special. Riley Webb right there pushing her calf. You cannot rope a calf any faster than Josie Connor did. I mean, if you're going to win at Globe Life, you might as well win at AT&T, but this is the only title that has eluded her in her entire career.
You have felt from your family, from your friends, from these fans. And now we have to wait and see if Josie Connor is going to stay on top. Emery Edwards to nod.
Oh, wow.
Maybe a little doubt in our mind.
What a run for Emery Edwards. This is your limited champion who came in here with the chance to compete against the pros, but she did get a 5-second penalty with that barrier. You can see she missed her slack, but look at, she was going for that go-around win right there. What a talented young athlete in Emery.
Supporting each and every one of us every single night. Y'all are the reason why we do this.
When you got Josie Connor open right before you, you know you have to be fast, and that's exactly what she was trying to do.
When it's thousands that separate the leaderboard, you have to go for them right here. It doesn't matter what you do, you have to make sure you hit that start and go for it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wiley Jo Hodges will be our last to nod at just 16 years old. She knows she has to be a 1.81 for $60,000
of his career.
And this young lady, she likes to crochet, she likes to embroider, she loves Jane Austen movies.
Well, as we really begin to wrap things up
so
here,
you're looking at a girl that is just fine being home, quiet, by herself, and now here she is. with hundreds, thousands of people. I don't know how many, so that's what I'm saying. Hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands. There's a lot of people.
There's a lot of people, and there is a lot of electricity in here. But that is no worry for Wiley Joe. She has been on so many stages. She not only breakaway ropes, she team ropes, she barrel races, and right now she just needs to take a big deep breath, get her horse in the corner, and go for broke.
Out on top, and that's a huge accomplishment for him himself. But to be one of the youngest world champions, that's something that's super.
Hodges is going to be in no time here. That calf ran a bit on her, and unfortunately she knew she had to take a shot to have a chance to be in the money. So it is going to be a no time for Wiley Joe Hodges.
Yeah, and you can see right there, Wiley Joe, she catches up, and that just ropes that calf around the ears, which is a no time. So here's your leaderboard right here.
He's had the capability
Connor McCartney
of those huge full scores, and it came at the right time.
1.81, 1.82. That is the difference between 60,000 and 25,000 in your bank account.
And that goes to show you that these cowgirls are here to win first. Look at Josie, Connor, and Dutch making a run.
Maybe smiling bigger right now than I've seen ever in your career. Tell me about it.
Oh yeah, this is the greatest feeling ever. I mean,
Connor knows how to come alive in big moments, doesn't she? Well, that means our 2025 Women's Rodeo World Championship is in the books. You're taking a look.
I know it didn't end the way you wanted it to, but what an incredible start.
They get to stand by with Haley. She is down on the main stage for the winning celebration.
We didn't finish how we wanted to,
you just accomplished what some women will never accomplish in their lifetimes. You're 16 years old. What will this 60,000 do to change your future?
To smile, a new Montana Silversmith buckle, and an entire team of friends and family all supporting you. Congratulations,
I saw you on the phone back here. Who was your very first phone call you made after you figured out the news?
We're going to take a look at all the champions now that were finally decided. And this really was one of those years that I think ranks as the best in the history of the PBR.
Congratulations,
it's been one of the most fun races to keep up with, and every single one of these races came down to the last day and the last out.
Did you ever imagine that women would be able to compete on a stage like this?
It's amazing.
Well, you see all the names up there and all the titles that they've won. Congratulations to them all. And by the way, Ransom actually not only the Yeti World Champion Bull of the Year, but also
another worldwide story. Casey Matthews, Pop Rocks is taking you to the National Finals Rodeo, and she's taken to the biggest wins in your entire life without an injury. What do wins mean on this man?
The toughest sport on the planet to master, and winning a world championship takes a lifetime of effort. We've heard countless times from the riders. I'm just having fun.
Already winning so much money a year. How do you stay so calm and cool with $60,000 on the line?
Find your way.
Yes, ma'am. I practice every day.
There's a lesson there for all of us. Fun can be the true north for any of us.
This is a great event
with a great crowd, and I'm happy to be here.
It's hard not to have fun when you're at AT&T Stadium, right?
You may never know exactly what it took for him to get here. But bull riding demands.
And there are your Women's Rodeo World Champion event winners with the saddles, the Montana Silversmith buckles, and the giant event checks. Pratt's and Lewis take in the team roping, Josie Connor in the breakaway roping, and Tacey Matthews and her horse Pop Rocks in the barrel racing.
Check all the schedules. For Cooper Davis, Kate Harrison, Matt West, Cody Webster, and our PBR crew, I'm Craig Hummer. One final time this season. Thanks for watching.
And when we come back, it is round number 2 of the PBR World Finals. Dalton Castle, #1 in the world, knows he's got to get it done because the rest of the field, well, they're coming, and they're coming quick.
This July, Fort Collins goes buck wild. The toughest sport on dirt hits CSU's Canvas Stadium July 21st and 22nd. It's the CSU PBR Last Cowboy Standing. A showdown of true man versus bull. Once the dust settles, the real party bucks off with concerts by Grammy Award-winning superstar Tim McGraw on the 21st and multi-platinum country artist John Party on the 22nd. Get your tickets today at csurams.com. They're coming. The hot shots, the wild cards, the young guns. They're teaming up to lay it all out on the dirt. Through horns, hooves, and one hell of a party. It's a battle of 10 teams. What happens next is anyone's guess. Take the ride. They're coming for us. The hot shots, the wild cards, the young guns. They're teaming up to take what's ours. But they can't do what we do. They can't make it look this easy. They don't have this style. It's the Oklahoma Wildcatters versus all y'all. And the Bulls against all. And what happens next is up to
what
us.
it means to be Cowboy.
Ride wild
For
in
me,
OKC.
is when I crawl off in that bucket chute and I tie my hand in there, I mean for it to stay there. You're there until the whistle blows. Whether it means you're on the back of your head getting your guts stomped out. Or whether you're sitting right in the middle of that son of a gun being 92 points, it's the same difference.
I think JB's, you know, kind of on scoop and just as comfortable. He wants to win first every time, and he's one of the greatest riders ever, in my opinion.
From the time I was little, I rode sheep, I rode bareback horses, I did pretty much every event. But it just didn't give me the same thrill. I rode a bull.
We are back. Not only inside AT&T Stadium, but we are back to bull riding. The 2025 PBR World Championships round number 2 as we get set to reshuffle the deck. But most importantly, I think, have the guys get on new bulls. Let's reintroduce some of our cast of characters. 2016 PBR World Champion Cooper Davis, the man who knows pretty much everything there is to know about bull riding. Court McCoy, I am Craig Humber. Thank you for joining us live in free and on the Cowboy channel for these World Finals. Guys, before we get into round number 2, right, it's just going to be human nature for these guys to turn it up a notch, whether they rode in round number 1 or bucked off in round number 2. I want to go to a buck off first with you, Coop. Brady Fielder, basically the quickest buck off of round number 1.
Yeah, this might have been my biggest surprise in round 1. You know, Brady Fielder, this is the bull he's had success on twice before. He doesn't even get around the first quarter today. He's going to have to hit the reset button to get back to action.
Somebody said we talked about that first jump being the most important, and that just proved it right
to the left into his hand.
Really
like the seat he has, like the use of that right foot. Really going to town on that bull. And James Mooney, making his first appearance, makes the
wasn't able to keep his hand in the rope with his full switch direction. Put a lot of pressure on it. Dalton Castle, man, that's a tough one to take.
Well, let's turn it to a positive, right, Court? World number 3, John Crimmer did get
so surprise, another youngster, barely out of high school, shows up on the Billboard Tough Series and gets it done. Welcome to the big leagues, J.B. Mooney.
Very well, and like Coop said, even the get off was good.
Well, I tell you what, also like Coop said, Jose Vitor Leme came here to win.
Yeah, you want to talk about a door being wide open. It may not be wide open, but it's cracked, and this guy sees it. Jose Vitor Leme, he is in fine form coming into the days. Next round.
Let's show you the event standing. A ton of money and a ton of points in every single round this weekend. There they all are. Remember, by the end of tomorrow, it's going to be the 4-round total that decides the bonus points. And that's why coming into round number 1 tonight, everybody in the top 10 was still in the hunt for this year's World Championship. We start with Jan Victor Cunha, who bucked off earlier in round number 1.
His front feet for his back feet to come back to earth. Yeah, he's got a really nice bull here. Mr. Right now is an old bull. This is probably the last time you're ever going to see him in the PBR
First time I got on in California,
man,
I picked him in the short round. I said, let's see what this son runs about.
You got to stay on like
but he was the
He
last
jerked
pick
me down,
in
hit
that
his
draft.
face, I hung up to him, stomped the shit out of him. I said, hey, he's thrilled.
He has the swagger. He has the confidence. Look at this bull. Watch how he bounces.
For Jan Victor
That's where the
Cunha,
rivalry started.
he needed 8. He
Bad,
only
like,
got
I don't like losing.
4.7.
So anytime I had a chance to pick him, I picked him. Whether I
Just a
sit
great bull.
first,
Been a
fourth,
really good one for a long time. Gave it his all to go. He's still down the shoot.
You know, we see young bull. He's a little better now. Hey, you know, he's down there on the first one there. kind of worry about his health. In a healthy situation, this is a bull that Jan is kind of supposed to walk through, and I don't know if it's the wear and the tears past the 4 and 5, but Mr. Price now, he don't back down all the way through.
Jordan, you were mentioning the wear and tear after the 4 to 5. I mean, I was thinking of the wear and tear of 6 months on the road, right? I mean, this is a young man that, like everybody else, I mean, it takes a few looks in the mirror some days to get out of bed with the bumps and bruises that these guys deal with. Daniel Keeping dealt with Montana Jacket perfectly in round number 1. He tied for 3rd with a score of 8 1/4. Now he's paired with Chicken and Black.
Well, this is a little different matchup here than what he had the first one. You know, the first round they got to pick their bulls. This is a random draw that, you know, sometimes goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. This one is a tough matchup for Daniel Keeping. Going to be around the right.
Know about me.
Pretty juicy bull here.
Jerry does it.
I think what Daniel, when he gets that seat, you watch, no matter which way the bull goes, you know, when he starts picking up that rhythm, he can ride such a variety of bulls. But even the transition Thursday night, give up off his first one, he has been on a roll ever since.
Yeah, that was a very awkward landing for Daniel Keeping, but Coop, as you highlighted, Chicken and Black puts a black mark on Keeping's resume.
And Dan rides with his hand a little bit further down the left. We talked about it all year long, and these bulls that go to the right, he's really got to focus on riding some of these bulls, and if that bull ever gets pulled one way, that rope can take and finish off the rest.
Yeah, you can watch that rope just move forward on Chicken and Black, and when it does, he already has his elbow straight when that corner comes, and it just moves down to the outside.
Felipe Furlan pulling the rope tight atop the lap dancer.
Man, this is a good bull here. He can go either direction. You know, Felipe Furlan,
when you're handed a buckle,
this is a big opportunity for him.
This is
lap
world
dancer's bull that
champion,
gets ridden pretty often, and top guys in the world, they love this one.
Get it, it's kind of
Furlan, right? Another one of those guys that had his work his way through redemption. But this is a whole new weekend. They hit the reset button coming into tonight. He's got a chance to be our first rider 2 for 2.
Winners get to do whatever the hell they want to.
There's his nine.
The next year, I put so much pressure on myself. The following year after I won that world championship,
unseats him
to prove that I deserve it. As long as I keep my head out of my way,
right in the door to the right. It kind of keeps you guessing on which direction he's going to go.
I just
a little bit behind when that gate opens up. You see free arm gets whipped around behind him.
Went shit.
Well, not only is this next pairing important for the rider, Elismar Jeremias, but if it's a second buck off for him, Ford, it will make Hudson Bolton our Rookie of the Year, because the 2 rookies who came other than him would be 0 for 2 and not advance tomorrow. So
I went back
this
to
next out,
like I was supposed to,
huge for that title.
Yeah, not just huge, this is the biggest ride of his lifetime. And in a sense, a Rookie of the Year is one of those titles that you just get one shot at it, of course, but the best of the best that have come through there and won that. And this is something to put on your resume for the rest of your life. But these next 8 seconds, is the last chance that I've got for that. The other part's got he's a great rider.
You were in a great fight for Rookie of the Year in 2015.
I was, and I ended up losing the guy. That's one of those things that, like Ford said, it's going to haunt you forever, because that's the one thing that you can never get back.
Jeremiah and Bangarang. Let's talk about this bull, Ford. He isn't ridden. Well, he's ridden about a third of the time, which I guess in this level is pretty good.
Yeah, the third time's not bad, but it's not exactly a fit. I've seen Elismar make some corrections on some bulls last week that I'd like to see.
That just means I accomplished what I wanted to do.
Vegas is once again a cowboy town as they return for the Wrangler National Farmers Rodeo.
To tomorrow. So this Rookie of the Year race will go another day.
Bucking shoots, and I always wanted to.
That's Hudson
Next year, I've made no bones about it.
Man, and I loved about 2 or 3 seconds into this ride when Ford had mentioned, he made some good corrections. He made a great correction today just to stay on the back of this bull. This bull's got a lot of bounce to him, which makes it really strong, gets on the end of his arm. Elismar could have jumped off right there. Instead, he went on and toughed it out and found a way to make the whistle.
No, it was a scratch and claw the whole way.
I want to do
it's one of those, just leaning over the edge of a cliff right there. And it's almost like 2 competitors. You see Hudson kind of give the nod of understanding the competition that he's in right there. Hey, that's 2 guys that are going to be great for the next decade.
It was 85 and a half. Moves him into the top 10
2 of my best friends I've known in my entire life.
There are the Rookie of the Year standings.
I want to be partners with them,
of course, in front of Anderson de Oliveira.
And
who is one of the alternates for this weekend.
JB and
we are going to have
myself,
actually
another
an
part
alternate
card
round number
started
2,
a
getting word
freestyle
that Austin
bullfighting
Richardson
league.
is out.
It's
So
called
we're going to see
Ultimate
Leonardo
Bullfighters, and
Castro.
basically they've got
That's a
60
groin injury
seconds to
for
do
being
as many
told for
tricks as they
Austin.
can. So
That
different
brings
than
up
PBR
Sandro
bulls.
Batista,
These
who
bulls
dealt with that
are
thumb
bred
injury
for
we mentioned
aggression.
earlier
There's
in
only
the
a select
evening.
group of
He's
people
back
that have them.
facing Dark
JB
Thoughts.
is one of them.
Yeah, Dark
We
Thoughts
bring
will
these
go
bulls
either
to
way.
the
Likes
fence.
the ride
He's back
right
there
here.
working,
You know, if you're
jumping
Sandro
around,
Batista, you've got to
loading
be
these
ready for
bulls
that
all
bull to go
while
away
trying
from
to
your
kill
hand.
him. Like, he loves it.
Pick
I
him
think
up
that's
if he goes into
the
it.
closest thing.
When he first came around, Dark Thoughts was always right there to the right, but as he developed,
that goes
he
back to being
likes the
scouted.
left
You want to
early.
deal with those untamable animals.
And I like loading them.
Something's going on right there. I mean, you watching Sandro, a guy that's been in the running for the MVP for the PBR teams race. You know, just the last 4 or 5 hours, I like to think there's something else going on.
I think it helps my
I'm
board.
with you, Cord. I mean, he just
A lot of guys I know
looked comfortable leaving the
don't have
shoot
a clue
today.
about working bulls or riding
He's
bulls.
going to try
You
to
know, people's
salvage
asked me,
what
would
looks
you
like a
change the
re-ride.
way
That's the
you
only
went
thing
about
he
your
could
bull
be
riding
hoping
career?
for right now.
That's not a
The
damn
tough thing is
thing
kind of
I'd
what you feel and what you
Because
hear. I
the
mean,
memories
when
I
an
have, the
1,800-pound
people I
animal
met,
leaves that
the
chute,
times I
you
got
can
to
hear
have.
lots of banging, lots of popping.
You
know,
can't
maybe he
put an
didn't
amount
feel
of
the
money or a
rhythm and
world
he heard a bunch of
championship
stuff.
on any of
But, you know, but to watch it
I
the first
patterned
time,
my
it's,
bull riding career.
oh yeah, it's
old
hard to
school
see.
mentality.
Alan
the older
Jordan
guys, the older generation,
says nope,
and that's what
not
I
going to
want to be
happen.
remembered of.
Which
I
means
wanna be known
Sandro
as
starts
guy
the
that
weekend
was,
0 for
in
2.
his time,
Sometimes bull riding can just be
way
so
later
easy,
than
and
it
there's
should
other
be.
times you cannot figure out a way to make it work. He's in that situation right now.
Denner Barbosa is going to try to right the ship here in round number 2. He buffed off Sucker Pop and change. Now he's facing Blowhard.
Sounds like you were wishing you could have made the first one work.
I get a
Because
lot of
Blowhard is
comments
a tough
and
matchup right here. This
social
bull's
media
going
about
to
me
be
retiring.
pretty
I've
long
been
out there
crippled,
around the
I've
right,
been
getting
hurt.
way in the air.
There's only one person
This is a
that's
great
gonna
bull,
set, and I'm ready
a bull that can produce a big score,
be done right
but he's
before
not going
next
to make it
week.
easier on dinner.
I run into dinner, you know, during the break there and asked him what he had and all that, and he didn't seem that excited. But I feel like I did my best to encourage him and talk him into to go at it, because this Blowhard is straightforward. He's long 2 or 3, and it's just a grind all the way. He's saying just stepping forward, and it's going to be a powerhouse all the way. I see Rooster pointing at a clock up there or something. I don't know what he's pointing at. But getting a good shot on these bulls like that is so important.
Yeah, this isn't a very big bull, you know, so you wouldn't think, oh, this bull's got a lot of power. But anytime you get on the end of your arm and they're going forward, they've got a lot of power, regardless of the size.
Hey guys, no offense to Denner Barbosa, but turn your attention back on the back of the chutes. Both Kid Rock and Cole Hauser are right there as he prepares. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, be careful, because Blowhard don't care what your name is or your resume.
He does not know there's a star on the door.
Yeah. Oh, so I think he's talking to the judge. Oh, the judge already put him on the clock.
Yeah.
Now you better get serious to get you a shot out of there.
Yeah, he's still playing with his rope. I'm not even sure he knows he's on the clock. Yeah, he's going to look up and see it.
Yeah, under 15 now. I mean, this is the time where we've seen this throughout the season. It rarely happens, but guys do get DQ'd if they don't nod before 0. There he goes. Well, credit Denner against one that looked tough on paper. He will make it to 8. Now he's been given a re-ride option, guys. But I mean, do you take it?
Man, you know, this is going to be probably a low 80 score, in my opinion, upper 70s. You got to take it. You're at the PBR finals.
Yeah, you got to start talking about what a guy's feel like, what his health is. I mean, is it growing, hand sore? I tell you.
And this is a confidence builder regardless. I mean, this is a difficult bull to get by. You say, hey, if I can ride that one, I should be able to ride what's in the re-ride pen.
Well, and I think that re-ride pen, it would be Hoobastank.
Yeah, and that's an opportunity right there to be 90+. We've seen Dalton Castle.
It's 83.5, and we just got word he is going to keep the score.
I disagree.
All right, so even though he does have one on the board, he sits in 13th at the moment. And that's going to bring up a guy that came very close in round number 1. Colton Hevelo took Buffalo Heifer to 7.3. Board, it's nefarious here.
No, this is a tough one. Even your left-handed shoot, you can use both hands, and this one will be tough. Strong, and you know he's going left, but there's a lot going on. That rope is moving forward the whole time.
One thing I love about this matchup, though, you know Colton Hevelo is going to give it his all, and a lot of guys are scared of this bull, but I look for Colton really to take the fight to him.
Yeah, that's 2.9, and that is nowhere near what he leaded. Well, that gives us a little extra time because we mentioned he was on the back of the chutes, but now he is with Matt West, talking about Kid Rock.
Yeah, obviously last night kicked everything off with Kid Rock's Rockin' Rodeo. Had a huge night in here. Now you're here enjoying the PBR World Finals. What do you think of this entire weekend, the concept, everything, all the fun we're having?
Badass. Badassery at the highest level. You got UFC, you got stuff like that. They say they're like, these cowboys and cowgirls, I don't care if they're barrel racing or they're getting bucked on bulls. These are tough sons of bitches.
If anybody wasn't here last night rocking with us at the rodeo, what's your advice? I mean, other than get here next year, but what can you tell the people what they missed out on last night?
Well, if you weren't here last night, my advice would be don't be a pussy. Like, pretty much, like, what's cooler than a cowboy and a cowgirl? What's more Americana than that? Nothing. Like, there's no wokeism in this sport. There's no DEI. The best of the best rise to the top. That's what we're doing here. I mean, I'm watching these kids all over the world get on these bulls, get bucked off, get thrown. There's some tough sons of bitches. I like tough.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you so much for everything you're doing with us and for the entire industry.
God bless.
You too, bud.
Hey, talk about tough. From Kid Rock's lips to Claudio Montagna's ears, he is tough. The 35-year-old now facing Haymaker. This one from the Drury gang at Nothing But Try Ranch.
And you want to talk about tough. This little bull is tough right here. He's going to spin to the left. There are no tricks other than the fact he'll take a guy inside, and you know, he's bringing the fastball, and it's going left.
Yeah, and when Haymaker first come around, I didn't think that. He just looked like he was going to be to the left, but he's figured out how to use a direction with some changes. You know, like Coop said, he'll step away or tighten up.
Well, Claudio let the clock get too close for comfort, and then Haymaker easily seals the deal.
Yeah, it didn't take much for Haymaker to get the job done, and Claudio, you know, I'm really surprised he took this much time messing with his rope, because, you know, this is a tough bull. You want to have everything right. Man, he just slides him out the back door today, and Claudio didn't even look like he was in the fight.
Yeah, Haymaker knew he had him right out there. It's a little hop. It was over. Didn't have to have a big finishing move. But that's the thing. When you let that clock run down, then you're nodding your head because the clock is short, not because you're ready or the bull's ready.
That's going to bring up Alan DeSosa. During the earlier round, we highlighted his great score atop Manhater last week. And Manhater, of course, winning back-to-back world championships in that Yeti Bull of the Year race. DeSosa now against a very different bull, Coop, in the form of Top Dollar.
Yeah, really tough bull here. He's going to hit the front end hard, and he can go either direction. Alan DeSosa, if this bull goes right, I'm going to say he gets him rode, and he's going to be the first guy to go 2 for 2. But the other side of that, this bull does shoot down the gate, and he's bucking off a field.
DeSosa last year had 2 qualified rides over the course of both weekends. He has 2 already.
There's a clock down to 10 already.
Yeah. These guys are letting this clock dip deep. He's got a nod. Top Dollar delivers a blow.
I'm waiting to see the bull score right there, because I was like, Coop, if this bull goes right, he can ride him all day. If he goes left, Top Dollar's got a shot at him. Top Dollar said, let me prove you wrong. Let me show you how good I am in the gate to the right.
Yeah, he fired hard today, 45.5 on the bull score. That's put him in the lead on what we've seen the last weekend. Yeah, he's challenging some contact right here with the chute, and to his defense, he is still on that bull's back in bad shape when the bull does make some contact.
Well, you see rarely he just cleaned the first round there. Oh, I see some contact.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
He is going to earn
I didn't think there was a change of direction. You could see him hit the boards, but to say that it made that bull change direction, well, that was splitting hairs there.
Yeah, I don't think it calls the buck off.
Well, here's the biggest question, right? And it is going to be Hoobastank, and he just answered it. It was going to be whether or not he would take the re-ride or be able to physically. And he says yes.
And look, that could be a game changer for the rest of his finals, because that bull fits him to a T.
And guys, it's his knee that it's been a nagging injury for him most of the season, so it just feels like he twisted it. But there is no question. He said yes right away to the re-ride.
Thank you, Kate. So he'll regroup as we also regroup inside the chute with none other than Derek Kolbaba. Triple-Lot bucked him off in round number 1 at 7.15. Coop here, he's paired with Electric Kitty.
This is a great little bull right here. You know, just like Top Dollar, he was one of those bulls that when he first came around, he was one of those bulls every time would go to the right, or right in the gate to the right. Now, Electric Kitty, he's a little bit unpredictable. You know, he can go down the gate, go left, or he can start right and go back left. Derek just has to stay on his toes right here, be ready to be in the fight for whatever this bull throws at him.
I think, you know, his first bull was a big surprise. I would never guess in my life that bull would have thrown him off. Now this one is like a double dip, and this is twice the challenge. But to watch what Kolbaba's done over the last, 7-8 days, going both different directions, different styles of bull riding, I think he's just showing how much of a complete bull rider that he is.
I think it's too easy for him sometimes. That first bull fit him to a T. This one here, he knows he's going to have to come riding.
Yeah, look, that one judge at least saw the touch that you almost felt like Kolbaba knew he did based on his body reaction. Bottom line, Electric Kitty didn't allow it to even get close to 8.
No, really good out by the bull, and you nailed it, Craig. I mean, he comes down with his free hand, and you could tell that it threw off everything that was going on with his ride, with his rhythm right here. And, man, that was...
Well, you talk about ride with the rhythm. One time I seen Electric Kitty almost go down far enough and hang his horn or drag his horn. That'll mess up your rhythm. He did that twice in that ride.
Only 2 qualified rides in the round so far. Well, Cade Loud came up big in Cowtown and in round number 1 here on the big stage of AT&T. He's got another opportunity to electrify this crowd. Nightfall has descended here in Arlington, but AT&T, it is still full steam ahead.
We put a very nice young group of guys together, and I think it's going to be amazing.
John Crimber has arrived,
and Alex Cercada just delivered a home run.
Brings it to the whistle. Picture perfect.
Hey everybody, it's Neil McDonough and that's Michael T. Williamson from the new film The Last Rodeo, which hits theaters May 23rd.
Now you and your family can scan the QR code right here to get your own tickets right now.
And when you get your tickets, you're not just watching an incredible film about the power of family and rodeo. You're also going to enter to win this brand new Ford Raptor in this custom off-road trailer from Imperial Outdoors. So
grab your tickets to The Last Rodeo. You got exactly 8 seconds left to scan that QR code.
You know what to do, cowboy.
They're coming. The hot shots, the wild cards, the young guns. They're teaming up to lay it all out on the dirt. Through horns, hooves, and one hell of a party. It's a battle of 10 teams. And what happens next is anyone's guess. Take the ride. This July, Fort Collins goes buck wild. The toughest sport on dirt hits CSU's Canvas Stadium July 21st and 22nd. It's the CSU PBR Last Cowboy Standing, a showdown of true man versus bull. Once the dust settles, the real party bucks off with concerts by Grammy Award-winning superstar Tim McGraw on the 21st and multi-platinum country artist John Party on the 22nd. Get your tickets today at csurams.com.
PBR's Camping World Team Series is coming to a city near you. You can see all the dates and locations up there. You can also log on to PBR.com to check out the full tour schedule. It all ends in Las Vegas, where we will crown a 2025 Teams Champion October 24th through the 26th. We'll be sure to stop by the Welcome to Las Vegas sign to get the best deal on Team Series Championship tickets, up to 50% off when purchased on site. When you PBR in Vegas, everything is on the line. All 10 teams at T-Mobile Arena. That is what's going to go down in that Team Series Championship buckle and that fight. We're back with a fight on our hands for Rookie of the Year. Hudson Bolton controls his own destiny. He did balk off in round number 1, Coop, but here he's paired with Tigger. Do you see that going any differently?
I see this, being really big for Hudson Bolton. Tigger's a bull that's going to go to the left and put a lot of air. And, in my opinion, I think this could be a round winner right here.
I agree. I love this matchup. The first round is a draft pick, and they can some may be better than others, but this is one of those. If I got a shot at all 25 bulls on the list, this is a matchup that I would put together.
Well, one of the guys that's chasing him in this Rookie of the Year race, Elismar Jeremias, is the #1 scorer so far in the round. Now it's only 85.5 points, so you would figure, Coop, right by the end of all this, that's not going to stay the top scorer, but Bolton still would want to pass him to increase his lead.
Yeah, he wants to keep his foot on the gas right here. And sometimes for these younger guys, I like the fact that this isn't a draft round. They can show up, they can do their job, and they can, not have to worry about everything else. This is a big chance for Hudson Bolton here.
Tigger getting a little bouncy there inside the chutes.
And the 85 is not safe. I mean, I think John Crimber rode him last was over 90 on him that time.
That is a qualified ride. Ooh, and then a slam into the dirt. Re-ride flags were flown immediately. If he does take the re-ride cord, it would be eyes on me. Wow.
If you haven't been breaking the numbers up before this, if you're riding that good, you see him slap the ground like that. It always has some effect to it. But eyes on me is a great bull and a great opportunity. If you're riding like Hudson, hey, roll it and go again. But if you know where you're at in the whole race.
You see another guy keep the score, by the way, Coop, 77 3/4.
Talk about running your own little private business right there. That's what those riders are doing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like he's riding so good. Eyes on me is a bull that guys get along with well. Now's not the time to second guess it, though. I mean, whatever decision you made, you got to stick with it and roll with it.
If you did second guess it, you're already doubting the re-ride anyway, so the answer's already up.
So we move on to a guy that pretty much takes every re-ride he's offered. That's 2018 PBR World Champion Kaiki Pacheco. On paper, this has not been a good bull for guys. Ouachita Lightning.
No, this is a tough bull, and he's one of those bulls that's just wild out of line, just an old-time bucking bull that really does love it. And you can see that from his bucking style. He's going to get way in the air, and you don't know if he's going to go left or right. This is where Kaiki has a chance to shine. He picks those knees up, takes control of these bulls, and I think this could be big for Kaiki.
Well, we're going to see how Ouachita Lightning bounces back. We watched him in January there at Fort McFadden Road. Just 85, and this bull has continued to get better. And right out of there, I'm telling you, he is a handful to get by. The rear and drop and the change of directions that he has there. But that guy getting on him, he can ride through anything, and how that bull is going to react through the second half. We watched that a couple times. One of the bulls earlier in the night that had never been rode, the 6-7 seconds was not as good. This Ouachita Lightning has got to go all the way through if Kay can get him rode.
Scott Denner Barbosa holding on to his best. He's got a qualified ride already in the round. Clock at 20. They will clear the bull, and Kaiki comes to on his own. Shots fired in every direction by Ouachita Lightning. Remember, that was the bull that John Crimber was on in Billings, Coop, that caused him all the issues.
Yeah, this bull is the one that got John Crimber down in Billings, and this is a heck of a shot right here.
The rear and drop, was kind of the scary thing, but then you see him hung up, and a cast on the other arm, not being able to assist himself, to unwrap with the cast.
Just incredible to see him walking out and off the dirt. We all witnessed those shots, especially when he was on the ground. Coop. We're going to take another look, but if you're squeamish, you might want to turn away.
Yeah, I mean, the rear and the drop right out of there, it really does get him down, but this is where it gets bad. He's got his hand wrapped up in that cast, can't help himself, then that back foot comes down.
Yeah, that back right foot, you know, where and how it come down on his, just on his guts right there. Oh, that was kind of his shoulder and his face.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every part of his body took a shot.
Yeah, and look, the bullfighters are doing everything that they could, but when that bull's going away from you, it makes it really difficult to be able to get the attention at the right time.
He's got Silvano Alves there as well, helping sort things out. We'll get you an update on Kaiki if we can before we go off air. Keyshawn Whitehorse has had to block all that out. He can take a full bull lead if he makes it to 8 aboard Cockeye Coop.
Yeah, that's a great bull. He's got a lot of rear and drop out of there. Keyshawn doesn't need to take a deep hold here. He needs to pick those knees up and try to ride that front end on this one, because that can be the difference.
But instead, the Bulls have made round 2 their playground, Cord.
Well, you know, these guys, you know, had to go through one earlier tonight. It was a draft round, but this is the opposite. This is the next 25 bulls and a random draws. You see a lot of them stepping forward away from their hands. And just have a little bit of advantage for that bull to go into your hand would make a big difference. But, you know, Keyshawn just couldn't get over there.
Yeah, another one of those opportunities, right? Again, one score totals. We aren't to the top riders in the world yet. We'll see if they can take advantage of this bullpen in round number 2. But really, so far, nobody has taken the spotlight and run with it. Let's see if Court McFadden can do it. It would be a second score for him. He sits atop, vindicated.
Yeah, and we've seen him get things rolling the right way earlier today. And, you know, Court McFadden didn't have the elimination round that he wanted to, but he's been able to bounce back, hit the reset button, and, you know, having 2 good draws for the first 2 rounds, this could be a game changer for him.
Yeah, I think he's got that mentality. I mean, that confidence and rolling right into it. This is not his first PBR World Finals. And just being able to use that veteran mentality to shake it off and to realize what it's going to pay.
But vindicated makes a vicious move, and McFadden's off at 3.
And look, this is a bull that 10 out of 10 times has gone to the right every single time first, and here today, all this open area, seen a chance to go left, and man, when he did, it was game over for Court.
11 out of 10 times. You know, I see him with his right hand down there. You think he's going to ride him, you know, at least 5-6 now. Vindicated, switches direction. That's going to be the big challenge. Sure enough, he proves us all wrong right out of there.
Yeah, and he hit the button. He's going to see if that bull made any contact, leaving the chute to change the direction, try to get a re-ride here. But I don't see anything.
No.
Yeah, if they still give all the money to the Western Sports Foundation, they're going to make a lot of money this week. The only guys want to see it all one more time.
Nope. Alan Jordan says that's a $500 donation from Court McFadden, and it stays a 0. Well, moments ago, we saw Kaiki Pacheco take numerous shots to all parts of his body. For an update, let's send it to Matt.
Yeah, guys, early indication is it's actually his riding hand. He was dealing with some injuries with that riding hand coming into these World Finals, and he said ultimately that's where the majority of his pain, as you can see walking back to sports medicine with a smile on his face, a great indication there from Kaiki Pacheco.
Yeah, gosh, with everything we witnessed, right, Cord? I mean, that's the best news possible.
Yeah, I laugh because they say what all hurts. Well, everything hurts. Just my hand hurts the worst.
Well, we're going to see if Andrew Alvidrez is feeling no pain, Coop, because his original bull was scratched. He got the first bull actually out of the re-ride pen, and he's got a legitimate shot to go to the overall lead. Constant Pain.
He's got a legitimate shot to win the round with this one. Constant Pain is a bull that gets, you know, gets turned down a lot in the re-ride pen for some reason, and this is a bull that fits a lot of guys, especially a right-handed guy that's as dominant as Andrew Alvidrez. I look for this to be 90 points.
Yeah, right-handed guy that's on a roll with the confidence that Alvidrez has. I mean, we're talking about a ride that could be the highest mark of the weekend. If Constant Pain will set up and do what he can, and Alvidrez rides like he is now, it's going to be so cool.
Well, he certainly went for it, and Constant Pain gave him the perfect canvas, but it ends up a 0.
And Constant Pain's, he's learned a little bit of a trick. You know, this is a bull that got rode a lot, and here lately when guys start to open up on him, he's got this little bit of forward movement to him and gets him on the ground. Right here, you see Andrew Alvidrez was going for it, and we were about to see somebody be north of 90.
As a bull guy, you love to see that pop. 45, 75 for Constant Pain, but they just learn to throw their weight around. He just jumps up and gives that kick and that pop, and he is learning how to make that 1,785 pounds get thrown around.
Coop, best bull score we've seen, and you could really just see it with your naked eye, couldn't you?
You could. I mean, that was such an impressive out. You know, whenever a bull's that good, it's pretty easy to pick him out.
Well, that's going to bring up Caden Loud, and it's going to bring up a very important rematch. This is the rubber match between these two, Caden Loud and Bandito Bug. Let's go to the success story part, Gordon.
Well, Caden Loud, when he is on, he can ride them all. And then Bandito Bug, he has been, coast to coast, a veteran bull. This is another one of those, I wouldn't make too many plans on what he's going to do because he's got a lot of changes in there.
Mason Taylor out on the chutes helping again. Not part of this weekend of the World Finals. Caden Loud, like a lot of the previous Cowboys to leave the chutes, a chance to move a full bull ahead.
Yeah, this bull here, he's not going to make it easy on him. You've got to stay on your toes, got to be ready for anything. And Caden Loud, he's got those knees drawn up in every bull and takes away the power. Now it's just those direction changes, making sure that you're square whenever he does it.
Bandito Bug became the windshield as he started just taking names.
Well, some days you're the bug, some days you're the windshield.
Exactly.
And, unfortunately, Caden Loud was a bug today. You know, just a touch behind on this bull. He's got so much whip, and whenever they've got that whip, it makes that center feel about an inch wide.
Bandito kind of got him a little bit with that horn right in the mask. And you know, a bull like Bandito, the veteran, he knows when you're leaning in a direction. When he knows you're a tick behind it, it's almost like he just shift into overdrive.
Well, if you were looking anywhere and saw the early list, it has changed. It was supposed to be Austin Richardson, but he has been scratched from round at number 2, and that means the first alternate, Leonardo Castro, is now going to get to come into the mix, and he's been paired, Coop, with Flapjack.
Boy, what an opportunity this is. You know, whenever you get an opportunity to come to the PBR finals, whether it be in an alternate position or whether you fought your way in, you know, the normal way. I mean, this is a bull that can really set you up for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, you know, when I was growing up, there's like a list of bulls out there that you'd always dream to get on. But the thing about it is you had to be, you know, a PBR short round situation, even have an opportunity to a bull like this. So this is a big opportunity for him right here. Flapjack is no easy one either.
Flapjack, one of those bulls that comes from a great lineage.
Yeah, he's a bruiser calf, and he's got a lot of the same similarities as him. Just a lot of hang and drop, really flashy, really showy.
We didn't see his bounce back too. We talked earlier about those best bulls. After their road, that next trip is the best. And the last time he was out, Jose rode him the 8 seconds, so we'll see how Flapjack bounces back.
Castro went a bit longer than Flapjack may have liked, but finally is flipped off the side at 6.8.
Yeah, he was taking the fight to him, and as long as Flapjack was going that direction, it was all good. But that forward movement, and he started taking off, went downhill quick.
Yeah, Leonardo did everything that he could, but Flapjack just kept moving forward and away from him the whole way, just could not get him checked up.
Well, for the first time tonight, let's check in on the Yeti Bull standings. We know that Manhater has won the World Championship race, but guys, right, there's another title on the line, and that's Bull of the event. Manhater's very much in the running for that as well, Coop.
Yeah, I mean, Manhater, he's really been in a league of his own all year and leading the finals, and Gino, and he's got to be proud of that.
Yeah, it's great to see. You see a bull have a great season like he has, to come in and just capitalize on it and have a big finish. So now you got to keep an eye on him. He's the best bull all year long, but to do it here at the finals would just you know, amplify it.
Well, this is another one for Gino and PayPal. The other thing, by the way, right, Coop, that Manhater is going for tomorrow in round number 3, he may still have a chance, or excuse me, he does still have a chance to have the highest average ever of a world champion.
Yeah, I mean, you put him right next to Bushwhacker and all the greats. He has had one of the most standout seasons. With a great out tomorrow, he could best all of them.
Paulo Rossetto, chance to take the overall lead. He kept 74 3/4 in round number 1. He faces PayPal.
Yeah, like Coop said, he kind of playing the long game there.
Well, there it is. That is the definition of the long game, as the early decision pays off and Paulo becomes our first rider 2 for 2.
Well, that ride doesn't look so bad now, and whenever you only won 2 for 2. And look, this is a gritty ride right here by Paulo. This bull throws everything at him. A big roll right out of there. He'll go left or right, and Paulo kind of pushes him to the right. This is a veteran move by Paulo. Riding that outside shoulder, making sure that he goes the direction he wants him to, and sits up and rides him good after that.
Rossetto, an event winner already this season. Albuquerque, that's one that everybody circles. This weekend, of course, is the biggest one that everybody circles. Winning the PBR World Finals. Rossetto in the best position to do it so far. That's going to bring up Luciano De Castro. Night Agent took care of him very quickly in round number 1. Coop, here's Bueno.
Yeah, Bueno's a great bull. You know, he's big, strong, has been going left too, you know, every now and then. And if he goes left, Luciano's going to eat him up. To the right's a little bit different story.
De Castro, a 2-event winner this season. Sacramento and Billings. Bueno. Kind of looks like he knows what he's doing, right, Cord?
Yeah, no, that's impressive right there. And you watch those bulls, you know, kind of develop and have those change-ups in there. But that was no, you know, change-up right there. I'm going to show you how big and stout. Let me show you some rare and drop and power, especially a guy like Luciano that can take it. Hey, Bueno had a bueno out right there.
No, 2.9 is what the official buck-off time is, but Luciano is going to try to forget that out even faster. We are coming to the closing moments of round number 2, but we still have some top dogs to go. 2-time PBR world champion Jose Vitor Leme, who won round number 1, should be last to leave the chutes. And John Crimber. And now we're going to get Alan DeSosa, by the way. This is that re-ride that got slotted into the order. And Cord, he's been paired with Hubestang.
Oh, Hubestang's a great bull. I tell you what, there's one thing that sure make your knee feel better. You put a bull like this next to a guy like that, knowing that the payout on go-arounds like this is an opportunity right there in front of him. I bet he's not thinking about how bad the knee hurts right now.
No.
No, and you know, he rode Manhater last weekend, and that was a $35,000 ride. This one here could be worth $75,000. And you know, Alan DeSosa before last weekend had been marked 90 since 2019. He could do it twice in a week.
Well, guess what? Alan DeSosa stepped up in a big way yet again. It might not be north of 90, but Coop, we're definitely going to see a new leader in the round. 87 points.
There's going to be a new leader, and man, there's no better feeling, and there's no way to make that knee feel any better than to get one knocked down like this. Right there to the right, Alan DeSosa had to fight for this one. There was a lot of changing going on throughout this ride, and he had to answer for it all.
You kind of brought it up, Coop, earlier. Just you realize that the consistency, the riding percentage he had, but one thing he's broken ice of is those high scores, those 90s. He's not scared to go out and ride the rank ones now.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the difference here the last week.
Cord, you mentioned breaking the ice right on a bull. He's going to go get a bag of ice for that knee right now as he gets carried off the dirt, but that is what you call a walk-off with friends. Alan DeSosa, the two-bull leader here at AT&T.
Do you love being a bull rider, or do you love riding bulls?
If you think bull riding's intense, just wait till you see PBR teams. 5 riders per team battling head-to-head. 10 teams, 12 regular season weeks. Every game is a battle. The best team score wins. It's bull riding on another level. And it all comes down to one epic showdown. The team's championship in October, under the bright, glimmering lights of Las Vegas. This is PBR Teams. Take the ride.
So you think you're tough enough to be a professional bull rider, huh? Well, this isn't just a sport, you know. It's the ultimate test of guts, grit, and glory. Cowboy heroes going head-to-head with 1,800 pounds of fury. 8 seconds that can change everything. Big risks, bigger rewards. And a shot at PBR greatness and championship glory. New to the sport, already riding? Hit up PBR Rider Development and take the next step. The future of the PBR starts with you.
Well, there it is, the Jerome Robinson Cup. The only way to get your name on it is to be the best. The symbol of excellence here in the PBR. Let's bring you our next 5 matchups. Cord, I'll start with you. Which ones stand out?
Oh, I guess I really like this matchup here, but if you watched this one last week, it's scary. This is another big challenge for Grimber. Away from his hand with him taped down right there. That's a couple of them that I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you, Cord. I like this matchup right here, but I don't like any of these. I think that's going to be a no-go.
Get out there.
All right, listen, I graded you on the telestration last weekend. Cord, you have dramatically improved. You went from a C- to a solid A. Coop, you were an A+. You get an A as well tonight.
All right.
Congratulations.
Just glad I passed.
Jose Vitor Leme, here's the one that we wanted. A chance for another round win, Coop, Oyster Creek Brawler.
And I think he's going to do just that right here. Oyster Creek Brawler's a really electric little bull. This is going to give Jose the best chance to showcase everything he can give right here. And, you know, whenever you give Jose a little bit, he'll take it all from you.
He'd make a great poker player, wouldn't he?
He sure would.
No mercy when he sits at the table, that is for sure. Well, Cord, give us something to look for in terms of the bull itself. What's Oyster Creek Brawler either usually do, or do you think going to do once the chute gate opens?
I think he's right up Jose's alley. I mean, he's up and down and around to the left. And we talked about it earlier about Jose almost giving those bulls that go left a head start. So it's going to give that bull the confidence to shift gears and to go fast to get the higher score. The other thing, you look at Jose, he's been perfect. You be able to jump off, land it if he can walk away. Bull riding is way safer when you're riding 8 seconds, and he is on a roll.
Showing incredible patience there as well. He seems close. Look at that team getting everything ready. Clock now down at 20. There's the nod. Well, there you have it. Lemmy continues to be on form. And this is the Jose that Coop was saying is very, very dangerous.
Man, he's got such a veteran presence. His first move out of the gate really dropped him off to the inside right there, held what he had, climbed out, and then went to work.
Still waiting on that scorecard. How about 90.5?
Hey, that's Jose. He can bring out the best in those bucking bulls. But Coop said it. You talk about a champion mentality. Right out of that, bull kind of just reared and almost set him back. There was a lot of adjustments that had to be made at a very quick speed to make that ride. Look at this. A hop, round the left. He landed on his flat-footed one time, but once he got everything dialed in, it's here we go.
Yeah, 3.5 over on the ROB right there. And Jose Vitor Limit, this is where he shines on the biggest stage in bull riding. You know, you let this guy get heated up like he is right now. He's continuing to gain ground.
That is his 86th 90-point ride in his career. He's getting close to JB's record of 90s at the World Finals. This is Sage Kimzey, Black Harbor. This was the bull that knocked him out last weekend.
Yeah, tough matchup right here. This bull is going to have a big, strong jump, can go either direction.
My goodness. Sage Kimzey is probably, well, maybe he will pick Black Harbor, right? Because he wants this bull, I feel like, after the way he's treated him.
I don't know if I would want this one again. This is, you know, whenever you have one like this and you have a rematch and it goes this way, Sage is looking for, I'm not sure if he nodded, I think is what he's saying.
Well, either that, you know, the bull kind of reared, hung his horn, leaving there. I mean, I don't know what he's looking at, but hey, that's one thing I got to give Sage.
It looks like it's the horn, right? As the gate swings open.
He hung it a little bit, but this is what this bull does, and his dad used to do it all the time too.
Yeah, there it is. It stays a 0. But Coop, right, I mean, I think the end of that, I mean, Sage should just be happy he walks away with the same amount of health he had before the gate swung open.
100%. I'm sure that's the way Sage is going to look at it. But the competitor in Sage is going to show up tomorrow and be ready to fight.
Without question. How about this? Silvano Alves, John Crimber. Would be great to be a fly on either of their shoulders to hear what's going on between there. Such wisdom on the left with Silvano, and actually such wisdom right cord with John Crimber. I mean, he's really lived this sport since he was born.
Yes, I mean, I would take bulls down for Jose and Silvano practice on. Crimber would already be riding there as a teenager.
Coop, here's his best friend, Clay Guyton, Mercy.
Yeah, Clay has been on a heater, you know, and so much talent right here in the bucket chute.
Literally and figuratively, Clay Guyton taps out on top of Mercy at 4.6, Cord.
Oh, that's one of those deals. He looked like he had him knocked out and just getting ahead of him, just wanting it a little bit more worse. Like Mercy couldn't keep up with him. He got over in the well.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You know, and you get here to the PBR finals, you're so excited to be here, and, you know, I think Clay was just a little bit too eager to make it happen. You've got to let the animal make the move.
Yeah, and again, right? I mean, just talk about that commitment. The hand's so sticky, and he'll go back and,
watch out.
Yeah, again, watch out. We've seen this once or twice from our guys. That's just the passion that they have in wanting to do well. Well, here we go. John Crimber, Miller time, tied for third in the earlier round. He needs 91 1/4 to move ahead of Jose for the event. He needs 90 3/4 cord to move ahead for him in the round.
I got $20 that say the Silvano Alves, John Crimber visit was about how to ride Miller time, what it was going to feel like, this bull moving forward and going right. And his arm being taped down is going to be a big change right here.
And it might be helpful because John a lot of times likes to get that free arm behind him on bulls that go to the right. It's not able to happen here. So for John, this might actually work. You got to stay towards the front of this bull and keep it simple.
I thought the same earlier when July switched directions earlier. It looked beautiful, like he had planned it his whole life.
He's under 30. Marco Rizzo holds the vest. Here we go. Ooh! Another hard landing for the 19-year-old, but he immediately pops up like a daisy to get a word from Silvano. Bottom line, buck off. 6 seconds.
Boy, it looked like John got back on the back of the chute and said, run him in, I'll ride him the next time. And, you know, you love to see this fight from John right now, dealing with a broken collarbone, climbing out over the front of him. This was about to be 90 plus. And
yeah, you seen some head nods from the champions back there. It's like, yeah, you went at him like we planned, and that was a plan of attack you went at. You would almost go play the exact same cards again and ride him 8 seconds.
So here's what's become very interesting with 2 more guys to go. We're showing you 2-time PBR world champion Jose Vitor Leme. He is going to lead into tomorrow on his 2-bull total no matter what. Now granted, Brady Fielder and Dalton Castle to come, right, Coop? They've got some ground to play with. But back to Jose and what he came in promising to do.
Yeah, that ground is shrinking pretty quick. And, you know, these guys, they can't stub their toe much anymore. Whenever they leave that door wide open for Jose Vitor Leme, he is going to gladly run through it.
Yeah, we talked about it in Billings, and he has been after it ever since and has not backed off the gas and been perfect here in Texas.
Hey, I used this phrase last weekend. Fielder looks ready. Nightmare is the name of the bull.
Now, this is a difficult bull right here. You can have a long jump out there and probably going to go left away from Fielder's hand. He's got to stay down, stay moving on this one.
Yeah, the only guy to ride him this year has been the #1 bull rider in the world, Dalton Castle, and he's bucked him off before, too.
And I think he's put on about 500 pounds since then.
People don't always put the change in that on the screen.
Give Brady Fielder a ton of credit, because that was a nasty direction change, and initially he handled it. But nightmare ends, a nightmare start here at AT&T for our #2 man in the world.
Yeah, really difficult jump right here for Brady Fielder to get by, and he does that. You know, this bull's got a lot of bounce to him. He does everything he can, but just can't quite get his hip squared back down when that bull's around the left.
So back to Leme's 2-bull total, right, Cord? I mean, basically Fielder is now in a 2 qualified ride hole in terms of those bonus points at the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, and we kind of saw that coming into tonight. Jose had 2 great bulls draw. He capitalized on that, but these other guys are just leaving enough gap now. You better watch out, because if he draws good or drafts good tomorrow, these guys have got to, you know, they got to step it up and ride the rest of them.
Well, speaking of stepping up, Coop, here it is, right? Our world #1, Dalton Castle. We are about to witness how quickly he can shrug off a buck off at 7 and change. He is now paired with Universal Pro Rodeo's hunting trip.
And this is a great matchup for Dalton right here, but you can't start thinking about what you should have done the last one. You got to let that go, show up, be present with this one, and make sure you make it happen, because you don't have that many chances left, and you really want to leave it. You don't want to leave anything on the table for Jose to make up.
Well, yeah, but that's a simple fact of this, isn't it, Cord? If Dalton gets not just a qualified ride, but a good qualified ride, he is still totally in control of his destiny heading into tomorrow.
I think it's all in the mind. You know, when you look at these top 5 guys, we've proved throughout the whole season that these 5 guys can ride every bull that's here, but you've got to do it now. You know, whatever the pressure, the change, you know, like Jose, the bull leaving the chute, Dalton getting the re-ride, the different changes in there, they don't give those gold buckles away. You got to earn them, and that's why this is proving it again and again.
Castle's close. Shifting hunting trip into position, and there's the nod. It's not going to happen. And it just isn't meant to be tonight for our best guys in the world. Castle's going to try to find a half a second out of this. But shades of a week ago, where both Dalton and Brady started 0 for 2 and left that barn door wide open.
Yeah, this is a lot of ground to have to make up for Dalton Castle, and you know, this is a bull that he would have ridden 10 out of 10 times in the regular season, but I just feel like the pressure's been getting to him here at the finals, just not finishing these rides.
Alan Jordan, his work doesn't change either, right? Whether it's Dalton Castle or Jan Victor Cunha. He looks at all this tape the exact same way. And that's going to be, right, the next couple frames are going to show whether or not the hand's in the rope. And that is a 0. 7.7 to be exact. So if you like thrillers, you certainly love the script that has developed here in Arlington, Texas. Jose Vitor Leme comes in with a goal to win everything. So far, the plan has worked to perfection. 2 rounds tonight, he wins both of them. His 2-bull total has him in a real position to win a 3rd gold buckle less than 24 hours from now. Let's send it to Kate.
Jose, every time you get on big stages like AT&T Stadium, you just rise. What is it about these moments you always take advantage?
I just want to thank God for, another blessed night for me. I'm feeling so good with all this energy on this arena, man. All these people's cheering for you and supporting you. This is amazing. I think this big places brings me a good energy, and I'm so happy to do my job tonight.
When you won your first gold buckle inside this building, you looked at that trophy and told me, my name is going to be up there a lot. How are you able to stay so consistent over the years? All these injuries, now here we are, championship weekend, 2 rounds, you win them both, and it's looking like it could happen.
Well, I think the secret of the consistency is just trust on God's plan and follow His, His way, and just keep working. That's what I do every time when I win something. I just want to get another thing, another win, and God has been so great to me in blessing me a lot on these special occasions. So when I step on this arena tonight for the first time after I won my world title here, I was like, this is the energy that I born for. So I'm so blessed.
All that energy came from thousands of fans right now. What do you want to tell them?
I just want to say thank you, everybody. Thank you for all the support. Thanks for coming out watching us, and tomorrow we have another night, and being here tomorrow for the finals.
Congratulations on an incredible start.
Thank you.
Well, we started the show saying we knew that it was going to go down to the final day, and Cord, it definitely is. Some final thoughts from you guys.
Well, to think that we've been grinding all year long, and it's down to one more day. Sunday, we decide who the world champion. But you didn't know this all happened. I mean, the guys are calling the shot. Who's running for it? Jose is on a run. It's going to be quite a ride tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Jose made it no secret at Cowtown Coliseum that he was here to win a 3rd world title. Well, he's doing everything in his power to make that happen.
Well, before we leave, let's show you the ride of the night. There is no debate at all. It is Jose Vitor Leme's ride coupe from round 2.
Yeah, and I mean, just what a way to put an exclamation point on today. Jose Vitor Leme, this is where he shines at the highest stage of bull riding, and I got the feeling he's not done for the weekend.
Well, let's take a look at the updated world standings after tonight. Leme has moved into 4th overall, now 446 points behind Dalton Castle. Those first 3, those numbers really haven't changed at all. But let's show you the virtual standings. If the event ended right now, Dalton Castle would be your world champion by only 46 points ahead of Jose Vitor Leme. Well, tomorrow is the moment of truth. Less than 24 hours from now, the world will have its champion. Tune in tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. For Cooper Davis, Court McCoy, Kate Harrison, Matt West, and our entire PBR crew, I'm Craig Hummer. Thanks for watching.
When I ride, climb aboard and tell them step aside. Now you know I always wanted to be champion. All I needed was a beast and an anthem. Whoa. When I ride, everybody out there gonna know my name. 'Cause I'm way too wild to be tamed. And you know I always wanted to be champion. When I ride, when I ride, when I ride. When I ride, when I ride, when I ride.
Stream
still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? And the home of the brave.
The perfect way to begin our evening, and once again, we welcome you to Paramount Plus for the first ever Teams broadcast. When we come back, it is time for Bucket. It is the last day of July, and the thermometer has not been kind in these parts. And inside Paycom Center, we're about to try to make it even hotter. Game number one between the Missouri Thunder, who were in last year's championship game, going up against perhaps the team that people think is the most dangerous this season, the New York Mavericks. As we get ready for this unique 5-on-5 competition, there's a guy that knows a thing or two about winning. 2009 world champion Cody Lostro, the coach of the New York Mavericks. And on the other side of the chutes cord, another guy that's pretty darn tough, Ross Coleman.
Yeah, Ross Coleman. That's two competitors to start the night off. We're talking about two big Rams that don't mind just rearing back and swinging for the fence here.
What I think is really cool about these two guys and pretty much every single coach of all these teams, they truly know the price this sport takes and what you have to give. Ross Coleman loves to start off with this man, Paulo Rossetto. He can ride with either hand. He's the only guy in the league that can do that, and he is the tone setter for Missouri.
Yeah, and not just a tone setter. The riding percentage is huge there. How many bulls fits this guy? Even taking one of the toughest bulls off the roster for the other guys to relax. But you talk about New York and Missouri, two teams that we've watched develop so much just in the last year or two.
Facing a bull by the name of Tigger, a great one. Average score of almost 90. Rossetto with a resounding 8 to put the Thunder on the board.
There is a reason he is in that lead-off position.
Ross, I know you like starting with Paulo. Just showed everybody why. How fired up are you to get that one?
Well, I think I'm the biggest fan of Paulo Rossetto, I promise you. Left hand down, right hand down. This week at practice this week, we got humbled. But humility is a good thing in bull riding because he came firing today, buddy.
Paid off here tonight. Good luck the rest of the way.
Yes, sir.
Still waiting on that score. Anytime it can be close to 90 or north of 90, that is huge in this team format. Cord, you say it all the time. It basically forces the other team to score twice.
Oh, yeah, that's it. You know, it's going to take a pair of 80s to beat the 90, you know, just like playing cards. And it's definitely put a lot of pressure on the judges right off the bat. The last 3 times they've rode this, the last 4 times, actually, they've been above 90 points.
Cord, 91 as we switch over to Bob Mitchell for New York. Mitchell put up a great fight, but ultimately Splash Tide causes a splash down just under 6.
Yeah, you see a video of Cody Lostro up there. You can hear him on the mic there. He's seen that he got in there a little much. He kept saying, get out of there, get out of there. And Bob finally got worked out there, but you see he's had his hips rolled to the outside. Coach knew what was going on, trying to help him up there.
Yeah, stay middle. Good job, later.
Ross is always going to be fired up after a 91-point effort, but Cord, that's exactly why where you position a specific rider really matters.
Yeah, you start with intensity right there. That is a big bull and a big rider, and definitely hit a good one.
Last year, his top score in Vegas was 90 3/4. He goes a quarter point better here.
Now, this guy is so strong. You see the power that Tigger is throwing at him. It just matches at every move. There is so much strain going on every jump there.
Another look at Paulo and Cord. You mentioned Tigger. We're going to talk a lot about the bull score as well. Why is that important if you're a new fan? Half the score from the bull, half the score from the rider. You want a bull that's around 45 points, don't you?
Well, you want a bull if you can ride at that level, and that's the good thing about having guys like Paulo on your team to face those best bulls, because if you can knock those 90s out, it definitely softens up on the other guys, because each team has a set of 5 bulls, and of course they're ranked 1 through 5.
Some intrigue here. This is Julio Cesar Marquez, who was with the New York Mavericks earlier this spring when we were in the midst of the Monster Energy Team Challenge. He is now switched over to the Thunder, and Ross Coleman, Luke Snyder, the whole organization, they were ecstatic with this pickup.
Yeah, no, Julio is a great addition to the team there, and especially to the middle of the lineup they got. Cade Madsen is back. You'll see him finish up on here. You got Paulo starting off, but if you can put a little bit more meat in the middle, and now you start putting a crew of guys to have those perfect games.
What you see in the left-hand corner, that's the clock. Basically, it only goes to 0, and if a rider doesn't nod before it gets there, he's disqualified. It does not happen a lot. Clock is now under 10.
Yeah, no more time to make adjustments. He has got to go. He's under 5.
Cougar Uber drops him off before the desired destination, only 4.1 seconds. So
yeah, still look at that 91 up there. you try to stay on that high note of, passing it on. New York has still got to do a lot. They've got 4 guys left, but they better start attacking now.
Well, here's Manuelito de Sosa Jr. now with New York. Taking a look at Cody Lostro's starting 5 for this game. And for Manny, basically this is a veteran who hasn't had a huge amount of success during teams, but just this past Unleash the Beast season did quite well.
Yeah, no, to get the ball rolling, it's cool to look at the 5 spot. Marco Rizzo has got a bull called Nobody, originally from Canada, and that's a bull that you can put up that 90 number. They're never out of reach if they can just kind of keep chipping away at them.
And I tried to be delicate, by the way, but our great statistician and stats team threw up exactly what Manuelito hasn't done during teams. Let's hope this is his first qualified ride. It starts with a nod. JLCS, the latest bull to humble Manuelito.
Yeah, you see him picking up that red flag there. That bull, when he stumbled there in the back end there, he had a reason to get a re-ride. He tried to go ahead and finish it to get a score. Oh, yeah, you had to watch a great replay. See, the bull kind of got a little bit off kilter. You see his hocks go all the way to the ground, and that's enough for a re-ride. Oh, it took 2 jumps for the judge to get it out of his pocket, but you'll see it land right there under lazy. There it comes.
Ross Coleman is down here jumping over guys and sprinting to try to get to that challenge button.
I want him to look at that back. I don't think that was a re-ride. Yeah, he didn't fall down. He didn't fall down.
This is where the judge is going to draw the line and stand where it's going to be this week.
But challenging for not a re-ride.
Justin Maples, we just heard from him, the the replay judge all weekend long, articulating exactly what the challenge is.
Ooh. A hawk touches out?
This is a different view than we had before. The bull come out there kind of crooked. Ooh. But you see that right hawk, there's just a sliver of light underneath it. Ross might have made a good call here.
Well, it's JJ's call, I reckon, right? Is it JJ?
See, the bull didn't come out fair. He hit a couple of rays, but had to hit hard enough to change his direction, and that's what the judge is trying to decide right now.
The call on the dirt after further review stands. Missouri loses their challenge.
So it will be a re-ride for New York. We've gotten word that the bull will be Woody. We don't know yet who the rider will be. But 1 score on the board, Missouri in the lead, with Mav Smith and Marco Rizzo coming off of their fight for last year's Rookie of the Year. They might fight to decide tonight's game. in game number 1, kicking off night number 1 of Wildcatter Days. When you look at the series history, yes, Missouri holds the edge, but New York continues not only to improve, right, but they're going to start chipping away eventually.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time, of the development of putting more and more numbers up as we go. And it's starting to become one of those teams I would never count them out until it was over.
No, not at all. New York only in the 3rd year of their franchise history. Teams actually only in the 5th year of its existence. And as we bring you back, there's been some reshuffling because of the re-ride. We're going to now go to Felipe Furlon, another fantastic rider for the Missouri Thunder. His season cut short last year, Cord, as a lot of our fans remember, because of that gruesome elbow injury.
Yeah, and that's the thing about bull riding, trying to keep track of a lot of those guys. There's a lot of injuries that come with it, and how guys come back from it, how guys fight through it. But when the guy is 100% knowing how good Felipe can ride, it's just amazing to see.
Yeah, guys, speaking of coming back, this is a guy that's always looking for more. The team has mandatory team workouts. Well, he went and got a personal trainer so he can do 2-a-days. And Ross Coleman told me earlier, he said there's days during the week where he'll just go for 30-mile bike rides just to push himself physically, mentally, always trying to find the edge that makes him a better athlete and a better bull rider.
Furlon has been one of those stars Ross Coleman can count on tonight aboard Get You Some.
Stay in there and ride his ass, Felipe. Be a cowboy right now. Stay hooked in there.
I like to hear Ross Coleman. The battle has already started for him. He's like, just stay in there, go to him.
Yeah, look, anybody that knows Ross or has ever had a conversation with him, you can't help but smile more and be more fired up after talking to him.
Yeah, there's nobody more fired up than Ross Coleman. I think when he enters the building, he's fired up.
Cord, look, we've got some new fans, a lot of new fans probably with us on Paramount Plus tonight. Explain the purpose of this re-wrap and basically resetting when you get the opportunity.
Well, I mean, it's just your starting position of where you want the rope is and how you want to set up there. I mean, you're trying to find that exact sweet spot on an 1,800-pound animal. There's a spot in its back that's moving less, that it has less power than other places. So they place their rope in an exact spot with an exact amount of tension to it. Here he goes.
Pretty darn clear. Aboard Get You Some. He just got a lot.
Oh, yeah.
That's a second score for the Thunder. This crowd is indeed entertained. $89.95.
That's another good one. Hey, you talk about that sweet spot. You know, there's so much action in the front end and horns swinging around. You got the tail going around swinging. He found that sweet spot, and Felipe would not let that sweet spot get away from him until he heard a whistle. Oh, you see, even show the judges how much I'm in control.
Another one for Ross to love.
Hey, you got to tell me, how good did that feel?
I feel great, you know? Perfect. 89, right?
Yeah.
89, I feel great. I feel blessed. I am every time work hard, you know, for this last weekend, this weekend, and I feel ready.
Paying off, great job.
Thank you.
This is Jacob Carriage, by the way, the Australian with the first opportunity for New York. Wasn't at Colorado State a few weeks ago. His buck-off's gonna show 5 and change. Great effort against a very tough bull, Dana White's playmate.
Yeah, Dana White's playmate. He definitely a bucker. The last time we seen him rode Caden Loud was 90 points. But you know, Cody Lostro, the coach over there, has got to start trusting the guy. If you're going to match him up something like this, you got some confidence, and you see kind of that development going there 6 seconds in, on Dana White's playmate.
We expect to see a lot of Jacob throughout this season. I know Cody expects a lot out of him. We're going to stay on the New York side. That's all based because of this rewrite opportunity that is going to come up in a second. This is Maurizio Moreta, who for basically the franchise history was the cornerstone until last season when he started to share those duties with Marco Rizzo and Bob Mitchell. But Maurizio Moreta, the most qualified rides in New York history.
And guys, Mauricio and the entire team spent the off week training with Navy SEALs in Southern California. I heard there was a 500-meter swim that actually Jacob Carriage was the best to do, but all the guys told me it's a great team bonding experience and the best time they've ever had together that they hope they never have to do again.
Yeah, Kate, you're right. Well put. I talked to Cody Lostro, their coach, about that a little bit because one of my good friends was actually one of the guys running that for the team. And Lostro just only had positive things to say about how tough it was, but how much they got out of it.
Right, it's one of those situations. I'm glad I did it and glad it's behind me. But it proves to the guys how tough they are and what they can do.
Moreta facing desert wind. They need some points. Look easy. Has Moreta brought the winds of change to the game? New York's on the board.
Cody, it took a couple, but you finally get to hear that whistle. What's it like to get the ball rolling?
Oh, it's always good to get the ball rolling. We got another rewrite here. We're fixing to get another score on. We're still in this game, and these guys are going to finish strong.
Great ride, 89 on the board, guys.
Yeah, 89.3, you're right, Kate, and worth every bit of it.
Oh, and it's a great ride. The match moves all the way. And like I said, I would never count New York until it's over. Like you saw about the Rookie of the Year, Marco Rizzo on nobody in that last position on the bull that he could be over 90 points on.
Well, Cody just told Kate, right? They've got a rewrite coming up where they really do have a chance at a lot of points. But first, we've got Maverick Smith, Little Rip from Missouri. He's on the clock.
It's funny, you see the bull look into the back, and then you want him to look the other way, then he looked too far to make his shoulders lean. You want him standing square.
Well, he certainly took the nod down to the wire, and then Little Rip let it rip, blowing Mav's hand out of the hold.
Yeah. You know, it looked like he was in there just a little bit. It was like correction after correction after correction. Even the last correction, he was still in the middle, just didn't have hold of the bull rope.
So that is going to be a blemish on the Missouri ledger. And we're going to find out if Cody Lostro will have his team stay true to his words. This is Joao Anike Lucas, the rewrite opportunity for Manuelito de Souza Jr. Great pairing. The bull, Woody.
This is a good bull. This is another one that you could put into those 90s up there. This could be closing the gap right here, if not change the leader.
Lucas set the hook, lands the big fish, and New York is right back in it. Each team with 2 scores.
Well, you talk about so much about development for New York and what they've done. Well, now they've got a 6-man. When you got a guy like this, you can step in there and ride the rewrite bull for a big ride like this. Oh, it's a whole game changer.
They're 91 and a nickel behind. They get 88-85 back. So we enter the final frame with Missouri leading by just under 3 points. Here's one of their stars in the making, Cade Madsen, and he's been paired with undesirables.
Well, I wouldn't even say he's a star in the making anymore. He is already a star. We watched him at the Big Sky PBR the day. The only guy over 3 days, 4 bulls to ride perfect all the way through. This guy is flawless right now.
Important 8. Cade is able to click all the way through. That becomes a 3rd score for Missouri, and they increase their cushion. But we've got a challenge from the other side. Cody Lostro looking for a touch. So Justin Maples.
New York is challenging for a touch.
Okay, the New York Mavericks say he touched the ball with his free number 11. And he cannot touch the ball, the equipment, any part of the rider zone.
Port, you were a coach in this league when it came into being. You coached the Oklahoma Freedom. Do you like the idea of challenging this in the final frame?
I like the challenge right here, and of course that bull is facing away from Lostro. He's taking a little bit of a guess that he's leaning so far forward that there is a chance to do it.
Hey, I'm just going to go straight to the source. Cade, did you touch him?
I don't know.
Look, this is a kid that spent 2 years on a mission. He's not going to tell us unless he's 1,000% confident.
After further review, New York wins the challenge. There was a touch.
So it becomes a 0 and 87 points taken off the board. And that gives Marco Rizzo, New York's closer, a chance for a walk-off win. 8 seconds, and New York steals this game in the final frame.
And guys, Marco Rizzo coming in with so much confidence after his 2-for-2 start week 1 of the season. He told me this really is the best start that I've had. He loved Navy SEALs training, coming in pumped, just the excitement of the team and building this together. So it is full steam ahead for Rizzo.
8 seconds for the win. He's down at 5, and that buck-off will hand the game to the Missouri Thunder by 2.8 points.
Marco, he left it all out there. Nobody hopping and skipping and going away from him. He definitely wasn't like a try. When you land on the back of your head like that, he left it all out there. But Missouri just put the pressure on him right off the bat with the 90 and 89 back-to-back is hard to beat.
Well, for all you budding statisticians out there, New York now 0 for 7 in this arena as we show you the final box score. 2 qualified rides for each team, but Missouri's added up to just a little bit more. Well, we've got our first winner of the evening, and we've got a plan to turn up the heat even higher with our next one. Get coach.
Still to come from Oklahoma City, the revamped Florida Freedom look to build on their opening weekend success.
The Florida Freedom go boom!
Just look out, Florida Freedom's coming.
They'll face the resurgent Kansas City Outlaws.
Kansas City, they've got all the firepower they need
the star-studded Austin Gamblers.
It is an embarrassment of riches for the green and black.
Take on Luciano De Castro and the Arizona Ridge Riders.
Arizona is the hottest team on the rise.
And the new-look Oklahoma Wildcatters look to bring their hometown fans to their feet and continue their early season success.
The first walk-off win of 2026, Greg Rhodes, is now a winner.
But up next, the defending champion Carolina Cowboys welcome a familiar face back. They'll face the only remaining unbeaten team in the league.
Texas #1, the only team who leaves Colorado perfect.
Brady Fielder and the Texas Rattlers. All that and more when the PBR Team Series rolls on from OKC.
Texas hit the biggest jackpot in Las Vegas.
Fit them for crowns. The Cowboys are the kings. Only the second week of the season, but game 2 tonight just feels bigger. 2023 teams champions, the Texas Rattlers, against the defending teams champions, the Carolina Cowboys. And for the Cowboys, the big news, of course, the return of their superstar, Clay Guyton, injured back in February in Salt Lake City court, and this was scary.
Yeah, bull riding is scary all the time, but this is one of those situations. that you stop worrying about coming back and bull riding. It's good to have him back live and back in the arena this weekend is a big thing.
Well, he is back, and he is with Mac.
Not so patiently waiting for this moment right here tonight. I can tell by that smile you're excited, but tell me, what are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm like a kid on Christmas right now. I've been waiting on this for 6 months. I'm glad to be healthy and glad to be back and ready to start winning again.
And you got a new teammate. Tell me about Keyshawn being a part of this squad.
Oh, Keyshawn's a big part of our team. He's going to be a big part this year. Me and Keyshawn, we've got really close, and we call each other all the time, so we're ready to start winning together now.
Great to have you back. Good luck tonight.
Thank y'all.
Another component, right, Cord, is you remember from your days as a coach, and now you get to see week in and week out as a commentator. I mean, the bonding that these teammates really earn and have is astounding.
Yeah, that's it right there, because the whole team draws a set of bulls, and it's kind of like this group of guys are going to battle together, and who's going to ride for the other guy, ride not just for them, but for their family and their income. When they're like that, they have the mentality of fighting together, they're a whole new threat.
Just showing their coach, Jerome Davis, and there's the Texas coach, Cody Lambert. It's interesting, too, because I feel like with these two coaches and these two teams, there's such an incredible amount of buy-in, right, for the coaches, not just philosophy, but the way they live their life.
Yeah, not only that, just over the years that we watched these, PBR teams develop, these coaches learned of what's going to get the guys geared up, what's going to make them bond together, what's going to make them, stick and move forward together. And these two coaches have got the tricks.
And as Texas starts with their leadoff and Brady Fielder aboard King Tut, similar strategy right here from what we saw from Missouri. King Tut won, you could be 90+ on, which we don't see this bull a lot. California Bull, they just told me they're looking to make a run at that world title this year with King Tut. So one you're going to be seeing a lot of this season.
Kate's so right. Texas has such a powerful 1-2 punch with not just here Brady Fielder, but then Dan Keeping in the 2 spot. Well, Brady Fielder wanted the bull. He may think twice about it again because King Tut certainly had an answer. That buck off early.
Yeah, King Tut definitely threw everything he could at him that first and second jump, and I think King Tut was even surprised that Brady didn't come off. He tried to get back up there again. Oh, just definitely an off jump, 44.55 on King Tut. You're going to have to put up bigger numbers than that because you start talking about what kind of numbers is going to win Bull of the Year. You're in the 45s, 46 range.
So this presents a huge opportunity for Carolina. They start with a new member of their squad. Tiago Salgado used to be on the Florida Freedom, and he certainly was a high flyer there. As we look at their lineup, Villejas, Lockwood, Dighton, and Whitehorse. Salgado aboard Purple Rain. He knows this bull.
He got his heart.
Craig, you were talking about it. Tiago Salgado knows this bull. He actually had this bull back in May, World Finals, rode him for 90.6. So just like Kate alluded to over on the Texas side, Carolina looking to strike big here right out of the gate. And talk about a guy that Jerome Davis is excited to have on his squad, but time is ticking down. Here we go. And Salgado down quickly, but you can see immediately the red flag is down on the ground. So a re-ride coming up for the Carolina squad. And you can hear the conversation wanting to know what the bull is. Yeah, and guys, it was immediate. Adriano Salgado looked at Jerome and he said, yeah, Tiago. And Jerome confirmed, so we are going to see Tiago Salgado back on that re-ride here in just a little bit.
And And back over here on the Texas side, Matt, you heard Craig talk about the 1-2 punch. It starts with fielder, that number 2 position, Daniel Keeping. And spoke with Daniel Keeping at the Texas team party launch last week, and he bragged and bragged about he truly believes he is a better player when he's getting coaching from Cody Lambert. But this is a team that did not stop meeting during team's off season. In the spring, every Wednesday, the whole crew gets together at Cody Lambert's ranch, and Cody telling the guys, it is the same story. I might tell it 10 different ways, but all about riding with love in your heart. Keeping matching up here with Walk Hard. And down at 5 and change, and Matt, it's those scary moments. Everyone here on the back of Texas sidelines, there was a collective ooh and ahs. They just saw Keeping take a slam into that dirt.
Yeah, not just on the Texas sidelines. This entire arena still holding their breath, even though Daniel is up to his feet. And now as he walks out under the aid and help of his teammates and sports medicine team, again, you can obviously know that Texas's top priority will be the health as you watch back on this. Walking out of there with a little bit of help. Moving over to the other side, however. Carolina back in full force, and Guilherme Villedas. Back to what you said a moment ago, Kate, about Texas and how they continue to stay in constant connection. Cody Lambert bringing up a great point. When you remind your team to do everything perfectly every day, it comes natural. And that is kind of the same sentiments that Jerome Davis had about his guys. And a young guy like Guilherme Villedas stepping in there. This group has spent so much extra time during the offseason coming together as a team. Davis thinks that that is going to be the key to success for Carolina again.
Hey, Clay Guyton had told me we've got 3 bulls that go to the right. Myself, Keyshawn, Guilherme, all right-handers. Pretty sure they just gave him the one that could go right, but could also go back to the left, Matt. He's down here in 3.65.
So Carolina in the opening moments of game number 2, they're going to get a rewrite, but it is 0-0. We'll see Clay Guyton and the rest of the Carolina Cowboys when we come back.
Where's up? Here we go. We're back. Hey, Donna. So was it just me or was it both of us? And nothing. No commentary. Okay. So
Back here in Oklahoma City, it is the kickoff of Wildcatter Days tonight, but just 24 hours ago, one of the most special nights in all of Western culture. It is the annual Heroes and Legends Award celebration. Those two of Flint Rasmussen, Silvano Alves were inducted. A lot of huge names. You saw Sean Gleason there, some of the members of the Austin Gamblers, and what a night it was. Two members of the Ring of Honor newly inducted. That includes Silvano Alves and George Paul. And Matt, there were a lot of tears, a lot of smiles. It truly was a special night.
A special night for a multitude of reasons, but L.C. Frost receiving the Sharon Shoulders Lifetime Achievement Award exactly 37 years to the day that we lost the legendary Lane Frost, along with Charmaine James and Dean Oliver taking home the Ty Murray Top Hand Award. But we're back to the action, and I believe we might have found a Craig Hummer and Cord McCoy.
Guys, can't thank you enough for covering for us. I told Cord to put another quarter in the booth machine so that we would be able to talk, and obviously he didn't do it.
Oh, yeah, it's all still bucking now.
Why does this have to be Cord's fault?
Yeah, all right.
Just because, Kate.
I got the quarters.
Exactly. He's got all the quarters. Jess Lockwood, the two-time PBR world champ. We tried our best to document his triumphant return last season to the Carolina Cowboys after a few years of struggling through personal issues and injuries. But what a run it was for him on the Carolina Cowboy championship team. Tonight, atop All Magic.
Yeah, All Magic. He's ready to buck. And I've got to go back to, the Carolina Cowboys and their coach and their management, placing Jess where he can shine. I know in that perfect game in Las Vegas, he had the highest score on there, but they've definitely been limiting his outs, not letting him ride every event, every game, and trying to space him out when they need him in games like this, when they're going against Texas that's 2-0.
Well, look, I think every team deals with management, right? And I believe Jerome has learned with Jess Lockwood. There is really a pattern to how to manage him.
That's it. You got to keep him healthy. He's got it in his mind. He's a two-time world champion. He knows how to ride the rank ones, but you got to keep his body preserved where he can do it.
Tough landing for Jess. Another snappy out, and so far, Mr. McCoy, we've seen some darn good bulls here in Oklahoma.
Yeah, we knew. We've seen the list come out for the Oklahoma event, and this is bull territory. And I hate to say that just because I'm from here. That bull come from Ohio, but I'm telling you, they all meet right here in the middle of the United States. Oklahoma is just an event that's known for that. When you've got, 6 of the set that you're watching here, of those 10 that can be top 10 for bull of the year, it's some bull power.
Claudio Montagna Jr., Texas trying to get on the board. Neither team been able to do anything so far, which is surprising with the firepower that they bring. Living on a prayer, the bull. Looked as though Claudio's veteran presence was going to make the difference. Instead, all 3 bullfighters called into action yet again, and it is another 0 for the Rattlers.
Yeah, I felt like they was going to get the ice broke on this game right there. Living on a prayer just would not back down, just kept grinding and pushing and pushing. I thought after that first corner that he had him rode, but it just took a long time to get to that 8 seconds.
Claudio enjoying a resurgence over the past year plus. Has been really good during teams, but coming off a fantastic Unleash the Beast season. Here's that re-ride we promised you. Thiago Salgado now facing Dirty Honey.
Well, I'm hoping that, kind of matches the re-ride that we've seen in the last game. It's a good set of bulls that match up. And that's the good thing when you got a guy like Thiago that can ride any bull, is in that MVP race, is so, be able to ride a variety of bulls, no matter what the re-rides are.
Little different look for Cooper Davis there. Captain America used to be the lead rider for the Cowboys, has since retired, and now is their assistant general manager. That's Tiago's brother Adriano helping him, older brother.
Last time this bull was rode, John Crimber was 91.9 points on him, so he's another bucker.
Remember, Tiago used to be John Crimber's teammate until this season. There's Adriano.
Sit down, that's the phone.
Salgado just slathered an 8 on Dirty Honey, and it was oh so sweet.
Yes, sir!
Carolina's gonna take the first lead. 89-05.
Oh, you gotta love that. He's talking about that icebreaker right there. Tiago just got on Purple Rain just about 5 minutes ago and you know, got roughed up and stepped right back in there. This is why he was so important in the MVP race last year.
That's Salgado's first ride of the season as his brother and Coop congratulate each other on the team's success.
Jerome, it didn't take you long to say Tiago was your guy on that rewrite. It didn't take him long to backflip at a Carolina jersey. How good does it have him?
Man, I tell you, we're really excited about having Tiago on the team this year. You know, it's kind of a no-brainer, bull right there to the left every time. And, you know, Tiago's hot into his hands, so it's hard not to put him back in again. He did his job for us. So.
Looking forward to Clay in a minute. Good luck, Coach.
You bet. Thanks, buddy.
Referencing Clay Guyton and his season debut. That's been a long time coming. Another guy that's been dealing with injuries the past couple seasons, Texas Rattler Brady Randolph. He's back in the game, getting his opportunity against Terran's Dream. Terran's Dream didn't give him much to work with, and Randolph a bit steamed.
Yeah, he wasn't too happy about that. You can see, you know, that bull kind of rearing and wheeling around there, had an awkward feeling to him, and Brady did not like it.
So we go to the bottom of the fourth. Carolina, their superstar in a clinching situation. First time since February, we get to see Clay Guyton on the back of a bull. And he can win the game for the Cowboys.
Clay definitely craving it. You know, so many people have you know, said welcome back and just the hopping and step and just excited to get on. There's no doubt why Carolina put him in that closing position. Nobody is craving it and ready to get on more than Clay Guyton.
It almost seems predestined that he may be leading Carolina to a celebration aboard a bull by the name of Cupcake.
Cupcake. You don't want to call home and tell him you got bucked off Cupcake.
There's Coop again. Such a great leader. Whether he's wearing the jersey or now holding onto the vest and being part of the management. Not the way Clay had drawn his return up. And so the game will have to wait. And we head to the final frame.
These bulls, they got good ground and they're moving fast. You know, Kate kind of talks about it, you know, getting on 11 or 12 bulls this week. But I'm telling you, these bulls at this level are a whole new thing. They are moving fast. Crimber cheering for him. Glad to have him back as well.
John, one of his best friends. John knows how much it is meant to Clay to be back in this sport. And Texas still with a chance. They need 89 and a nickel or better or else the game's over. Giancarlo Teodoro, atop live wire. Takes a hit with the buck off. This game is over. Texas gets blanked. And let me tell you, if you're new, well, wait, we're going to have a challenge.
Yeah, I seen the assistant coach Brady reach over and hit the button there. They're going to scratch for anything. What?
I think he might have hung for him, but I'm not sure.
Texas is challenging for a shoe foul.
Paycom Center's gone silent as the excitement of a win and or a loss is put on hold for the moment.
Make your mind up right here, Keith.
Well, anytime you got to say almost and kinda, like he kind of hung his horn and kind of hit his hip, it's not enough to change the direction. It's going to be hard to get that call.
Meanwhile, for Carolina,
The call on the dirt stands after further review. Texas has lost their challenge.
So that means the game's over. It stays a buck off at 3.5. And even though Keyshawn Whitehorse doesn't need to ride to win the game, there are a lot of tiebreakers that factor in throughout the season. And the first one of them is total points earned. So Carolina, even though they've got the game in hand, could use more points.
Yeah, you're taking a guy like Keyshawn Whitehorse, and the MVP race has got to be on his mind too, and especially a closer like him, if he could get on a roll, what he could do as well.
I'm glad you said closer, because Keyshawn Whitehorse was the closer for Arizona. He was on that team basically his whole career. He has now come over to the Cowboys, one of a few, right, including Thiago Salgado, Dalen Swearingen, who's left the team and gone to Nashville. Incredible, but the Cowboys seem to have reloaded quite well.
Yeah, you see them shuffle the deck a little bit, but, you know, Keyshawn is going to add value to wherever he's at.
Facing Freedom Fighter, this is a rematch.
Bust his ass, big cowboy now. Trust him, Keith, trust him. Big, Keith. Get him out of it.
Just under 5. Carolina's going to win this 1-0.
Okay.
89 points is all they needed. One score. And this game illustrates sometimes that is all you need. In fact, it was a re-ride that Thiago Salgado used to help his new team to another victory early on this season. time for game number 3, and it's going to be the Kansas City Outlaws against the Florida Freedom. Two teams that are tough and gritty, led by two tough and gritty coaches. Kansas City's coach, J.W. Hart. Florida Freedom, Paulo Crimber. You look at this tail of the tape, and Cord, they're basically dead even.
Yeah, it's pretty close. You look at the 8 wins, 6 wins, 1.56, 1.56. The feeling, though, is like it's almost like they've kind of been on different years, though.
Yeah, I think that's a great point by you, because Kansas City certainly, well, there we have Paulo Crimber. Not only the coach of the Florida Freedom, but father of John Crimber, the current world champion of the sport. And there's JW, the original Ironman, setting the record back during his riding career of consecutive.
Right. You can't just cut him off. You've got to get big chest and go to the front. Get up off your ass.
You catch all that?
Yeah, I did, because guess what? You heard me stop talking, but because when how about that? Guilherme Marchi, 2008 world champ on the left. The 2024 world champ, Cassio Diaz, one of his riders on the right. Let's go back, though, to that Kansas City mantra. You were so right in saying that on their good years, they're basically unstoppable because of this one. This guy's one of the reasons, Colton Hevelo.
Yeah, Colton Hevelo, we've watched him develop in PBR teams over the last couple of years right in front of our own eyes. And not only a huge riding percentage, a great leadoff, and what he is bringing to the table with for the Kansas City Outlaws.
He was the one guy of Kansas City's big 3 that basically throughout 2025 until the very end of the season was the only one that wasn't injured.
He's drawn up a little bit.
They had a plague, I guess you could say. Just could not keep guys healthy, and it was become one of those deals. They were having trouble getting 5 guys to be ready to ride bulls, and that gets tough when you have no replacements. Everybody has to ride every game. It becomes a tough problem.
One of the things I think we talk about every season is the maturation process for Colton Hevelo, and I feel like we've all watched him grow up since the first time we've seen him. Well, back in July, he and his wife welcomed the birth of their baby, Hayes McCray. And so you want to talk about something that'll make you grow up in a hurry. Colton Hevelo has done just that, and that is why J.W. Hart and the Outlaws, they continue to just put so much faith in this kid.
Tonight, going up against the bull he knows almost too well, Cord. He's 3 for 4 against Ball.
Get up off your ass and drive him around. Use them spurs, what they're made for now. Now get you a spot, get your ass out there and stick it on him. He's all right. Don't mess with me, don't mess with me. There you go. Get out there. Hang on.
It all eventually becomes too much for Colton Hevelo, but not for a lack of coaching effort from both JW and Guilherme.
Yeah, they're trying to watch you see both coaches trying to watch the replay again to see if there was enough contact. And that's the thing about it. They knew that Colton could knock Baldy out around the left. They were trying to get ready for that change was the problem.
Here's Austin Richardson. A year ago, he was a member of the Nashville Stampede. This is a huge pickup for the Florida Freedom. Paulo Crimber, rightly so, realizing that this guy can deal with pressure, and he also is a tone setter. So why not put him in the 1 slot?
Yeah, he's a tone setter. We watched him the other day with the highest marked ride in Colorado. He can put up the big numbers, and he brings a lot of power in that leadoff position. If you can put up 90s, just like the Missouri game we watched earlier, you put up those 90s to lead off, it adds a lot of pressure to the rest of them.
And I spoke with Austin about his perfect start to the season, and he talked about the amount of prep he's putting into the rehab this year. He has a way of always starting seasons really good. He did it individual 2 years ago, won 2 events back-to-back, then was out for 9 months. So he said for him, yes, it is mentally feeling confident, but even bigger is going home during the week and giving his body the chance to rehab. He said, I've been putting more work into that than I ever have.
middle. Go in now. There you go. Get it, James. Most of it, Dad. Set it up. There you go. He's right now. Go to it now. Go to it, little mate. Go to it. Get in there. Get in there. Let's get up. Go to it. Get out. Hey, Pat, no, no.
Elmo gave him very little to work with immediately.
Those guys are definitely getting plenty of motivation back there. They go at him, attack, get in there, then they're, hey, get out quick. There's so much information going around, and it ain't lack of effort for these teams.
So this has become a very common theme this evening where everyone in the first falters. So that's going to bring up Sandro Batista, another key ingredient in the Outlaw success. And as we show you some of the things that have been done when Sandro's in the lineup, specifically Sandro and Casio, it's incredible the numerology difference.
Yeah, and the thing about it, when Sandro and Casio was kind of both of them on the same team in an MVP race, and then we watched it last year when John Crimber and Thiago were in MVP race. When you've got a 1-2 punch like that on the same team, you are a threat.
Left or right, Sandro, left or right. Strong back, big chest.
His clock now at 20.
Border now, border.
Screaming freedom ends that ride way too early.
Oh, that's a double. Again, like Sandro, just a bull like that is one that he's supposed to ride. But that's the thing, when the bulls can kind of go both directions, you're waiting on a switch, but the switch never comes. Oh, it moves fast.
3 up, 3 down here in game number 3, and now it's time to go back to the Florida side and check in with Alex Cerqueda. Earlier in the second game, I talked about Dan Keeping be a little bit under the radar and a guy that the team absolutely needs. I think that's the same for Florida right here. The way Alex Cerqueda swings, if the pendulum's high, the Florida Freedom are winning.
Yeah, and his guy, he can definitely, jump on the grenade for the team. He can take the toughest bull. He can take any different direction there. I think he's such a powerhouse for the Freedom of what he can do. And this will be a game changer right in the middle of the lineup if he can go in here and crack one of these bulls.
This is another one from Cave RC, Kenny McElroy and his crew. You mentioned from Ohio. Let's call this another Buckeye Bull. That's why Paulo Crimber loves him. That's why Paulo Crimber needs him. Shaken and stirred in the chutes, and you wouldn't even know it during the ride.
Paulo, how impressed are you not only by Cerqueda's ability, but ability to come back and rebound like that and get position?
I mean, I think you just have to have a short memory, just forget about the past, and just go do what they do. Alex is the right man for that. He's a cold blood, he just go do his job and don't care what's happening around him. He just go there and do it.
Thanks, Coach.
Yes, ma'am.
It's worth $88.95, and the arrow hits the bullseye. Florida takes a 1-ride lead as we get ready to take the turn in this game. Casio Diaz and John Crimber are both world champions. Both give nothing less than 100%, and both love battling to be the best. Now that we've started this big run, next weekend we're in Florida, Sunrise, Florida to be specific, for Freedom Days. Then it's Stampede Days up in Bridgestone Arena in Tennessee. Gambler Days follows. Then after a week off, Thunder Days, and of course Anaheim the weekend after that. The rest of our weekend here on Wildcatter Days looks like this. Tomorrow you'll be able to see us on the CW. Sunday, a special presentation, noon Eastern on CBS. And then we round out the weekend Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern back on the CW. Game number 3, Eric Enrique Domingos has boarded Rockville.
Big chance.
So we are definitely going to see re-ride flags, and that is the 102nd out for Rockville. And Cord, I'm going to state the obvious. I've never seen an out like that for Rockville, so hopefully it's okay.
Yeah, that's the only out I've seen like that as well. That's kind of one of those situations too. Is like you know you're going to get an option for a re-ride, but you still got to keep your hand up for 8 seconds, even if Rockville pops the clutch or something like that. It's a you got to stay burnt down.
That brings up, we talked about this in the very first game of the evening, and let's listen to this.
Same guy, Eric.
So we just heard from both coaches, JW Hart, Guilherme Marchi. It's going to be Domingos again, and the bull is going to be Milestone. So we go to the other side, and for the first time, because his re-ride was given to Ethan Winkler at Colorado State University, is Canyon Jolly, taken in this year's draft by the Florida Freedom.
I was just speaking with Coach Paulo Krimber about his latest addition, and he said, this kid impresses me. He's always willing to work. Every week makes a 3-hour drive from Austin, Texas, up to Decatur, Texas, to be there for practice. He is dedicated. He's committed. He continues to get better. Coach tell me, in about a month, just watch where my squad is, alluding to how much he's working with some of these newer guys.
Canyon, only 21 years of age, just being around the rest of his teammates, Court, another factor of teams in general. How you can absorb just by being around other guys.
Yeah, I think the PBR teams, the shared information goes a long ways in PBR teams. Hey, there's a bull we watched the other day. He's a bucker. Whoop.
Hard landing.
Take another look at it. Yeah, you see somebody reach over to point there. I keep wondering.
Hit it over here.
Yeah, there, Coach Krimber trying to make a decision to challenge it.
Shoot foul. Depends what it is.
Florida is challenging for a shoot foul.
Okay. All right, so before we get a challenge for a shoot foul here.
Great work by our audio crew. We've got so many mics everywhere, and you heard kind of the process, right, Court, of...
Hey, he hung his foot. Hey, Roy, he hung his foot. I didn't see that.
After further review, Florida wins the challenge. It will be a re-ride.
I don't know what it is. Hey. What is it? Lights out. You? Ethan Winkler. Ethan Winkler.
Well, that becomes a golden opportunity for Florida and for Ethan, taking that re-ride lights out.
If only you could have seen the big smile on Ethan's face, plus a few chosen words as soon as you heard that bull. He's excited, to say the least, guys.
Deja vu all over again. That's exactly what happened at Colorado State. It was a Canyon Jolly re-ride that was awarded to Ethan Winkler. Heitor Fajeda with his opportunity. Wild Bunches Levy.
You got to let him get to his rope. Levy, bull levy. Hey, Tor. You got to let him get to his rope. If he gets there, he's just going to fit.
I'm glad they're Mike and JW hard up.
Oh,
I like to
I was
eavesdrop
just
on
going to
this.
say that. I'm so glad you did first.
I just leaned forward waiting for the next comment.
He needs a rope in that damn halter is what he needs.
JW's never been afraid just to state the truth. Huh?
No.
This is what I think.
Hey, listen, remember all the years he was up here with me in the booth? he never sugarcoated it.
Yeah, but guys, how great is it to know that you have hauled so many bulls and you know everything there is to know. He has so much bull knowledge to know each and every one of these bulls that they're going to be matched up with and every tendency that they have in the buck and shoot. He's warning the judges exactly what these guys are going to need inside there.
Boy, let's go strong now. You got to go slow, Lane, or he's going to throw them
Well, the mic picked up a little disappointment in JW's voice. Meanwhile, Aitor comes up a little hobbled. Bottom line, it's a 0-5.
Yeah, hopping and skipping around there. It wasn't even that big of a problem until right here that inside foot kicked him in the rear. And what did JW say? Jiminy Cricket, that's
Something
tough.
like that,
Yep.
yes. I'm glad that was the translation that you heard in your head.
Oh, I gotcha.
Let's hope most of America heard that same translation. So Aitor going to have to regroup and get ready for tomorrow. Meanwhile, we're back with Kansas City, I believe. And it's going to be Casio Diaz, the 2024 PBR World Champ, healthy, able to contribute. He was 1 for 2 at Colorado State, and his one score was almost 90.
Guys, it is a different approach from that Outlaw squad this year. They were the team in the past that would wake up Monday morning after an event, rolling bulls in practice all week long. Laramie Marchi telling me this year, we have to stay healthy. It's not a choice. We're getting on one bull a week if we need to. That is it.
Yeah, speaking of health, I talked to Casio Diaz back at Colorado State University, and I just asked him straightforward, how you feeling? And he said, I'm sore. The wrist is sore, the elbow is sore, the legs are sore, all over. I'm sore, but it also shows the commitment that their champion has, and they need him in this moment.
Matt, I remember you touched on that 3 weeks ago at Colorado State, and we all remember when he won his world championship in 2024. He did it after breaking his back, and we all thought he wasn't going to be able to ride to stay in the fight. So yes, this guy, once he makes a decision to be in, is in.
Abre o peito, abre o peito. Abre o peito. Isso, pega pra frente, pega pra frente. Aí, abre o peito. Pega o peito. Pega. Pega, cara. Pega, cara.
For the first couple seconds, it seemed like Diaz had nothing and nowhere to go. He's been given a reride opportunity, but Florida, Paulo Crimber, wants a challenge.
Hey!
Florida is challenging for a touch.
Florida's already challenged once in this game. They won, therefore they get to keep the challenge. That's an important distinction cord for our new fans.
Yeah, I mean, Crimber, got lucky earlier.
After further review, there was a touch. Florida wins the challenge.
So that's incredible. A rewrite opportunity goes to a big, fat 0 for Kansas City.
Lane said he didn't.
Kansas City's got one more opportunity. Florida sends out Joao Lucas Campos, good riddance. This is a clinching situation for Florida, since Kansas City only has one rider left. This second score would put it out of reach. Instead, good riddance is the one that says bye-bye. And Florida tastes a 0.
Yeah, sometimes that's the hardest thing to do, and all you have to do is stay on this 8 seconds. There's a lot of other challenges that are easier than that when you try to, there's no safety up in bull riding.
So Campos do a little stare down as he exits the dirt. That's going to bring up the final chance for Kansas City. Eric Anique Domingos. Remember earlier, both Guilherme and JW said immediately, same rider. So he's back, now facing Milestone. Has to ride to keep his team in it or this game's over.
Has to ride it. I mean, you look across there, you've got to be over, you got to be 89 points. And then this is a bull that, going to put those numbers. I think last time they rode him a little over 88 points the last time. So he is in that area. But he's, Eric's got to put a good ride on him as well.
Domingos does his job. He has kept Kansas City in it for the moment. Will it be enough? He needs 89 to give him the lead. He gets 89-15. Kansas City has moved to the lead. JW breathes a sigh of relief.
Just right. We knew had a bull to be 88 points on, but he had to be flawless on top of him. Matching moves right there, because if the judges had any reason to dock him, he was not going to be enough points.
So now John Crimber gets his opportunity. Take a look at what he's been doing, not just on the PBR, but he's out there rodeoing.
Yeah, 90.9, 91, 90, 92, 91, 91. My goodness, guys, he got the 9s on there, ain't he?
So keep in mind, Florida's got 2 riders left, which means they've got 2 chances to win it. They don't need John to ride, but they certainly would like to end it here. Crimber, bruised and confused. The win will have to wait. A few weeks ago, John Crimber coming off a groin injury.
Yeah, I don't like to see that limp. You see Bruce confused, putting a lot of pressure and pulling him out that direction. I don't like to see the limp.
Well, Florida Freedom fans are not going to see the big 0 next. Down to 1, and the Florida Freedom are down to 1 last chance. John continues to work off some steam. It's up to his teammate, Ethan Winkler, to win this one. This is one of the best bulls we've seen over the past couple seasons when it comes to guys winning money and winning events. One of Blake Sharp's greats, lights out. Cord, I'm going to go out on a limb.
Do it.
This could possibly be, if this is 8 seconds, the biggest ride of young Ethan Winkler's career.
That's not even a far limb. That's the truth. Hey, the other thing is don't let lights out be underrated. We've watched so many guys win first place. You know, Sage rode him like 3 times last year for events.
Yep.
But just a couple of weeks ago, lights out bucked John Pemberoff at Colorado. So this bull bucks hard. He's going to put up the 90s. It's not an easy ride, but he's one that the best of the best guys like to get on.
This is a rematch for Ethan. He faced this bull last season during teams. Of course, he was on a different team then. Winkler for the win. But we have a challenge.
Oh, keep celebrating. That was an amazing bull ride right there. Oh, I loved it.
So JW and Guilherme, I overheard they're going to challenge for time.
Oh, a little bit of a changeup. You know, usually lights out is to the end of the gate and around the right into his hand. Winkler just tracked him wherever he went. What a great ride.
Not for nothing, but if this challenge is denied, that was just worth 90.45.
No, that's not a slap. That's the tail wrapping on you.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Look at that. No, that's not a slap.
Look at that.
He wasn't where he needed to be. That tail came to you. They might check on the score or the time or something. No, you didn't touch anyway.
But let's not wait for the answer to that, Ethan, for you to say what that 8 seconds was like. It looked electric.
Oh, great. I mean, I felt the tail come around, but I didn't touch him, so it did feel good, though. Finally, all healed up, thanks to the Lord, and it's been a time. I've had to wait 7 months for it, but I feel great. I feel awesome.
Hey, what a kickoff for Florida. Either way, well done out there.
Thank you very much.
After further review, it's a qualified ride.
Walk-off win for the Florida Freedom and Ethan Winkler. One to remember. Cord, you've been a part of it, as I always say, on so many levels. Coach, rider, stock contractor. These are the sort of rides that can change the trajectory of a career.
Yeah, this is one of those, you remember this ride here in Oklahoma City when he's a contender for that world title, because this is what broke the ice. This is what led the team. This is what made the difference. Big day for Ethan Winkler and the Florida Freedom.
2-1. Just almost 180 points and a little over 89. Florida takes game number 3, but we've made it over the hump. So now it's time to cue up game 4. Austin versus Arizona. We are back in the 405. It's night number 1 of Wildcatter Days, and it's time for game number 4 inside Paycom Center. Showing the tonight game stats. You got the win on the left from the Missouri Thunder in game number 1. Carolina took the win in game number 2. And moments ago, the Florida Freedom walk-off win from young Ethan Winkler aboard Lights Out, a bull that continues to help guys to the winning pay window. Now here in game number 4, let's give you the tale of the tape between the Austin Gamblers and the Arizona Ridge Riders, because Cord, pretty interesting, right? Austin, powerhouse, filled with superstars, but when they play the Arizona Ridge Riders, something's in the water.
Yeah, the Ridge Riders either have the answer or the boom, something going on there, because the Ridge Riders definitely putting up the battle there.
Lowest points of any team in the league when they play against the Arizona Ridge Riders. So again, the Austin Gamblers, they've got that green on their side, but maybe the green when they play Arizona, that's for kryptonite. Let's send it down to Kate.
Colby, you've got to be one of the most excited guys in the league, but something about this year, it's just another level. What is it?
I don't know, I mean, I try every year to create the strongest team that the league's ever seen, and that's one of the things that really interests me in this job, right? And I just love helping these guys, and we've created a special bond, and it starts with these 2 guys that we have, Luciano De Castro, Eduardo Aparecido, who've been with us since the inception of PBR teams, and it's just fun to build on that, and this team just seems really, really together. We just got back from a training camp again, our second training camp this year, and it was really special.
Appreciate it, Coach. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Matt, let's go over to the Austin Gamblers sideline.
Well, again, guys, you'll notice another lineup differentiation here tonight. I talked to Coach Michael Gaffney earlier today, and he said, you know what? There's a method to my madness, and there's no secret. We are not the youngest team in the league. We are built to win right now. With so many talented veterans, he said load management. I got to keep things fresh. I got to keep moving guys around. I got to keep taking every chance I can to keep my guys as healthy as possible. He said, get used to it, because this lineup is going to continue to move around and change throughout the entire regular season.
Matt, it's incredible listening to you say all that as we show the Austin Gamblers starting lineup. Cord, looking at those 5, put any one of those 5 on a different team, and they are the cornerstone. In fact, remember, Kaiki Pacheco was on the Nashville team when they won everything in 2022.
Yeah, those starting 5 right there are the, you talk about load management, that's your 5 aces right there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all together there.
Hey, by the way, here in Oklahoma and Wildcatter territory, they've got a pretty famous owner, and you can see him there on the very left-hand side of the screen at the moment, pro golfer Taylor Gooch. I don't know if he's giving golf lessons or he's taking these guys money.
City, let's help Channing out. Huge prize package. And, a little long. You get one more. Here's the final one. All right, here we go. What did you tell him?
Oh, that's a little spicy there. You gotta tone it down.
All right, take a little bit of the speed off. Here we go. This is the big moment. The pressure's on. Look at this. Oh, Taylor, listen, we've got a great prize package from Zone. We've got a great gift card. I kind of like this guy.
I mean, I do want to give him another shot here, though.
Well, we better do it pretty quick. Okay, one more. Taylor wants one more, so here we go in 3. Oh, I don't count him down. Oh, no. Okay. Here we go.
Come on.
Come on, Oklahoma City. Come on, cheer him on! And no! Hey, listen, we appreciate you, buddy, so much. Do you enjoy yourself?
Loving it.
Big thanks to the good folks in Zone. Taylor, we're going to give him some great prizes no matter what right there. Thank you for being a part of the Oklahoma Wildcatters. Archie, thank you, buddy.
It's Archie Bradley, former pro pitcher.
And Okie.
Exactly.
Don't forget and Okie.
Thank you, Matt West. Who knew that when we'd come to Wildcatter days, right, we'd hold up a game for a little putt-putt.
Yeah, putt with Major League Baseball players.
I like it. Sage Kimzey gets his chance. The 7-time world champion has been patiently sitting in the chute, and wow, just like that, he's on the clock. I'm a little surprised. I don't know about you, Cord. He's a top desert twister.
Yeah, he's asking about restart time. I'm hoping there's a mistake as well, because if not, there's 10 seconds to nod your head.
Yeah, it seems, there we go. Okay.
That's the veteran mentality. Sage is like, I'm politely saying there's just 10 seconds on that, and I'm sitting on a bull that weighs 1,800 pounds.
You know what? Sage may have, wanted to just go up on the shark cage and do a little of that putting. He knows his way around a green.
I wouldn't bet against him.
Off your butt.
There's G-Man.
Attaboy. Go after him when you have to. Do it, Steele. Enjoy the moment. Attaboy.
I like that.
You have to, loosen up.
From Michael, reminding him to enjoy the moment.
Watch your glove. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving, Steele. Either way. Gotta hold him, gotta hold him. Okay, keep moving. Watch your arm, watch your arm.
What are you seeing from Desert Twister right now?
Well, the bull's kind of been sitting there ready to go as well, and now he's just squatting a little bit. And Sage just kind of wants him to stand up and relax and to leave, just an honest approach at him. Yeah, so he's restarting now, and now, Lane's up there. He's like, all right, I gave you a break earlier. We start all over. I bet you the next time Ed starts, he will not be as relaxed about it. And that's one thing about the judge or the shoot umpire right there. I'll give you some breaks, but when you got to go, you got to go.
Yeah.
At least he can try. Teammate.
I just thought it was cool when you look down there at G-Man and Sage and Kanky. There was about 5 arms reaching in there and about 9 gold buckles, right there, just a short area.
You can always show your passion for the toughest sport on dirt with the latest gear, from event-exclusive merchandise to authentic hats, tees, hoodies, and jackets. There's something for every bull riding a fan. Take your PBR pride wherever you go. Scan the QR code. Visit PBRshop.com today and gear up for the season with official PBR merchandise. Back to the beginning of this ride, coming off of the intermission festivities, I'll call it. Veteran move by Sage Kimzey, right? The clock was ticking. I think a younger rider would have thought, oh my God, I need to nod. But Sage instead said, hey, there's a problem with the clock. We should all admit that.
Yeah. And that's something that you've got to take advantage of, to have a veteran guy like that. Not that all the gamblers don't, but just like, the longer break or the shorter break or telling him to hurry up or wait, things like that, do not shake Sage Kimzey up.
Worked his way through the prep the second time.
Hey. Can you scratch him a little bit? Want to scratch him a little bit?
Talk about the Sage Kimzey veteran.
There you go.
Desert Twister's a veteran too. Can't shake him up.
Get ready, drop your arm.
Minutes of work equates to 2 seconds at the office.
Well, shoot. What looks easy on paper there, Desert Twister just kind of, can feel Sage over there just a little bit, a little more hop and skip and move up underneath him.
Yeah, you say easy on paper, but looking at the stats of that bull, he's only allowed 4 qualified rides in his whole career. And there are a lot of names, right, that have gone by the wayside. Keyshawn Whitehorse, Dan Keeping, John Crimmer, second time Sage Kimsey. That's missed it. All right, here we go. There's the Arizona starting lineup. Colby Yates, you heard him talk earlier about how excited he is just to build the best team he can in the moment. This is one of the guys he was talking about, built around Luciano De Castro and Eduardo Aparecido.
Yeah. Luciano and Fast Eddie, definitely the 1-2 that there's no doubt behind. But I was so impressed, in Colorado, what else Arizona has put together. I mean, they have developed a crew of a pretty elite starting five. I was pretty happy with their set.
You don't need any other stats when you have that one by your name. Luciano 17 for his last 20, but Cherry Chew is 19-0 in his career.
Guys, last year we heard a few times that some members of the Ridge Riders squad would go to J.B. Mooney's house to practice. Well, this year, J.B. Mooney, not being a coach of a team, he full-on has opened his place for Arizona to come and practice, and he is the self-proclaimed mental coach to this team. He had a call with his good buddy Colby Yates and said, hey, I've got a lot of good bulls if you guys want to use them. Colby telling him and JB have been friends for a long time. He trusts him. The guys love going over there to ride. He always gives them good bulls. He's got great bullfighters and really has become a fun dynamic this year for a practice situation for this team.
Take your time, Luciano.
Luciano now on the clock. Now Cherry Chew really acting up.
And no matter how much he bucks, you want to be sure your hand stays in that rope.
Be business, Luciano. Take it to him.
Cherry Chew keeps his perfect record intact, goes to 20-0, and that's the first buck off of the young season for Luciano. So we start the second with none other than three-time world champion Jose Vitor Leme. 72 hours before the season started, Cord, he was unsigned. He was still technically a free agent, but Austin now has their big gun back.
Yeah, I don't know where, I was going to be so surprised if he went somewhere else, but it was neat to watch the countdown and the announcement that he was back with the Gamblers.
First time ever, he's bucked in the number 2 slot. And aboard Mo Money, he's earned some points for the green and black.
Jose looks pretty good in that number 2 spot as well, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he looks good in any spot.
Yeah, no doubt. You just want him on your team, no matter what of the 5. That's what you wonder about, G-Man, the coach, whether he's going to put different guys on the bench or just shuffling up the riding order every week.
Well, that's just a standard, solid ride for Jose. He's now 2 for 3 on the season.
Jose, smile on your face. I know it's not the highest score of your career, but tell me about it. How did it feel?
It's another qualified ride, so that's what makes me happy, help my team ride a bull, and I'm here, I'm healthy, and I'm feeling great.
Great job.
Thank you.
Back to Arizona, Eduardo Aparecido. We just noted that was the first time ever that Jose Vitor Leme's been in the number 2 spot. This is a guy who lives here. He'll come out relatively unscathed, even though that ending got a little dicey. So both teams notch an 8 in this frame.
See Dalton and them having a little conversation over there. I don't know what they thought they might have seen in that 8 seconds. I like the way you refer to it, relatively unscathed. You smash the fence, land on your back, get your hat dirty. That's relatively unscathed.
So the score has been logged as 85-65, but a late challenge did come in.
He touched the fence.
Before the ball hit the fence.
So just hearing.
Austin is challenging that there was a touch.
Okay. All right. So you look at him, he's like, no. No. I mean, if you're going to ask anybody, ask it one of those, right?
Well, and the thing about it is, like Chip said, he touched it. Yeah, he did. Yeah. I mean, the bull put him into it. Right there.
Yeah.
Well, it was after Chip. Yeah. Right there. Right there. Yeah. Touched the fence first. Right, Lane?
Eduardo, you're already shaking your head. I mean, the steal came to you, but just walk us through that moment. Where are you supposed to go?
Yeah, I'm so happy to ride this bull, but I think it's left by here. The shoot. I'll be waiting for my team.
I'm like Kate, it's pretty hard to get that call there, smashing into the steel.
Yeah, yeah. Not happy. You rode your ass. So. I know. Especially when you...
After further review, there was no touch. The call stands.
So the 85 points will stick. Austin loses their challenge, but they do have a slight advantage after 2. Well, when it's all said and done, Dalton Castle will go down as one of the greats, but he's all about the here and now, and that means 8 ticks of the clock coming up. Winding down the evening, the first ever on Paramount Plus for teams. Happy you're joining us. We're in the midst of game number 4. It's a good one. Both teams, the Austin Gamblers and the Arizona Ridge Riders, have one score. Advantage Austin at the moment on points. And they're about to send out one of their best. He's already sitting inside the steel. Dalton Castle atop Foolish Pride.
They kind of get me mixed up a little bit. They change the ride order all the time. Like when Jose is number 2 and then Dalton is number 3. It kind of mixes up, because there's so many on their team that are usually the closers or the leadoff position. When you got 5 guys like this, I understand the confusion of who goes first.
There's also so many that have won so much in their career. And so the sideline is interesting, and I'll use the word interesting in place of the word boring, because there is a unique energy that comes with so many world titles and championship runs that have happened on the back of these bucket shoots. Austin, all business.
Dalton easily handling the dynamic and the changes of that ride. Second score for the Gamblers.
And guys, just like that, even when they do their job, it's a smile and a nod, almost taking the attitude of the Iceman or their soft-spoken coach, Michael Gaffney. Very interesting from Austin.
Arizona is challenging for a touch.
I was worried about that, kind of returning the favor right back to Dalton. You know, Dalton was a big part in, good doing the replay on Fast Eddie just a second ago. They just returned the favor of, hey, let's look at your ride too.
Here, it's just a. No, they get in for the fence.
Just for clarification, Austin did challenge the last ride and they lost it.
Back into it. When he come back, watch. See?
After further review, it was a touch. No score.
0 instead of 86-15. So Colby Yates not only gets to return the favor, but really sends a message because he wins his challenge.
All you, brother. Like a yard.
So that keeps it 1-1. And here in the third, it's up to Everton De Silva for Arizona to get something done aboard Side Hustle.
That's right. There you go, Nate. There you go. There you go. There you go, Everton.
Another man on the shoot clock. Everton, by the way, last team season rookie of the year.
There's something about the field that Everton doesn't like about him. I don't know what it is. It looks like he's got room on both sides there, and he's standing square.
Just gave Arizona the lead, and then he paid a heavy toll.
Everton has a protective vest on, but you hope that that's just wind.
As he gets a 10-2, the ride has been awarded 87.55.
Não, só estourou meio que assim, entendeu?
Colby Yates trying to lean in and see how his rider is. Let's go back, Cord, and take a look. You mentioned the protective vest, but unfortunately we've seen so many times, and now he's getting up. So thankfully, The whole sports medicine team escorting him off the dirt. Let's take another look at this.
Yes, they're going to check him out, but you notice that he's, already down on the ground. There's no room for give. That bull stepped right on the side of his ribs. Oh, I think me and all Arizona I hope that it's just the wind. It didn't break something underneath there.
Last season was a shot to the head that destroyed his helmet. He eventually was able to come back from that. And if we're able to update you before we go off air, we will. Otherwise, certainly tomorrow and on tomorrow's show, we'll have more information. So now a full bull behind. Denner Barbosa going to try to bring Austin back. El Patron.
Good, Denner. Keep getting there. Concentra na montaria. Vai lá. Concentra na montaria. It's all right. There you
On the clock, but he's got a bull he can put up a 90 score here for Denner.
That boy right there. Stay right there. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Up and down. Up and down. Up and down.
That was just a great start from the bull El Patron.
Hey, when we start talking about bulls that you can be 90 points on, I mean, that's your 45-plus range of bucking bull. They're not easy. They're buckers. Oh. Hey, another close call there. When Denner got back up underneath him there, that's where the most dangerous parts of bull riding is. You get down underneath and their feet start coming at you is the scary spot. 44.8 for El Patron.
Arizona with a clinching situation right here. Murillo de Oliveira. Lever action. This would put Arizona in front with an insurmountable lead.
Quickly on the condition of De Silva, yes, he was stepped on. You saw him escorted out by sports medicine, but what is reassuring to this team, he was telling him that he felt okay. So I'll give you more as I hear, guys.
Thank you, Kate, for that update. Murillo. This bull ridden about 25% of the time he leaves the chute. This is for the win.
Acha teu encaixe. Frieza, moleque!
Murillo is the man of the moment as he clinches it for the Ridge Riders.
He was definitely pumped up around there. Once he got around there into his hand, he went to spur with that outside foot. I was worried he's going to over-celebrate a little early and get bucked down. Colby wouldn't have been happy about that.
As Kate said, Colby's not afraid to get excited. Murillo gets excited as well. And the Arizona Ridge Riders move to 2-1 on the season and send a message to a long-time rival.
Eric. Yeah.
So in the fifth, Austin brings out none other than 2018 PBR World Champ Kaiki Pacheco. The bull, Wicked Intentions.
Wicked Intentions from the start there. He's ready to go, isn't he?
Have it. He loses rope.
And also thinking about, like, managing your riders in a sense. In that bucket shoe, you're wrapped around steel all the way around there in a game that's already decided like that. It's got to be a temptation for a coach to be like, hey, let's let somebody else get some hits in there.
Nice.
You couldn't be more right, Cord. I mean, that is going to have to be a decision, I think, that Michael Gaffney and the whole Austin Gambler organization start to make especially, as you noted correctly, when a game's decided like this. We saw that, by the way, towards the end of Las Vegas, right? They took Sage out of the game. They took Jose out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we see it happen. You know, the other guys got to be thinking individually as well, because especially if you got 5 starters like, you know, Austin Gamblers does, all 5 of them probably think that they're in that MVP race today. We're a long ways to the last curve of the season to say, no, it's you, I'm putting you out front, or I'm saving you now.
Yeah, and there you look at just the names, right, that the Austin Gamblers and Coach Michael Gaffney have to choose from, what they've done throughout their PBR careers. A lot of money.
Hey, and Callum Miller's not even on that list there. Just now activated it. You know, the 8.4 million, 4.9. Man, alive, I'm from Oklahoma, but I add that up a lot of money.
You're right. That just adds up to a lot.
Yeah.
You don't need to know the numbers.
Oh, man. Bull riding's good stuff there, huh?
Well, Kaiki Pacheco, by the way, Kaiki Pacheco has a check for $2.1 million that isn't even on that list right there from the American that year.
I do remember that. It kind of built up, you know, nobody had won it 1 year, and he came in there and sweeped it.
Pacheco and his wife just days away from expecting their first child.
We'll be aggressive.
Oh, and how he lights up talking about it. Craigie's earned the name the Iceman. But if you ask him about baby girl, instant smiles and talking. It is a roster full of dads. Only one of the starting lineup that hadn't been a dad. So now, welcome to the dad group, Kaiki.
Yeah, so, you're right, Kate. So cool, and all of us as parents know. The 2 of us up here in the booth, we're girl dads, so we know how that goes.
You're welcome.
I have a dog named Thelma at home that's watching right now, guys, so I too am a girl dad.
That's sweet, Matt.
Aggressive, Ice, aggressive. Come after it! Go after it! Go after it! You already threw it.
Gutsy effort from Kaiki. As you heard even G-Man note, he's going to go ahead and ride through it. The re-ride flag, by the way, was thrown immediately.
Yeah, we've seen that bull, you know, crash the boards right there. And Kaiki just does what Kaiki does. He just continues to ride through it. Oh, wish he'd have got to the whistle there to be over with. They're gonna have another re-ride. You know, who are they going to pull up and
get on? That's up to you. We're going to let Lucas get on. On what? Ballistic. Ballistic? Yeah, a little bull. Yeah. Jolly. Yeah. Jolly. It's ballistic. That little brindle on the left.
Kaiki's night's over. The game, as we noted, is over. So we'll have another ride from Austin. Eric Navoa gets his chance for the Ridge Riders now aboard Jailer. A lot to like, Cord, from this bull.
Yeah, we watch what, you know, the Flynn bunch, and Eli Flynn, they put together. If you just look at like these starting 5 of bucking bulls from the top, I mean, they probably got, you know, I'd say the best 5 in the business, and Jailer is kind of one of those that you know, helps carry in there.
Kate made the point early on in the program. The bull race for world champion bucking bull has reset. It now goes all through teams, and then when we, of course, get into the fall, winter, and spring next year with UTB, a lot of outs for these bulls.
Go ahead, get out.
I can't wait for this score.
He's protected.
Yeah,
Taylor was going to have to go through 3 green shirts
I was
to
going
get
to say,
to him.
there was a lot of green falling over Navoa. There we go.
Yeah.
Tell us, Cord, what's the score?
45.3 right there, and I felt like even conservative. Jailer wanted a buck tonight.
Even to the naked eye, that was the best bull we've seen all night.
Well, you know, he kind of hangs just a little bit coming out there, but watch the clearance, the rear, the drop, and the kick, finishing every move right there. Oh, you got to say about. What about the bullfighters? That was pretty awesome right there as well. Yeah, Jailer was just getting warmed up. Look at him finishing those moves with a kick.
Ooh, oh, by the way.
I didn't see that the first
some
time.
Chin music. Eric Navoa takes a shot. Yeah, I didn't see that as well. Man. That's going to make you rethink being a bull rider.
Yeah, that bull riding's dangerous.
So that's going to bring up Lucas Davino. What will probably be the last ride of the game, unless there is another re-ride. But bears repeating, game already decided. Arizona's won it.
You decide when you get off.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt, but I know everybody was talking about their families a couple of moments ago. I want to talk about mine because selfishly, today is my mom and dad's anniversary. And so I just wanted to say happy anniversary, Mom, Dad. I love you guys. And if I hadn't done that, I would probably be grounded. So happy anniversary. Miss you guys.
That is awesome, Matt. And we don't want you grounded either.
No, absolutely not.
Definitely not.
I have heard you are their favorite son, though, Matt. And happy anniversary.
That
Mom,
is
Dad.
true. But speaking of favorites and speaking of family right now, Lucas Davino is getting set to go. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Love you guys. But Lucas Davino is getting ready to go. Dalton Castle actually had to calm Callum Miller down a couple of moments ago. That's how bad Callum Miller really wanted to get in there. So, again, it goes back to what you said a moment ago. Not one of the guys that was on that list earlier, Cord, but a guy that has produced some big, big moments, some big rides, and a guy that is really hungry to get some more.
There's Callum. Back to this pairing. This is a bull that's been ridden 50% of the time. He leaves the chute. Another one from Blake Sharp, the 4-time defending stock contractor of the year.
Go get him. All right. Go get Jolly. Get getting there. All right. There you go. Take control, Jolly. There you go, Jolly. Arm down. Arm down. Arm down. Arm down. Arm down.
Just not the night Austin had hoped for. The only qualified ride comes from their big gun, Jose Vitor Leme. Arizona with 3 qualified rides. They run their record to 2-1. Austin drops to 1-2. And with that, we have only one game to go. And as is customary with the homestand, the home team is the last part of our evening. The Oklahoma Wildcatters will be up when we return.
Oklahoma, where the winds of change have swept away the Wildcatters of old.
The hosts go 0-4-3
and delivered a brand new era of bull riding. With a new head coach leading the charge, these Wildcatters punctuated opening weekend with the first walk-off win in franchise history.
And it is the first career walk-off for Matos.
Winds of change, indeed. Tonight, a new group of stars are set to shine in front of their hometown crowd.
Oklahoma, the season will start A-OK.
Their first test is a rebuilt Nashville Stampede squad coming off a big win of their own.
Nashville wins this thing.
Can Justin McBride's Stampede spoil the party? Or will the Wildcatters protect their home turf? It's time to find out. Welcome to Wildcatter Country.
When it's your home turf, it's up to you to defend it. And that is the task at hand for the Oklahoma Wildcatters as they welcome a revamped Nashville Stampede squad who have intentions of their own. The nightcap. This crowd is stuck around because this game means a lot. And certainly to new coach Greg Rhodes, it is a new path forward. A guy who has done so much at the collegiate ranks considered this a logical next step in his own evolution. And now, Cord, he gets that chance.
Yeah, it's neat to watch him, step into this. With so much college, national finals qualifications that he's had, 28 qualifications, and to step in here to be the newest coach on the PBR team schedule.
Hey, look, Greg Rhodes in his first weekend right at teams got a walk-off win, but I'd like to toot your horn for a second, my friend. Your first weekend of work as the Oklahoma coach. Why don't you just kind of walk us through what you did a few years ago?
I will say it, Oklahoma, I would say, is the toughest place to win because just like we watched, I think it's the toughest set of bulls that we see all year long. But what an honor. I had a great team behind us, and I'm just an honor to get up here and talk about it with you.
Obviously, you needed Derek Kolbaba as well on all of those games.
You needed Kolbaba, you needed Outlaw, Eli. I had the guys.
So there you go. Hey, a guy who can do it all as well. Two-time PBR world champ Justin McBride. He is such a great coach, such a great writer, such a great historian of this sport. Kate, so many reasons why he's got Nashville in the position to win.
And while you're bragging on him, he was just bragging on his assistant coach in Silvano Alves, joining him in the Ring of Honor and saying, yeah, we all got a bit choked up on that one, but proud to have him here, part of the squad.
Their first rider, Alan DeSouza, he's become their one guy. I'll Make You Famous puts him on the ground at 6. And the pattern continues. So that is going to swing us over for the first time tonight, over to the Oklahoma side, and the Oklahoma Wildcatters. Their lineup presented by Oris, starting with Eduardo Matos, Winston De Silva, Caden Loud, who used to be a member of the Nashville Stampede, Marcelo Pereira, who used to be a Texas Rattler, and Trace Red, who himself is starting to be a journeyman a little bit.
Yeah, no, we've seen Trace, especially when we've just seen him do just this year. I think it's the development that we've watched those other young guys do, and I think Trace is right at that point. Eduardo, we kind of watched them, what do we call them, the M&Ms previously. What this guy can bring to the table, Oklahoma has done a great job is to build on this team as of recent.
Cord, it's almost 11:30 p.m. on the East Coast. You're not supposed to be eating candy this late, all right? Don't mention M&Ms. All right, that would also be Court McFadden, who's off injured at the moment. Matos, meanwhile, down. So no one in the first can leave an impression.
Yeah, what's a pop? He was a popping step forward. You see how much pressure he's putting on his bull rope right there. Oh, got it jerked right out of his hand.
So that's going to bring in the second. We'll swing back over to the Stampede. Daniel Feitosa. Feitosa 1 for 2 in Colorado. 87 in the nickel aboard Feel the Magic. There's their lineup. We'll also get to see Venancio, Gustavo da Silva, and Riquelme Silva. We're going to talk a lot about the guys that Nashville doesn't have in their lineup at the moment for health reasons. When they get everybody healthy, yet another team to watch out for.
Yeah, it makes a difference. I mean, and from season one, you see what Nashville can do when they turn it on, when they're all in Vegas there, you know, won them a world title.
Clock at 10. Ooh. How in the world Feitosa is just up and walking away is astounding. Took the shot,
ouch,
became a human pinwheel, and then just landed on his feet and walked away.
I did see that bull kind of look like he took a nabe. Boy, I seen him moving his jaw around there. I think it got him tagged pretty
Nashville
good.
challenging for a stumble.
Great work by the bullfighters again to just kind of toss Daniel to the side. Nashville's hoping that stumble gives them another opportunity. If not, it's a 0.
About 44-70 for Mystified.
After further review, it was a stumble. Nashville wins the challenge.
Hey, Roy, what's... Striker! Striker! We're putting Declan. Declan Garland. Declan
Coach, why'd you decide to give the nod to Declan Garland here?
Well, that's a good bull. I really wanted to get we just signed Declan. I've known him a long time. I really wanted to get him in the game. The way the bullpen we drew up, it wasn't really a good fit for him. With that happening there and getting that bull for the re-ride, that's a good opportunity for Declan.
Thanks, Coach.
I believe I heard them say, right, Cord, the bull will be Striker?
Yeah, Striker, lots of speed around to the left, and that's kind of right into, I guess, Declan's best business right around there.
All right, so that's going to bring up Winston Da Silva. Rock and Roll, the name of his bull. This is the guy that a few seasons ago was so solid for the Kansas City Outlaws. Oklahoma, his third team, was with Carolina in the original season of the league.
Clock running.
Let's go, Winks and Eva.
Clock under 10.
Let's go, Winston.
Rock and Roll at the end, looking for a few extra targets and some bonus points for contact. So that buck off a little over 5. We've got a re-ride, but still no score. So, the final game of the evening with a lot of drama, but no points yet to show for it. the nightcap here on night number 1 of Wildcatter Days. We are awaiting a score as here inside the arena, loud applause and ovation for one of our great veterans who's being honored here in the crowd. At the moment, this is Rogerio Venancio aboard Sid's Kid, trying to put Nashville on the board.
Yeah, this is a bucker too. This is not one that'll just put you on the board. This will put you, above the north side of the 90 mark. This is not an easy one. Oh, Sid's Kid's a bucker.
Hey, speaking of Rogerio, look at kind of the, we'll call them the Stampede Stars, but the Brazilian Stampede Stars.
Yeah, they've got him in there. The 2024 PBR Brazil champion, 25. Second place, 2025 PBR Brazil. They've got them stacked from south of the border, huh?
Yeah. Well, tell you what, that is all the Silvano Alves influence, right? I mean, Justin McBride, and there's Silvano right there, but you talk to anybody in the Stampede organization, and they upped their game, right, when Silvano became an assistant coach, and he centered most of his attention on, finding these riders down in Brazil.
I think after, the first year, there was a lot of young guys coming in from Brazil, and I think every team realized that they needed a scouting report. They needed, to embed somebody down there. So when you have a champion like Silvano, bringing the best of the best on Nashville, I think it makes a big difference.
2 weeks into the season, and Rogerio Venancio showing everyone that he is very, very good. He's 3 for 3 to start the year.
Oh, that's impressive. Sid's Kid, hop and skip. Watch his front feet continue to step forward every round as its own challenge to it. That's a good bull ride right there for Rogerio.
Worth 88.85. Quality, any way you slice it. And hey, an early look at the MVP standings has him slightly on top. In the third, former Nashville Stampede rider going to try to get a little payback against his old team, right? But first, before Caden Loud goes, because of the re-ride scenario, we're going to check in with Gustavo Luis. So Nashville back-to-back. Gustavo has been paired with Joker.
Yeah, Joker, another one of the newer bulls, I guess. Martinez bucking bulls. Not a lot of stats on there, but nobody has had the answer for him. However few they are, everybody's kind of still looking, how do we get to the 8 seconds on Gustavo?
Well, I always go back to what we talked about, and you talk a lot about, Cord. I think it's so important to remind fans, every single time these bulls leave the chute, it becomes a little bit more of a scouting report for other teams or even the same teams in the future.
Yeah, it is a scout, and it is filed away. Everybody that gets on the bull, how long they ride, what hand they ride with, when they bucked them off. So there's so much you can learn for stats-wise, but the video world has changed. When I started, when I went to the pros and had trouble digging up a video, now there's a video of every animal that comes out of the chute right there. So there is so much shared information on the bulls coming into the events.
And Craig and Cord, to add to the conversation of how pivotal Silvano Alves has been to finding these young guys in Brazil, also just as big of an impact because these guys want to come and ride for him, specifically for Gustavo. A couple different teams had talked to him, and he made a point last year of saying how big it was to ride for Alves. Grew up watching him, wanted to learn from him, wanted to understand the way that he operated here in the States. And when he got here, if you'll remember, literally Silvano took him under his wing and taught him everything, opened a bank account, showed him how to live here in the States, and that is huge.
No question there was a touch. A lot of awkwardness from Joker towards the end. That weird rhythm threw Gustavo off.
Weird rhythm. I like your style right there. I was sitting there thinking the best way to get through Joker is, don't draw him, because he rode him through all the tough spots, the big spins, and Joker says, hey, whatever I'm doing is not working, and his little body just hopped and skipped until he got him on his head.
Cord, I like your thought there. So if you have him on your list, just say no.
Yeah. We don't want this one. There's bulls like that, when you were coaching. As the season went, they'd be on your list 3 and 4 times. You would tell the guys, we have to learn to ride him. We're going to have him in Vegas. He is going to make the difference for the $1 million. So it's a process of learning who to put with him and how we're going to approach him each time.
So here's that payback I was hinting at. Former Nashville Stampede rider Caden Loud, now with the Oklahoma Wildcatters. That trade that sent him to Oklahoma was during this year's draft. By the way, holding on to his vest on top of the chutes, recovering rider Cord McFadden. Caden Loud facing Cookie. Great chance we are going to see a lead change as Caden Loud kept his hand in the cookie jar for all 8. This crowd loved it.
Greg, I don't think it's payback, but when you see Nashville on the other side and Caden just walks through this bull for 8 seconds for a good ride like this, you gotta be proud.
A good ride. How about great ride? 91.2.
Caden giving a big thumbs up to his new teammates, and I know you told me earlier it really didn't matter who's on the other side, but it still got to feel good to get that one.
Oh yeah, it feels great to hell whenever you ride any of them. It feels great.
How you're taking a look around the locker room. You got guys like Cord McFadden. How excited are you for the future this season?
Oh, I think this is going to be one of our best years right here this year.
Good luck.
Justin McBride knows his men. He knew that was going to be a great opportunity for Declan Garland, and Declan almost made it pay off. Goes to 7.2.
Yeah, Declan and McBride are both scratching their head right now. That's one of those, it's supposed to work. This is a lefty that's a little guy that rides in bulls with a lot of speed around the left good. Just did not finish it. You watch it get around the corner, and you think it's all over, but the shouting right here. But Stryker just kept shifting gears a little bit. Oh, just got to finish it.
So another rider for Oklahoma that is new to their team, coming from the Texas Rattlers, Marcelo Pereira. He's been paired with El Chapo. Trying to move the home team a full bull ahead. He's down at 3.
I can't get over that 91.2 Caden Loud. Maybe just because I'm such a big fan of Caden Loud. You know, whatever team that he's on, I just love for him and the success, and a little bit is the to leave Nashville and to have his best ride so far when he's playing against Nashville.
Of course, yeah. I mean, that's the kind of drama I think every sports fan wants to see. This is a must-ride situation for Nashville. If Hikelmi bucks off, this game's over. And Oklahoma will get the W on night number 1 of their homestand. But Silva, a pretty darn good rider, facing Iron Halo. Brand new bull from Blake Sharp and his partners.
Yeah, the partner, XIT, the 10 in Texas. It's a big ranch over there, big partnership that Blake Sharp's got there. And this is a bucker. We've seen some videos of him, but you know, Silva has put up some great rides. Just the last ride was 89.45. So you know, two athletes fixing to battle it out.
Yeah, that ride that you just mentioned, his last ride at Colorado State, incredible ROB, rider over bull. I mean, he really made that ride with how much dominance he showed.
Right now, it doesn't matter what it looks like. He just got to make that 8-second whistle.
His clock's under 10. We're going to get a re-ride. This game is not over. So, Nashville will get another one. Meanwhile, Trace Red, the final rider for Oklahoma, is going to try to increase their lead.
And you wonder how fast they're going to go because they try to finish the home event with the home team.
Yeah.
And Nashville's going to go back-to-back real fast if they're still going to do that.
They're going to stay with Hikelmi, and it's going to become, the bull's going to be smooth violation. Trace Red ready to go. Tankums. Bull's never been ridden. And Trace Red can't change that fact. So, it comes down to a walk-off win situation for Nashville. Must ride again for Hikelmi.
The Nashville.
And Greg Rhodes, the new coach of the Oklahoma Wildcatters, is going to have to watch and wait. He does not control his own fate. His team is done in this game.
Declan McBride talking about that 7.26 ride earlier. You know, how to finish it. That guy will teach you a thing or two as well.
There's Greg Rhodes, that is your head coach of the Oklahoma Wildcatters.
Smooth violation. If you're looking at stats, pretty rideable. Almost 60% of the time in his career. Caden Loud, right there in the center. His ride could be the difference in this game. By the way, right? I mean, we watched Caden Loud with a lot of fantastic either walk-off win, clinching ride situations for the Nashville Stampede. Now a member of the Oklahoma Wildcatters. Another look at that 91.2. Wow, second highest score of his career. I did not know that.
Yeah, you know, we've watched him put up those great rides several times in pressure situation. You know, I even think my mind goes back to Nashville when he, did the walk-off there for that team. And, this guy has kind of brought the heat there. It's neat to see him put a big number up there the day he's playing against Nashville himself here to the home event.
Well, his former team gets a chance at the walk-off win to steal this one and spoil the party here for the Oklahoma Wildcatters.
And it was a full team effort to get Riquelme ready for this one, going back-to-back, allow him to catch his breath. His assistant coach, Silvano Alves, quickly ran over and shared some words. I asked him about that conversation, and wow, Silvano's just encyclopedia bulls. He said, I told him I know exactly what this bull does. Yes, a lot of times he's known for going left, but do not set a trap. Recently, he's been jumping and moving forward and can get a guy off center, so just be ready for anything. Don't set that trap to the left.
Will this ride give the Nashville Stampede a second win of the season? Or will a buck-off give a second win to the home team? Clock at 20. Silva looks to be the savior for the Stampede. A walk-off win. And the home team is shocked and sent home. 88 and a nickel. And all the Wildcatters can do is walk back to the locker room.
I think the instructions from the newest Ring of Honor, Silvano Alves, was the best, is to be patient. You know which way he's going, but to track him. Great ride and a great win for Nashville.
Silva, 2 for 3 on the season, and he did just enough to earn his team the win. The day after Silvano Alves is inducted into the PBR's Ring of Honor, one of his new charges helps his team celebrate. Let's take a look at the whole evening and 5 sets of scores. Missouri, Carolina, Florida, Arizona, and Nashville, your winners on night number 1. Let's take a look at the updated season standings now. Look at all those teams tied for first. 6 to be exact at 2-1. You've got 3 more at 1-2, and unfortunately the New York Mavericks still in the cellar at 0-3. Justin McBride on the right, Silvano Alves on the left. 5 gold buckles between them, and the Nashville Stampede walk into the somewhat heated evening pretty darn happy. Night number 1 of PBR Team's Wildcatter Days now in the books. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for PBR Team's CW Saturday. Coverage begins at 8 p.m. Eastern only on the CW. Kate Harrison, Matt West, Court McCoy, and our entire PBR group. I'm Craig Humphrey. Thanks for watching.
Lights burn bright, dark roll thunder, big stage.